A big welcome here from Zwartkops Raceway, just outside of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. And a massive welcome to everybody joining us from all around the world on our live stream feed, including our international guests from Picanto Cup and, of course, just to the north, east of South Africa, everybody in Mozambique. Bon dia and the Taj Ball from everybody here as well at Zwartkops. We got Global Touring Cars and the Global Touring Cars Super Cup. We got the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup powered by Red Square, Volkswagen Polo Cup celebrating their 25th anniversary, the Investchem Formula 1600s and the Formula Ford Kents, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars and the BMW Car Club Racing Series, as well as I mentioned, our Picanto Cup visitors from Mozambique. They're our first race of the day. They'll be kicking off in a few minutes' time. We've got a couple of qualifying sessions that are still out on circuit, and as soon as those qualifyings are done and dusted, we will be back with live action from Picanto Cup here at the Extreme Festival at Zwartkops. So answer the question for the gentleman that asked it. There it is, our Extreme Festival program for today. Kicking things off in the very near future with Picanto Cup, our international guests for the weekend, coming all the way from Mozambique. And to all of those of you that have joined us from Mozambique via our live stream feed, as well as on Mozambique National TV. Bon dia and Taj Ball, thanks very much for joining us. It's SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, energized by Red Square. They will be at about 10:40. 11:05 is the first race of Volkswagen Polo Cup. And then from there, we'll be heading into the Global Touring Cars. And of course, Global Touring Cars is also including not only the Global Touring Cars, but our Super Cup category competitors as well. Then we've got Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. We've got the BMW Race Series, Picanto Cup, SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup second heat, the second heat of Volkswagen Polo Cup, Investchem Formula 1600s, including the Formula Ford Kents, Global Touring Cars again, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, BMW Race Series, and our final race of the day will be the Picanto Cup Endurance Race, and our endurance at the end of the day. Once again, a good morning and a big welcome from Zwartkops Raceway, just outside of Pretoria here in Gauteng, South Africa. And if you've joined us from all around the world on our live stream feed, a big welcome to everybody on YouTube, on Facebook, and a big welcome as well to Mozambique National Television. We are going to be going live on that Mozambique National TV channel all day long as well, particularly for this outing of the Kia Picanto Cup. Great to have Kia South Africa and Kia Mozambique getting together, along with Motorsport South Africa and the Motorsport Federation from Mozambique, and inviting all of our competitors from the Kia Cup. That is a big one there. We're going straight into a pre-race interview though, before we got into the race action, and we caught up with two of the fastest ladies out there. One who is looking forward to doing some battle today. Let's go and catch up with our ladies from Kia Picanto Cup.
It's good to see you in a different car for a change. Well, not really a different car, but a different category. Take us through how Picanto Cup got involved here at MSA level and Extreme Festival.
So Picanto Cup is part of a group from Mozambique. They started up a development. Racing in Mozambique has become a massive thing. They now recently revamped the track, the main circuit. So that's the reason for them getting involved in the racing. And Kia in Mozambique decided to get involved and try and promote things and get youngsters into the sport and try and grow it. And I think it's a great initiative. It's something that I believe would grow everywhere, not just in Mozambique. I think it would also do well here locally as a cheap development group sport. And I think it's a great experience.
As two ladies that are racing here, the second lady on our left-hand side there, of course, is now racing too. But it just shows you that it doesn't matter if you're male or female, you can get involved in a series like this and have as much fun as the guys usually have.
Absolutely. So from coming from a completely different background, for me, coming into this, Kaylin's helped me so much. So it's really like I'm entry level. So I feel like anybody can do it.
And with that entry level, of course, it's now a stepping stone, because you can see, being at the Extreme Festival today, what you can do in terms of your career, where you can go. You can go to Polo Cup, you can go to GDCs, you can go single-seaters. The opportunities are very much wide open.
Absolutely, it's actually eye-opening because you're not normally exposed to all these events unless you actually attend them. So I suppose this does give you an opportunity to see exactly what is out there and see obviously the potential with all of the other events along with the Picanto Cup.
And not a bad time to come back with spectators coming back as well.
Well, that is also exciting. I am all for things opening up, so I actually can't wait to see some people finally coming out, getting out of their houses, just getting away from the whole COVID lockdown thing.
Well, good luck with both of you tomorrow, and we wish you all the very best, and hopefully we'll be at the top end.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So those are our two ladies that'll be basically on the last row of the grid, but Kaylin and Kylie are going to be fighting hard to get to the front, that's for sure. They're in car number 7 there, the Trend Tire car. On pole position is Paolo Collinson. He is, of course, alongside Marco Morgado. That's our top 2 at the front end. A little bit of a change up there as well. You can see Rodrigo Almeida has made him a little bit further up than what he saw in qualifying, so they've changed it up ever so slightly there. With the Trend Tire Rastritos, of course, Christian Boucher, he is up there in 3rd place, ahead of Pedro Garcia. Rodrigo Almeida, Silvio Coelho out there as well. And of course, Silvio Rabbit is the man we're going to be calling out there in the 11 car, running for Mostec 11. In Trend Tire Racing's number 13 car will be Louis Rocha. He'll be looking forward to, of course, getting to the front end as quickly as possible. Manuel Barbosa, we've got Guigeri Remy, Tiago Ferraz, we've got Paulo da Cunha, South African driver as well, joining teammates with Paulo Del Rey, Gustavo Cruz, Joao Alberti, and Kaylin Miller and Telmo Costa making their way around now for their warm-up lap. This is, of course, the one that's going to bring them into the race action, and looking forward to seeing who's going to have what it takes here for the first time in South Africa. But, of course, a long-standing relationship with the Federation up in Mozambique, and certainly a very well-supported class here. And great to see that both Kia South Africa and Kia Mozambique getting together along with Motorsport South Africa and the Federation from Mozambique to bring this class into South Africa. And hopefully a couple of drivers going to be making their way to Mozambique as well at some point in their careers, so they can also have a bit of fun and games up on the Mozambique circuit. Massive changes up there, of course, in Mozambique when it comes to motorsport. We're chatting to the big boss man yesterday about how things have gone. We'll get that interview a bit later on in the day. We've also done a Portuguese interview for all of our Portuguese fans from Mozambique. We'll be throwing that into the hour endurance race later on with all of our federation heads. They've given us a little bit of time in their busy schedule over the weekend, and we'll bring that to you a bit later on, so make sure you stay tuned for that. They're going to tell you all about what's been happening in this very exciting class and how the development of motorsport is taking huge steps forward in Mozambique. We're getting information earlier on in the day about the fact that motorsport in Mozambique has actually taken on the biggest amount of support on social media as well as on television, national television up there too. It's their highest views and, of course, the biggest fans coming for motorsport, even bigger than some of the football teams and, of course, football in general up in Mozambique, which is fantastic for us here. Great to have them here, of course, on the Extreme Festival. It's the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival. A couple of classes will wrap up their championships today, and a couple still have to make their way to the Kyalami 9 hour to wrap up the final rounds of the Extreme Festival classes. But we've got a big field, and of course we also got an incredible program planned for you today with some ZX10R Masters Cup, the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, Global Touring Cars Super Cup, Volkswagen Polo Cup, and the Investchem Formula 1600s. They're all part and parcel of the day. Take nothing away as well with our guests today as well, and then of course the BMW Racing Series will be on track as well. Big welcome to everybody who's joined us all around the world, and of course I've got a couple of people already joining us from New Zealand and from Australia, from down under. Nicky Nax, how's it going? Mohammed Bash has just joined us. He's here at the circuit. I'm sure he's going to be looking forward to the action now as we come under starters orders for the first time for Kia Picanto Cup. On pole, of course, is the 5 car of Paolo Collinson. Collinson gets that 5-second board, waiting for the lights to go on and off. Expect a big fight down into turn 1 as they head down into turn 1. Lights out, and there they go. Good start off the line there from Collinson. A little bit of wheel spin coming out of the 31 car there. Fortunately, not quite where he wanted to be there. Remy just not getting the drive off the line, and a couple of guys dropping back into the waysides around the outside, looking for opportunities to get through there as well. Look out for the 7 car there. That is Kaylin Miller, South African lady driver, sitting third last, looking for opportunity to dive through there on Sandro Alves. But out front, 28 hits the front. Great start there. Actually, might be 23 there, I beg your pardon. It's the race car of Pedro Garcia, who might have got the whole shot. 78 just squeezing his way through there as well is Tiago Ferraz. Ferraz side by side with the 13 machine of the Trend Tire Racing's Louis Rocha. And as they get onto the back straight for the first time, yes, an incredible start there, coming from the 23 car. Leading things out at the moment is Garcia. Chopping and changing in the mid-pack there, the 33 car. Of course, that is Silvio Coelho. That is the Rabbit Man, squeezing his way through, making his way up to about 9th place overall. 3x3, they head up towards the top of the hill for the first time. Late braking from the 21 machine. Great start there from the Mostec car, and Barbosa is putting pressure on, but he's got his own pressure being applied by the pole man. Ooh, running him ever so slightly wide. Paolo Collinson just getting ever so slightly pushed to the outside of turn 5 and 9 to turn 6. Double right-hander through Kenwood as they flick it through and down the hill for the very first time. Remember, there's only 2 right-handers and the rest of the cars all going through here in the left-hand side of things. 23 leads out on the first lap. First lap of 12, remember, 12 lapper here today for race 1 of the Kia Picanto Cup. And a little bit of a margin now being opened up there by Garcia. Garcia leading things out over 21. And Barbosa under a bit of pressure from the pole man, Collinson. As the pack comes streaming through. Brilliant bit of race action there in the mid-pack. Paulo da Cunha, also South African driver, in the mix there with some of his fellow Portuguese drivers from Mozambique. Fantastic to have them all here as part and parcel of a little bit of exchange here of race action from the Federation in Mozambique, the Motorsport Federation, and Motorsport South Africa, combining forces here to bring us this kind of action. The Picanto Cup has been a very big successful class up in Mozambique, and it looks like it's going to be just as successful down here if they keep doing some international trips from Mozambique to South Africa. In the background, 3x3, that's the way we like to see things happening. Side by side, and as they come into turn 4, it's Joao Alberti under a little bit of pressure there from the 11 car of Sandro Alves. Alves has lost out a bit of ground, and you can see he's battling a little bit with the front left-hand side of that car. Not exactly where he wants to be. So Kia South Africa, Kia Mozambique, and they are 4x4 coming out of turn 5. And there's some touching. Oh, there's some big touches. Huge one there. 31 coming together. The 31 car, unfortunately, had nowhere to go. And Rennie had just to go sliding into the pole man. That's Collinson. Collinson just getting side by side. And side by side they come again. Oh, and there's more touching. Here we go. Banging into each other into turn 8. And there's no holds barred here by the looks of things. Yes, eventually squeezing his way through there. And Collinson very lucky survived. But the 9 car now in a bit of a threat. Boucher having some own problems. He's got the 77 machine of Almeida starting to put the pressure onto him. And the pressure was being felt big time as they were banging wing mirrors into turn 8. Phenomenal stuff. This is what we like to see. Don't hold anything back. I'm not quite sure what the rules are in terms of that and what the COC is going to have to say about it, but they were certainly banging properly, and there was a lot of contact between those 2 cars heading down towards turn 8. We're going to have a quick look at that in a replay, but absolutely mind-blowing. We had two action pieces we need to pick up on there. The 11 and 10 car back on circuit, so it looks like Alberti has made his way back onto the track, and then Joao Alberti there as well. Let's have a look at the replay. This is coming out of turn 5. This is the initial part of the banging. 77 and 9 coming together. That forced Collinson into a little bit of a maneuver to avoid the action in front of him. He got tagged by 31, Juge Remy, and Remy unfortunately had nowhere to go. Then they headed around down to the bottom of the hill, and we're back to live race action now as they get up to turn 5 again. Yo, brilliant stuff. 77, 78, fighting hard. Almeida. And it's Ferraz behind him. Thiago Ferraz trying to close things down there on Rodrigo Almeida, and Rodrigo Almeida could be in a bit of trouble. Top 2 getting away. They've stayed out of harm's way big time. The 9 car is in 3rd place. That is Boucher. Then you've got the 7-7 right on his tail of Almeida. D'Souza comes through there, and you can see the 78 car a little bit sideways, but of course it's Thiago Ferraz at the wheel of that car. And in the background, someone's got off. Ooh, a little bit out of shape there was the 31 machine. 31 got completely locked up, and Remy once again catches the car and just brings it on. Let's go back to the other action replay that was happening out there, of course, down to the bottom of the hill into turn 8. There was the tag. 9 and 77 again. Absolutely nothing held back there from Boucher. Boucher held on to the inside line, and 77 had nowhere to go. He tried to force his way through, but Rodrigo Almeida eventually had to tuck in behind. Back to live. 7 is making his way back to the front end, but lots of work to be done there from the 7 car, of course. That is currently piloted by Kaylin Miller, our South African lady. She's in the thick of it here, amongst the usual contenders in this Kia Picanto Cup, and making a fantastic move up into the inside of turn 4. No answer whatsoever there from Silvio Coelho. The Rabbit Man has just been outgunned by one of SA's finest young lady drivers. Kayla Miller hanging on now to try and keep that Trend Tire car of hers at the front end. It's a fantastic opportunity to be part of that Trend Tire team this weekend, and bringing Kylie De Silva, who will be into the car a bit later on in race 2, and they'll be sharing it, of course, in the hour endurance at the end of the day. Once again, 9 hangs on for a little bit of a battle. Boucher from Almeida. 78 is Faraz. Faraz closing onto the back end of Almeida now, trying to return the favour. Not quite getting the line right out of turn 8 though. As they complete another lap. We've got 8 more to go, and there's still lots of action to come, I think, in this. 31 machine flying through there, slowly but surely making up the ground that he lost earlier on as he got tagged off the circuit. But has got back on track and is now looking to close things down. Battle for third place continues here. Top 2 getting away ever so slightly and not really getting into anybody's harm or into each other's way. And a nice fight here from 3 cars for third. Here is our leader. 23 up towards turn 4. Garcia hangs on. He's just managing to keep that gap open and wide enough so that he's not in harm's way at all. 13 and 31, reverse numbers there. 31, of course, is a hard charger. That is Remy, who got knocked off the circuit. The 13 car up there as well is Louis Rocha. And Louis Rocha is pushing to the limit to try and make up the ground. Transcrane Logistics team under braking here with Rodrigo Almeida at the wheel. Fantastic run here from them. Absolutely good to see. No holds barred, and you can see that they don't give any room here. There's lots of argy-bargy that can happen in Kia Picanto Cup. And it reminds me of the old days of Polo Cup here in South Africa, where there was just banging and bashing all the time. But they seem to have sorted themselves out now a little bit and have eased off ever so slightly. When I say eased off, they're still doing some relatively good lap times for little Kia Picantos. Fastest lap on the circuit at the moment is a 1:24.8 coming out of the Moz Pro team down in 7th place in the 31 car. We're getting 24.1s out of the leaders though. That's the reason why they're pulling away from everybody else. See on the sideline lots of support, and of course the entire teams that have come here from Mozambique. A big contingent of drivers, teams and mechanics all coming to be part and parcel of the Extreme Festival. The guys running slightly different lines coming out of turn 2 there. That's how it stands at the moment. We've got the race teams, of course, as under the competitors, because there are 2 drivers per team, but in those cars at the moment, of course, are the A race drivers, which is Collinson leading things out in terms of his pole position this morning, but 23 on track at the moment, Pedro Garcia. 31 once again there, Fuego, Remy. 23 and 21 fighting hard now. 21 putting a bit more pressure on there. You can see Manuel Barbosa certainly, or Manuel Barbosa certainly wants to get through on the 23 car, leading things out. And of course, it's a great start coming out of Pedro Garcia. He is the man who sort of set the pace at the initial stage of the race and opened up the gap. 21 went with him, and Manuel Barbosa is right there for Moztec. He's all over the back end, and that is going to bring us to almost the halfway stage. In fact, that is the halfway stage of race 1. So we get into the thick of it here with these guys, and they are absolutely putting on a show of note, which is great. It's exactly what we expected from the Picanto Cup here at the Extreme Festival. Big welcome to everybody who's joined us on national TV up in Mozambique. Bon dia and touch ball from all of us here in South Africa. Thanks so much for letting your class come and be part and parcel of our Extreme Festival here today. We're certainly enjoying the action that they are providing here in race 1. So onto the back straight away now. A little bit of a gap opening up between first and second. Doesn't look like there's an answer there to the pace. Barbosa has tried to stay with our leader, but Garcia is setting the pace out front. Alberti is out there in the 10 car, battling a bit. You can see just being overtaken relatively easily there in the background. So I think there may be a bit of a problem there on the 10 car, and the Alberti boys, Joao and Miguel, will have to ensure that they get that car sorted out for race 2. 77 versus 78, running in numerical order at the moment, but the 78 car is definitely applying a bit more pressure onto that Transcrane Logistics car. The 77 machine there piloted by Almeida, but it's 78 Tiago Ferraz who is putting big pressure onto him. Ferraz at this point in time, certainly one of the quickest drivers out there. 24.5s coming out of him, but 24.4s out of the 77, so about a tenth of a second between the two of them. Christian Boucher completes another lap, 5 to go for him, and continues to lead this big pack of Kia Picantos out. 7778 still fighting hard. Here's a change up, 31 on 13, and a run in not in numerical order now, slightly different as Remy finds a way through there on Louis Rocha. He tries to come back and what a late bit of out-braking maneuvering happening there. I thought that might work. 8 car going straight across the front end. Paulo Acuna trying to outbrake everybody into turn 2. He has got a little bit more experience at the circuit than probably most of the drivers in this class. but he goes side by side as they come out of turn 2. Looks like somebody's gone off here at turn 4 as well. We've got some dust on the screen, so a good possibility we're going to see somebody on the sidelines here, because I didn't see the flags on the side waving, but there was definitely a lot of dust there. Maybe somebody putting a wheel there. So 78 has got through under all that action we saw a bit earlier on at turn 2 there with Acuna. Now we're seeing 78 squeezing through Faraz up ahead of Almeida. Almeida with a bit of a change up. As you can see, he's going to try and come back as quickly as possible. Back down towards turn 8 for the final corner, and this of course is going to take them to 4 laps to go. No worries at all there for the 23 machine. Controlling things from the front end there, and it looks like the team are happy on the sideline as well with the performance. Waiting for their drivers to come through there. Lots of support on the side, as I said, from all of the teams. Running a little bit wide again. Oh, Garcia is applying the pressure once again there, and it's back on. Here comes Kalen Miller on the inside of the 33 machine now. So 33, of course, out there being piloted at the moment by Silvio Coelho, our rabbit man. He has got pressure coming from Kalen Miller. Miller trying to close down on the 5 car. Our initial pole sitter there, Collinson. Collinson, unfortunately, has lost out a lot of ground here to most of these drivers, so he dropped by the wayside there big time. 5 car currently down in 9th place, considering the fact that it started on pole. Lost a lot of ground in this race, that's for sure. Again, Almeida. He's got back ahead of the 78 machine of Faraz. So a bit of chopping and changing between 77 and 78. It's not over yet. Almeida runs wide out of turn 4. Here comes Faraz on the inside, trying to get up the inside of him as they get up towards turn 5 to Mercedes-Benz corner. They get up past the AMG Driving Academy. Great to see crowds back in South African motorsport again, on the sidelines and of course on the grandstands as well. Fantastic race action as well that they're being provided for here by the Kia Picanto Cup from Mozambique. Fantastic to have these guys and girls here. And here we go again down towards turn 8. Oh, 11 going on. So double numbers there. It's the 11 car of Sandra Alves. Alves fighting hard with the 33 machine of Silvio Coelho as they come down towards turn 8 again. 8 machine. That is Paulo da Cunha. He's just ahead of the pole man. Looking to overtake the 13 car down into turn 1. No, not able to do it. 13 piloted at the moment by Lou Rocha, trying to hang on to that one. There's Kalen Miller. She's got through there on the 11 car of Alves. 33 is not Brad Binder. That is, of course, the Silvio Coelho car there. That's the Silvio Rabbit machine. And now coming down into turn 2. Change up for the lead here, possibly. Oh, yes, there you go. 21 on the inside. Just finds a way through into turn 1. Barbosa hits the front for the first time. Manuel Barbosa hits the front for the first time, gets through on the 23 machine, the race core car of Pedro Garcia. Moztec versus race core into turn 5. And he managed to make it stick now. Can he hang on for the next lap or so? Probably about 2 and 2 corners to go. 2 laps and 2 corners to go for these guys. And that might be perfect timing there for the Moztec team. He's pulled a small margin now. Now that he's got to the front, it's only about a car length, but that might be enough to control. In the background, watch out for Christian Boucher starting to make his way down onto those two as they're fighting hard. They're actually slowing each other down ever so slightly. Not by a huge margin, but certainly in with a chance of swapping things out there. Once again, 78 up ahead of 77. So another change between those two drivers. Incredible race action between Almeida and Faraz. And some more about to heat up there between the 5 and 8 machines of Collinson. And of course, pilots in there, Paulo da Cunha. Da Cunha just ahead of Collinson. Collinson trying to come back. The two of them there. The Mediplus car of Paulo da Cunha slowly but surely made his way past. And now looking for a chance to get on the inside of number 13. Louis Rocha forces him wide out of turn 2. Oh, and here comes Collinson at the inside of Da Cunha. Can he make it stick? Oh, it's very tight. Maybe not be able to make it stick through there. 5-star versus the Mediplus car. And they're now wing mirror to wing mirror, side by side as they come onto that back straightaway. Here they come. Onto that back straight. Is there going to be an opportunity here possibly for Rocha to squeeze either one of them out? No. The 5-star car just gets through there. So Collinson, our pole man, makes one maneuver up again and gets ahead of Da Cunha. Right behind him, it's the 13 car of Louis Rocha looking to pounce if something goes wrong. Kalen Miller behind that. She remains ahead of Sandra Alves. And just behind that, of course, is the 3-3 car of Silvio Coelho. Here they come, back down to the final corner. This is the 3rd place man in the 9 car there, Christian Boucher. He's had a bit of action earlier on in the race, and now with 1 to go. Final lap has started for Picanto Cup. What a way to start the day here for Extreme Festival. Hope you've enjoyed all of this. Absolutely brilliant stuff. As they come down towards this, of course, this is Zwartkops Raceway. Yes, Landy Sinner, we're at Zwartkops. And this is Extreme Festival action. Our international guests for today from Mozambique, putting on a spectacular way to start the day here for Kia Picanto Cup. I'm sure Kia South Africa and Kia Mozambique must be reveling in this, along with Coca-Cola, some of these series sponsors involved, and of course the sponsors getting behind Motorsport South Africa and the Federation of Mozambique Motorsport to get them here to South Africa. Fantastic race action has been provided here for this first heat, and still more to come as they head up towards turn 5. It's not over yet between our two leaders. The 21 car there of Manuel Barbosa is in a bit of problems and he's under big threat here. 23 has been piloted by Pedro Garcia this time out, and Garcia certainly wants to get past. Can he make it stick though? Can he find a way through down towards turn 8? It's the late braking that's required down into turn 8. As you can have a look, he's not close enough. Moztec are going to hang on, and it's going to be Manuel Barbosa to take the first victory here at the Extreme Festival for Kia Picanto Cup. Team are ecstatic on the sidelines. You can see them shouting out there. Little shimmy shuffle in the car there from Barbosa as well. Third place is going to be the 9 car of Christian Boucher. Fantastic run from him. 77 hangs on for 4th. Comes through there. Great bit of race action there as well from the 77 car of Rodrigo Almeida. He provided us some fantastic race action throughout the race. And looks like a little bit of a problem on that final lap for the 78 car of Tiago Ferraz. He's actually dropped back behind the 31 car, the Moz Pro team there. And of course 31 was Guilherme at the wheel. So that's how we go. And that's how we wrap things up for our first race of the day. Incredible race action. That is proper good stuff there from our international guests here at the Extreme Festival. There you can see on the left-hand side, race 1 and the unofficial results, of course, of race 1. Moztec taking the victory there, the 21 car there of Manuel Barbosa, leading things out over 23, Pedro Garcia. Trent Tires Rastarinos comes through there for 3rd place, and that was Christian Boucher at the wheel. And then it's the VA Racing car of 77, Rodrigo Almeida, who beat out the 31 car of Guilherme, who came through there just to stay ahead and stay in the top 5. 78 with some problems on that final race and the final lap there for Tiago Ferraz. He finishes up in 6th place ahead of the 5-star car, our original poleman, Paulo Collinson, all the way down there, of course, in 7th place. Beating out Mediplus's Paulo Acuna, and then behind them, of course, a great bit of driving there from all of the competitors, including South Africa's Kaylin Miller, who had a top finish there too. Hope you enjoyed that action. That is how we're going to be doing things here for our first part of the Extreme Festival. And I can see a couple of guys have joined us from all around the country and all around the world as well. A big welcome to everybody there. Even down in Cape Town, Big Gazza Fleming has joined us as well. Thank you for that, buddy. Appreciate all the support, and please like and share these posts all over social media so we can show you exactly what we're doing here in South Africa. Great to see spectators back at South African Motorsport on the sidelines and getting an opportunity to see this kind of race action. We've got lots of race action coming up, and of course now to take you through how the day stands after this, we're going to be looking at the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup coming up onto circuit in the very near future, headed up of course by Graham Van Bredar, our brand new 2021 SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup champion. Volkswagen Polo Cup will be after that, the first heat of the Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents, Global Touring Cars and Super Cup, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, and then the BMW Race Series will take us through the first heats of today. All those times, of course, on the left-hand side there are subject to what happens out on track. We don't stick to those directly, and probably going to be approximate times of the races that will be starting. So if you want to take a screenshot of that, you'll at least see what we got coming up for the rest of the day's racing here from Zwartkops and the Extreme Festival. So up next, as you can see, it is going to be SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, powered by Red Square and shod on Bridgestone tyres. The ZX10R Masters Cup, our only two-wheel action for the day, but looking forward to seeing all those guys. But before we get into the action, we caught up with Graham Van Breda and two of Cape Town's finest riders in the pre-race press conference. Let's get a quick chat with each of those riders.
ZX10R Masters Cup, proudly brought to you by SunBet and powered by Red Square. Absolutely awesome to have three of you guys here. The Cape Town Massive seem to be coming in here, Dave. We're going to start with you. Had a good season so far. It's gone well. And final round now. Time to try and get up there and possibly secure that second place in the championship.
Yes, Greg. It was a short race, a short year last year, unfortunately, due to COVID and all the horrible things that happened. But this year we've done a pretty good race meeting and a year so far. Second on the championship at the moment, and super happy to be here.
Moving on to Graham, who wrapped it up at Red Star, all sorted out. Going to just go and try and give a bit of a swan song, maybe have a double victory to seal the deal.
Yeah, for sure, Greg. That'll be the plan for tomorrow. Hopefully get the double, but whatever comes, we don't know what the weather will bring, and happy to win another championship. Managed to wrap it up in Red Star. And yeah, tomorrow will be another day, and it's nice to be back at Zwartkops again.
Whatever comes. Have a look on your left-hand side there. The killer's in the house. Trevor Westman, good to have you back on the ZX10, buddy, and big welcome to SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this, the last race of the year, and for next year, I'm excited for the 2022 year championship. So yeah, excited, and yeah, well done to Graham and well done to Dave for a good year.
It's been a couple of the Cape Town boys have joined you as well. Are you looking forward to possibly continuing all the way through and doing a full season with us next year?
Yeah, for sure. That's the plan. We're going to do the full year, and I've actually got Greg Holden's coming down to help me. So hopefully we can drag him into the championship next year and spice it up a bit more.
Those are fighting words there, Graham Van Breda.
Don't forget as well, you can win with SunBet and the ZX10R Masters Cup. 2 nights at a Sun International Hotel and a hamper and free betting worth R1,000. All you have to do is head across to their ZX10R Masters Cup Facebook page and you can enter the competition there. Gives you an opportunity to win that incredible prize, courtesy of SunBet. And now we look forward to getting out on track to do some battle amongst our SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup competitors.
Okay, I'll do that.
Well, as bikes start to make their way onto the circuit, the other great thing, of course, about bringing spectators back to the sport of motorsport in South Africa is the fact that we're also allowed to bring back our incredible brolly babes onto the grid too. And motorsport wouldn't be the same without it. It's certainly a massive, big win for everybody in South Africa to be back in South African motorsport and sports in general, with spectators being allowed back into the circuits and stadiums all around the country after a long time in lockdown. SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup are up next. We then go to the Volkswagen Polo Cup first heat of the day, Investchem Formula 1600s and the Formula Ford Kents, Global Touring Cars and GDC Super Cup, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, and the BMW Racing Series first heats of the day. That'll bring us to about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then we repeat everything again and finally finish up the day with the Picanto Cup endurance race. It's an hour endurance later on. Massive thanks as well to Link Online for all of our support here today to bring you all this action from Zwartkops and the Extreme Festival. SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup on track at the moment, getting themselves all warmed up. It's the sighting lap that they've got at the moment. That is your current champion and newly crowned champion after the round at Red Star Raceway, Graham Van Breda, wrapping up the championship. So it's fights for second place, third place and fourth place that are up for grabs today. Van Breda will retain that number 1 plate on the Stefanuti stocks and Motul Kawasaki. Brian Bontekoning will be alongside him in the Jag Power Products Kawasaki, and self-sponsored Gareth Poseidon make up the front row of the ZX10R Masters Cup field today. Ian Harwood, an incredible qualifying from him, moving himself up relatively tastily. He's certainly going to be looking forward to a big battle at the front end as they all come to take up their positions. But remember, there's a big turnaround here in terms of how things and how the qualifying went, because as we chatted to a majority of the riders that were involved in this class, it's great to see that a couple more new riders have joined us, and we'll be looking forward to going to battle in 2022. Graham Van Breda and Trevor Westman making up the front row. And of course, well, it's a slightly different field to what we normally have. They've given us a grid of 2 riders, so it's Van Breda, Trevor Westman and Gareth Poseidon. Then you've got Teddy Brook, Dave Entercott and Sanjeev Singh. Brian Bontekoning, Johan LaRue and Apana Ganapathy, Rob Cragg, Ruan Oberholzer and Ian Harwood. Travis Nordier, followed by Lafras Fritz and Aubrey Murray, and Peter Clark, ahead of Rodney McLaughlin and Wayne Shelley. That's how they line up now for the first heat of action in the ZX10R Masters Cup. 1 minute board will send them on their way for their warm-up lap, and then they come under starters orders here for race number 1 for our two-wheeled action here, part and parcel of the Extreme Festival. Green flag sends them on their way for the practice starts. A couple of guys just getting bogged down on the line there. I think that might have been Apana Ganapathy who just got a little bit off the line a bit slowly. It was. There he goes back down into turn 1, 77. And they all make their way to turn 2 now, trying to get as much heat into that Bridgestone rubber as possible. There's going to be a possibility of Trevor Westman coming in and showing what the potential is from the Cape Town Massive. I heard he's pretty fired up to join the ZX10R Masters Cup. And it looks like he might be also bringing along Double G, multiple SA Superbike champion Greg Kildenace next year. A formidable force, those 2 riders, if they get together as a team and look to take on the best in the ZX10R Masters Cup for 2022. Speaking of 22s, Gareth Poseidon looking to try and wrap things up in second place in this championship with Michael Smith. They're in a bit of a fight with the 2 of them. Smitty has not returned for this round, and there certainly is going to be missing That's why Wayne Shelley is on that bike this weekend. Michael Smith not making it back down here for the final round of the ZX10R Masters Cup. So good possibilities that we're going to see a fight on for second place here today in the championship, but certainly a big fight for the race 1 win as well. They come to take the positions now, and under starters orders, Trevor the Killer Westman in the middle of the row there. There he is, and he'll be looking for a wayward maneuver to get through. Gareth Besaidnout on pole position, and looking to maybe just turn his luck around after a luckless Red Star Raceway a couple of weekends ago. See if he's able to do anything about the man alongside him from Cape Town, the Killer, looking to get into ZX10s and start killing from the way go. Here we go, off the line. Killer gets a good start, so does Vanbredal. Vanbredal heads down towards turn 1. Looks like Vanbredal might have that inside line, and he has. He's outgunned everybody from the third spot on the grid and heads into turn 1 in the lead with a whole shot. So it's Vanbredal out front, leading things out. Look at the gap he's got already. Looks like Westman's right on his tail, yes. Already starting through there, and a super start from Enticott. Wow, Dave Enticott out of nowhere came flying through up into second place. And Rob Craig, the Cape Town boys, are finding their way around Zwartkops relatively easily here. Thought they might have had a bit more of a fight on because they weren't loving life at Zwartkops yesterday, but they certainly are today. The 46 bike there is Craig as he dives up on the inside. Travis Nadir coming through there as well. Craig with a good start. Travis Nadir with a slightly diminished start, but he's certainly up there and in with a chance of possibly getting into the mix. They get up onto the brakes now. Enticott hits the front ahead of Westman, and the battle for second place starts to rage there. Sanjeev Singh in the middle of them. That's the 33 bike as they all pitch it over into Kenwood Corner. As they come down into, of course, the final corner, it's Vanbredal leading things out. Sanjeev Singh ahead of Craig. Craig pulls through there, and the rest of the pack come flying into turn 8 to complete the first lap in anger. It's 10 lapper that we've got here. And as they head down towards turn number 1, yet again, some big maneuvering, but massive loss to the front end of the field there for Gareth Besaidnout. Besaidnout drops down to about 7th place overall. In fact, he's down to 9th place. Oh, Westman with a big moment. Westman with a massive moment out of the saddle there, coming out of turn 2. He had a huge one there, and he's now got Craig on his tail, and he's going around the outside of Enticott. Oh, how do you find your way around the outside of Dave Enticott through turn 3, and he's got through to turn 4. Amazing stuff from the Killer. Big welcome back to National Championship style racing here, Trevor Westman. And certainly give us a big moment and a heart attack of your own. Maybe a change of shorts required by turn 4, but it didn't affect him whatsoever. Here comes Craig onto the back end of Sanjeev Singh. Rob Craig and Sanjeev Singh going at it. Brian Bontekoning behind that, then Teddy Brook. The rest of the pack comes streaming through there. Travis Nadir on the Buco Kawasaki. He's right up there as well, just ahead of Apana Puffy. Man who had a double victory down in East London Grand Prix Circuit is now sitting down in about 10th place overall behind Apana Puffy. 22. What went wrong with Gareth Besaidnout? On pole, and he's down in 11th place. Not where he wants to be, that is for sure. He's made up 2 positions now, made it into the 9 spot, but he got right behind these 2 riders initially. Just couldn't get off the line whatsoever, and he's now got a big mountain to climb with 7.5 laps to go. Brilliant stuff as they came through. Now as they head up onto the back straight away again, this is where we're going to see a manoeuvre possibly from Craig. Westman trying to close things down on Vanbredal. Here comes Sanjeev Singh on the inside. Enticott shuts the door. The Motorwise bike there just hanging on ahead of Sanjeev Singh. And Singh at this point in time trying to make everything work for himself on the SAS consulting machine. And ZX10 of his looking for a chance to pounce down Enticott. Enticott is holding off both Sanjeev Singh and Rob Craig. Craig is just hanging on for now, but there's not a lot of room to play there for Rob Craig on the Matrix consulting bike. And of course on the Mad Max Kawasaki too. Bontekoning starting to close the gap down on these 4 as Enticott crosses the line, completing another lap there. Great start here from Dave Enticott. He was right up there with Graham Vanbredal initially, then lost a little bit of ground and he's dropped back down into 5th place. The fight for 5 is on. And the fight for 5 is 3 bucks. Enticott in 3rd, 4th is Sanjeev Singh. And losing a little bit there was Rob Craig. Being closed down by Brian. Ooh, where is Gareth Besaidnout going? Besaidnout thinks he's on a motard. He can't go on the inside of that corner, that is for sure. Gareth Besaidnout with a massive moment out of the saddle, and it flicked him left and onto the track and then right onto the grass. Big moment there for Gareth Besaidnout. Very lucky to survive it, but he now falls into the clutches of the 28 bike, and Ruan Alberholzer and Lafros Fitz are now going to put him under pressure. Speaking of pressure, there's a change-up, but no, Sanjeev runs wide. Under braking, he was able to get up the inside of Dave Endicott, but too late on the brakes to make it stick into turn 5. And Sanjeev returns to 4th place on track, just behind Dave Endicott. Trevor the Killer Westman trying to close things down on Van Breda. VBD out front, just doing everything right. Wants to finish off the season, as he said in his interview before this race started, with a swan song double victory. What a way to go out. Crown yourself champion at the penultimate round and then win the last 2 races of the season. And that just sets things up perfectly for 2022. Endicott now with pressure from Sanjeev Singh. Singh wants by SAS Consulting Kawasaki on the back end of that MotorWise bike. Sarum Engineering and MotorWise are the sponsors of Endicott, and here comes the SAS bike of... Oh, Sanjeev had a big look. Didn't quite make it stick, but he had a huge look up the inside of turn 4. Watch for the drive now. Endicott going defensive, might have compromised his drive. It has slightly. Here comes Sanjeev on the brakes into turn 5, and this time he'll make it stick. Much better this time from Sanjeev Singh. No answer there from Endicott to come back at him. Sanjeev timed that to perfection. Tried it the first time, last lap, and he made it secure this time out. Back down towards UNH Transport Corner. Here comes Sir Rob Craig and bringing Bontekoning along for the ride. Teddy Brook is on his own sim there, sitting in 8th place. If we look at how things stand here as we get to the halfway stage, brilliant stuff from Graham Van Breda out front, leading overall, and Class B. Class A is Westman, Class A is Rob Craig, and Class A is Dave Endicott. Those are your top 3 currently, and they are currently sitting, of course, not in that order in terms of overall race position. Oh, Travis has got a problem, putting up his hand right in the exit point of turn 1. Travis will deal with a bit of a problem there on the Buco East London Kawasaki. Double race winner at the East London Grand Prix Circuit, his home track, and now problems at Zwartkops. Here comes Bontekoning on Craig. Bonte has a big look there. Matrix Consulting Services and Mad Max Kawasaki of Rob Craig losing a little bit of ground there to the Jag Power Products machine of Brian Bontekoning. Craig is being closed down rapidly, 16 versus 46, and the 16 bike definitely looking for a chance to get through there on Rob Craig. Cape Town massive boy. There's a lot of Cape Town contingency now in the ZX10R Masters Cup. And Craig is under pressure. Behind that, Teddy Brook fighting with the Panaganapathy. The Silver Surfer and the Panaganapathy there with the orange lens. The famous orange lens that he always runs here. And always runs no matter what the conditions are. The Persimmon lens is very good for cool and sort of dusky conditions. It's quite bright when it's this sunshine. I'll be feeling the effects of it ever so slightly, but now as they come onto the back straight again, Panaganapathy trying to close things down there and find a way through there on the Silver Surfer. Endicott's lost some ground. Maybe he's cooked those Bridgestones slightly. Endicott's dropping back away from this battle, and the Panaganapathy is leaving him behind. Endicott's certainly in with a chance here of being caught by these two by the end of this one. And you can see there's a bit of an issue there, unfortunately. So here we go. Just watching our leader come down to the final corner there. Trevor Westman in 2nd. 3rd place, it is now Sanjeev Singh. Sanjeev had a fantastic outing last weekend at Desi's Raceway, so he's certainly fired up after that. And the Natal-based rider certainly in with a chance here of a top podium, and it'll be 2nd place in Class B for him as well. Gareth Poseidon making up some ground now, but he's got to still find a way through there to get up back into the top 10 ahead of Johan Leroux into single digits. Leroux's out there, well, not on his normal bike, slightly different livery on that machine of his. Van Breda, Westman, Sanjeev Singh. This fight continues. Trevor Westman has done a phenomenal job of coming back here, but Teddy Brook is in a fight of his own with Panaganapathy as they head to the top of the hill. Panaganapathy now going to get the drive. Is he good enough on the brakes to have a go? He is. Dives up on the inside, and Panaganapathy moves through there on the Art Racing bike ahead of the Brook refrigeration machine of Teddy Brook. Bontekoning up there as well, but some fun and games, and it looks like our timing boys are having a little bit of issues trying to pick up on the numbers as well. There's a lot of black bikes out there, Paul. I think that's why they're battling to spot who's who on those bikes, but of course running transponders here today for motor timing. Hopefully they've got it all right. Another lap completed, 2 to go. 2 laps to go for these guys. Leaders way out front. No worries at all there for Graham Van Badar. Just to answer Mark Victor, yes, after every single race, buddy, we put up a race program. So maybe just take a screenshot of it when we do put that program up. But we will be putting up a program after every single race to tell you how the day has gone and where we are at the moment in the race program. Trevor Westman banked over into turn 4, being closed down rapidly there by Sanjeev Singh. But it is the SunBet ZX10R Masters champion for 2021, Graham Van Badar, on the Stefanuti stocks and Motul Kawasaki that leads things out, and he's leading by about 4 seconds. Oh, problem, someone's run wide. Is that Apana? It is. Apana Ganapathy has run wide. Apana Ganapathy has run wide, unfortunately, so there's a bit of a problem. We're coming down to the start of the final lap. 1 to go now for these riders. As they cross the line, it's 1 lap to go. And it's the Stefanuti stocks, Motul Kawasaki of Graham Van Badar, who leads things out. He has led basically from the word go. He started in 3rd place on the grid, came across, swept through into turn 1, hole-shotted, and has not been bettered since. So coming back onto the back straight now for Graham Van Badar. Van Badar hangs on for a possible victory here in his first one of the day. He's looking for 2 to wrap things up here for taking the title at Red Star. And in his pre-race interview, he said he'd love to finish the season with 2 race wins. Just secure some stability, and of course the last blood of the season is always an important one to take. He's had some pressure from both Trevor Westman and Gareth Besaidnout. Besaidnout unfortunately just fell by the wayside here in race number 1. Not quite sure what happened there with GB, but I'm sure he'll be back and looking to fire things up a bit more in race 2. To the checkered flag, here he comes. Stefanuti stocks, Motul Kawasaki of Graham Van Badar, GVBD, your race 1 winner for the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, energized by Red Square. Trevor Westman, welcome back to some full-scale race action for yourself, buddy. The killer is in 2nd. He wins out Class A ahead of Sanjeev Singh, who will take 2nd place in Class B's. Endicott surviving through there and eventually coming through for a 4th place overall, Brian Bontekoning. And look at the disappointment there on the 22 bike. Stuart Christie having a big dive. The dog doctor had a big look there in the closing, having a look on Lafras Fritz. Don't think he was able to make it stick though, but the dog doctor wasn't going to hold back there into the final corner. Brilliant race action, and expect the big wheelie. Here it comes across the line from none other than Henk Scaling on the 69. So as they come round there, we'll give you the unofficial results of how things finished up here for the first race of SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, energized by Red Square. It's Graham Van Badar who takes Class B and the overall victory for race number 1. 2nd place was Trevor Westman. He finishes up, of course, just ahead of Sanjeev Singh. A great battle between the 2 of them, and only 0.2 of a second across the line. But there is your winner, and it's Graham Van Badar, Class B and overall winner from the reigning and newly crowned champion in the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Henk Scaling on the back straight, and it's wheelie time. Didn't quite get it quite according to plan there that time out, but he's usually a man who puts in a great wheelie for the end of the day. So confirmation, it's Graham Van Badar ahead of Sanjeev Singh, and then a long way down in Class B's 3rd place, it was Ian Harwood. Trevor Westman takes Class A honours ahead of Dave Endicott and Rob Cragg. Class C going to Brian Bontekoning ahead of Teddy Brook, and then down in 11th place Lafras Fritz getting the 3rd place there in the Class C's. So Graham Van Badar takes the overall victory and first win of the day for the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. We'll be back shortly with action from the Volkswagen Polo Cup, the first heat of the day there for them, celebrating 25 years of race action here in South Africa. So down in Park Formay, we're going to catch up with our race 1 winner. Claudio's got a hold of... No, in fact, he hasn't. He's got a hold of Gareth Poseidon to find out what's went wrong.
Gareth Poseidon, you had some bike problems there. What happened?
Yeah, something's not right. It's not such a lot to start. It's backwards. I think it was about lap 5 and 6. I nearly threw it down into it. I lost the rear and because it seems my bike's actually blind backwards. One of those things.
Everything was on.
Welcome back to action here from the Extreme Festival, and it's Volkswagen Polo Cup that are rolling to the line to take up the positions for race number 1, as we are almost good to go there. And we still got to do our Dunlop presentation to Clinton Besaidnout, who of course got pole position yesterday in the Super Bowl. And what happens with Volkswagen Cup, if you've never watched it before, is they qualify and then the top 6 go into a Super Bowl shootout, which is 1 out lap, 1 flyer and 1 in lap. And in that flying lap you need to try and set the best lap of the top 6 to ensure that top 6 for race 1. There it is. Clinton Besaidnout gets the 2,500 Rand, courtesy of Dunlop. He'll be pretty happy with that, I'm sure. And our Dunlop ladies, once again, back in the house as our broily babes for the weekend. Fantastic to have our spectators and a couple more of the normal support from the motorsport side of things in South African motorsport again. Clinton will be back in the car shortly. We managed to catch up with some of the drivers just before race 1. Let's go and find out exactly what their plans are after their press conference.
"25 years of Polo Cup racing, the penultimate round. Arnie Neveling got some work to do to catch the man on your left-hand side."
Yeah, absolutely. He's been on a roll this year. He's definitely been the man to beat. Yeah, we are quite far behind on points, but we're just sort of giving it our all this weekend. Try and see if we can salvage something from the championship.
It's a big fight out there between the teams as well. You've got a big team behind you too. I know you're doing a lot of work with the youngsters that are in that team. So it's kind of what you used to do with the man alongside you as well, taking him as a protege and making him into a master.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm sort of learning from him at this stage, but yeah, no, for sure, it is quite hectic racing and helping the 3 others in the team. But it's a nice opportunity, and I'm definitely enjoying it.
Leighton, after a perfect weekend at Red Star Raceway, that was Mom's birthday present. What are you going to do for Dad's?
Yeah, Dad's birthday present's definitely going to be a bit harder to do this weekend. It seems really tight in the front, so I think for quali it's going to be quite thrilling. But yeah, we're going to give it our all and see where we are. I mean, like you mentioned, we have this gap in the championship, and we can just maintain it if need be. But yeah, definitely still sending it as hard as we ever do.
Yuri, from your side, that gap is a little bit bigger, but it's not doable yet.
Well, look, I had a bit of a look at the points, the way the points are tallied up in Polo Cup, and yeah, nothing's impossible. There's still a lot of points to get, a lot to gain and a lot to lose. The pace this weekend so far has been solid from our team, so we're definitely in the ballpark now. We can fight. So, but yeah, I think we're just here to have a good race, and if we can pick up a win or two, that'd be cool. But in the end, let's cross the line and have a lacquer dice, hopefully between us three. I don't think we've even had the chance this year. We've all haven't met each other at the same time. Maybe we can this weekend. And yeah, no, Leighton's been solid, did what he needed to do last week. That's as we expected. He's been faultless the whole year. Arnold and I have made small mistakes here and there, and we've paid the price for it, but that's how it should be. So maybe there'll be a mistake. Maybe we can put him under pressure, but he looks like he's got his head strong on his shoulders, so we'll see.
So here they come on the back straight now, getting some heat into that Dunlop rubber. Clinton Besaidnout on pole position. It was interesting to see that 3 of the Team Red racing cars were in that top 3 after qualifying. Charles Visser with his best qualifying ever in 2nd, and Leighton Free, championship leader, in 3rd place, just ahead of the fight with Natim Samanga, Yuri Swart. And great to see some maneuvering happening at the front end there from the King Price Extreme insurance car of Jaden Els. And behind that, of course, hard charge coming from Tasman Pepper, running some new colours for this weekend in her Puma colours. One of the disappointing cars, of course, was seeing Davy van der Merwe so far back in the 4th of those Team Red racing machines. And then, of course, the fight there as to who was going to be the top of Stradale. And Ari Neveling, Kwanda Mokwena, Faran Basha, and Lonica Martins, all looking for opportunities to be the lead car in the Stradale Motorsport team. There's going to be a bit of a fight on between them as well. Cora Hill in the mix with them. Dean Fenter there too, and JP van der Walt as they come to take up their positions now for race 1. It's an 8-lapper. A little bit later on in the afternoon, 10-lap second race coming your way. Luck of the draw there went to Yuri Swart. He will be on pole position for the next heat. But you can see the Autohaus Alpine car, or Alpine Autohaus car, beg your pardon, making its way down there just behind Clinton Besaidnout, taking up his good position there on the 4th row. Here we go. Polo Cup coming to the line. Final 2 cars to make their way to the grid will be both Trevor Bland and Damien Hammond in the Trinity Protection Services machines. They're tucked in behind Lonica Martins and Faran Basha. And here we are, ready to go for race 1 of the 25th anniversary and penultimate round of Volkswagen Polo Cup. Big welcome to everybody who's joined us all around the world. Here we go. We're at Zwartkops, just outside of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. And it's Polo Cups with the lights out. Good start coming out of Yuri Swart. Great start from Leighton Freeze on the inside of Clinton Besaidnout. And Yuri Swart looks like he's going to try and squeeze through the both of them. He just threads the needle between the 2 Team Red racing cars and gets the whole shot. Running wide is Natim Samanga into 4th place as he tucks in behind Leighton Free. Round the outside comes Charles Visser. Visser going to make it Team Red Racing 2, 3 and 4 on track at the moment. And he might be able to just get ahead of Natim Samanga as they come into turn 2. JP van der Walt now with Faran Basha and Kwanda Mokwena all over the back of him. And he's got Tasman Pepper just ahead of him. The Trinity Security Services cars at the back trying to fight their way through. JP van der Walt trying to go defensive. Natim Samanga tucks in. And then it's Jaden Els who goes on the inside of Arnie Neveling. Neveling into turn 4 was on the outside. Aiden Elson, the King Price car, on the inside. Someone's run wide and put a wheel on the dirt. I think it might have been Ari. It was. Arnie Neveling running wide. Goes defensive to keep out JP van der Walt. Van der Walt comes across. He's going to try and use the high line into turn 5. They sort things out as they come through into turn 6. Great shot here from Natim Samanga's point of view. Jaden Els all over the back of him at this point in time and looking for a way through. Here they come down the hill. It is an incredible start there coming from Yuri, and Umpi Swart has hit the front and he's going to try and lead things out there over the 3 Team Red racing cars. Arnie Neveling with big pressure from JP van der Walt. Stradale, Paget and Into Africa mining cars almost line astern as they come across the line, but it's JP van der Walt that spoils that. Dean Fenter just ahead of Cora Hill. Then it's Lonica Martins who's just behind Cora. Not quite sure what's gone wrong there with Lonica Martins. She was 3rd quickest this morning in the warm-up session, and she's dropped right to the back of the pack. So some problems there for Lonica Martins as she comes into race 1 of Volkswagen Polo Cup. Jaden Els trying to squeeze out the Squadra Course car and eventually gets through there. He makes his way up into what is 5th place on track, tucked in behind Charles Visser. Jaden ahead of Samanga. Msimanga now trying to come back at him. He's got Tasman Pepper behind him. Pepper's got a hard charge coming out. Is that Quantum McQueen or Ari? No, it's Ari Neveling with Tasman Pepper. So Neveling's lost a little bit of ground there. JP van der Walt now squeezing past. This is our leader. No problem at all from Yuri Swart's point of view. Now coming through and flying down towards turn 1. Great stuff here from Team Red Racing's Clinton Mercedes stays in second place. Leighton Fourie, Charles Visser, Jaden Els, Natim Msimanga and Tasman Pepper. Then it's the 3 Stradale cars. Farhan Bush at the back end of those first 3. Behind him is Dean Fenter for Wright Motorsport. Fenter with a bit of work in his hands now to try and close down on JP van der Walt if they're looking for Masters honours here. At this point in time, JP just behind Tasman Pepper. She would be leading out if there was still a Masters category in this class. Coming across the line though, it is JP van der Walt who's closed the gap down on Arnie Neveling and Tasman Pepper, leaving Kwanda and Farhan Basha in his wake a little bit. Those two have got Dean Fenter, then Davy van der Merwe. Lonica Martin's now trying to return and become the 3rd lady on track ahead of Cora Hill. She gets through. So the Calix Polo just losing out there ever so slightly to the 4th of the Stradale Motorsport machines, and then it's Trinity Protection Services cars at the back end of the field. Trevor Bland just ahead of Hammond. Up to the top. Brilliant stuff here from Team Red Racing. Hanging on. Jaden Els is now applying a bit of pressure onto Charles Visser. Flying back down towards turn number 8. And about to complete lap number 3 of this one. So it'll be 5 laps to go for our Polo Cup competitors. And it's Yuri Swart who has just got to the front and is dominating. Fantastic run here from Swart so far. Jumped off 4th place on the grid and into pole position and a whole shot into turn 1. Exactly where he wanted to be, considering the fact that he's going to start the second race from the front of the grid. So if he can do the same thing there's a possibility on here for Umpy for a double win. Oh, Neveling's got some problems. JP van der Walt around the outside of Arnie Neveling. That was too easy there for JP van der Walt's point of view, and here comes his teammates as well. Neveling's got a problem. Neveling slowing down and allowing Quantum McQueen through. McQueen now moves up and becomes the lead Stradale car in this pack. Farhan Bush are going to be looking to do the same thing here to Arnie Neveling. Something went wrong there with Neveling's car between turn 2, 3 and 4. Looks like he's got it going again, but certainly some kind of an issue there. Maybe it went into the limp mode that these GTIs have and he just wasn't able to get the drive. So as they come out of the top of the hill, turn 5 past the AMG Driving Academy, you can see a little bit of maneuvering happening there in the Stradale camp. Leighton Fourie sitting in 3rd place. Doesn't have to fight too hard for a win here. He's trying to secure as many points as he can without having to take too many risks. He's got a decent enough margin which he can control from this point on with the 2 races today and the 2 races at the Kyalami 9 hour. Arnie comes back at Kwanda, dives on the inside of turn 1 and gets back into the lead position in terms of the cars from Stradale Motorsport. Farhan Basha now trying to do the same thing. He gets through on Quantum McQueen. So a change up there between the 2 youngsters at the back. And watching their master at work just ahead of them. Maybe learning some of the lines that Arnie Neveling is using. Some of the break points. Where to hit the push to passes. Here comes Tasman Pepper looking to use a push to pass, possibly to get through on Natim Msimanga. Pepper Racing and Puma are her sponsors, and she's trying to get through there on the Squadra course car of Natim Msimanga. He's had a phenomenal weekend only a couple of weeks ago at Red Star Raceway and doing the same thing here this weekend, remaining in the top 6 for Squadra course and Volkswagen Motorsport. A bit of a change up at the back there. Trevor Bland trying to find a way through there on Cora Hill. Can't quite make it stick though as he gets up towards turn 5. Clinton Mercedes trying to close the gap down. It was only 0.2 of a second on the last pass, so Mercedes definitely wants to get that gap. Here comes Msimanga on the inside of Tasman Pepper. Pepper tries to go around the highway and can't find a way through. JP coming on the inside, forcing and putting some pressure onto Tasman. Tucks in just between Tasman and Arnie Neveling as they go across the line. Great fight here between 2 masters, in fact 3 masters, and one of our rookies and youngsters in the class, Natim Msimanga. It's for top 6 honours. And Neveling now trying to fend off the intentions from JP van der Walt. Msimanga's got a problem. Mr. Gear coming out of turn 2, and there goes JP van der Walt diving through. I think he went probably up a gear or down a gear the wrong way around. And Msimanga loses out to Tasman Pepper, to Arnie Neveling and to JP van der Walt. JP van der Walt gets ahead of Arnie. Here comes Farhan Basha around the outside of him as well. And he makes it stick into turn 4. Basha diving around the outside and finds a way through there on Natim Samanga. Can Kwanda Mokwena do the same thing as they get to the top of the hill? What a battle here. 3 of the Stradale cars, Zwartkops and one of the Team Red Racing machines there, JP van Alt. 3x3 into turn 5, could hurt. Oh, that was so close into turn 5. Unbelievably close action there between them. And now as they come back down the hill, this is Clinton Besaidnout reeling in Yuri Swart. Umpi's got 2 laps to go. Look in the background though, watching for that battle to resume as they come down here. Charles Visser goes through and follows Leighton Fourie along. Team Red Racing sitting in 2, 3 and 4 on track. And starting to pull, well, just maintaining a gap there. The only one who's really on a charge there is Clinton Besaidnout trying to close down on Yuri Swart. Remember, Swart and Besaidnout are still fighting for second place. And with Arnie Neveling so far back down in 6 fighting hard, there's an opportunity here for Besaidnout and Swart to take away some valuable points in that battle for second in this championship. Swart taking the win and Besaidnout taking a second ahead of Leighton Fourie will also give them a little bit less of a margin over Leighton Fourie to close things down. Now as they come onto the back straight away again. Look at that, Dean Fenter around the outside. Back to this battle between Arnie Neveling, JP van der Walt. Van der Walt in the Platinum Wheels and iProtein car, also out of Team Red Racing, just not in the Team Red Racing colours. He heads to the top of the hill with Arnie Neveling right on his tail. You can see Farhan Basha and Kwanda Mokwena have lost out ever so slightly. Davy van der Merwe has found a way through there on Natim Samanga, who continues to fall by the wayside and now into the clutches of Dean Fenter. Fenter looking to maybe make it another position further back there for Natim Samanga in the closing stages here of race 1. It hasn't gone according to plan there for Natim Samanga. He's down in about 11th place at the moment. So it hasn't worked out for him, considering he was in the top 6 all of yesterday and also in the qualifying yesterday afternoon. Tasman Pepper in the Puma colours, flying the flag high there for her sponsors as she heads down towards turn 2. Hasn't had enough chance to close down on the 3 Team Red Racing cars, but certainly looking for a chance now to be in that top 6 overall with a lap to go. Behind her is JP van der Walt. Behind that is Arnie Neveling. And Yuri Swart now comes into turn 4 for the last time in anger. Besaidnout, I don't think he's got an answer here. He's going to have to settle for second place. But both Besaidnout and Umpi will be very happy with the performance of their 2 cars and the fact that they've closed the gap down ever so slightly on third place Leighton Fourie for the overall championship. Leighton's with that third place is still going to maintain a decent enough margin. I don't think he's going to have enough to wrap things up here. Even if he takes the win in race 2, this championship is going to go right down to Kyle Army at the 9 hour. Ooh, and look at that in the background. Little manoeuvring there from Trevor Bland trying to find a way through on Cara Hill. Cara just slamming the door firmly shut in Trevor Bland's face as they headed to the top and into turn 5. Checkered flag is out. And it's Autohaus Alpine taking the first win of the day for Volkswagen Polo Cup. Yuri Swart is going to be ecstatic about that. Besaidnout comes through for second place. He'll be very happy with the performance of that car, but he'll be a bit disappointed he didn't capitalise on his pole position and lost that lead into turn 1 on lap 1 and wasn't able to get it back again. Rest of the pack coming through there with Jaden Als. Well, it's not Jaden Als in third place. It's Leighton Fourie in third place. Charles Visser in fourth. I'm quite sure why the timing hasn't picked up on that one, but as they come across the line there, fantastic race action as always from our competitors here at the Extreme Festival. If you've just joined us from all around the world, massive thanks for joining us. Just trying to get confirmation of the results as they finished up, because I've got a slightly different one there as to what's happened on there. And no, we can't put that one up, Paulie, but it was certainly Yuri Swart from Clinton Besaidnout and Leighton Fourie, your top 3. Fortunately, our live timing has changed up before we could put the live timing screen up as to results of race number 1, but the top 3 we've gone through, and Volkswagen Polo Cup celebrating 25 years anniversary this year, not only of the Polo Cup racing but also of the Polo brand here in South Africa, enjoying some great action as always. From here we head into the Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents. I'm going to step out of the studio for a little while. I'm going to do some interviews down in pit lane, and we'll also get an opportunity for Laren Mew to come and join you for our Investchem Formula 1600. And we're going to go straight into the Investchem Formula 1600 and Formula Ford Kent interviews before we get into the race action out on track.
Last round of the championship, the 2 of you are poised to fight for third place overall. Nicholas, we'll start with you. It's not something you're unaccustomed to.
No, it's not. I mean, we've done many seasons now, so it's not the first time we've had to come into a last round and try and fight for a position in the championship. So we've had a lot of struggles this year, so it's not where we want to be, but we'll do our best to hopefully get third.
And Josh? This is your first full season in Formula 1600. You've done exceptionally well.
Yeah, thank you. We really didn't expect this coming into the year. We were just planning on a top 5 finish, and now we're currently fighting for 3rd in the championship, so I'm very excited for what this weekend has to bring.
Best of luck to you both.
Thank you.
Over from the second row of the grid there, you managed to squeeze through. I don't know how you got there, but that was the most ecstatic and incredible start I've seen out of you in your career.
Yeah, look, the starts this year have all been epic. We haven't lost a place yet on lap 1 on the starts ever, and I think that one was just lightning, and that gap was closing, and I thought on this track, that's the only chance you're going to get, and with one less push to pass was the only chance. Clear air was king in that race. You can have as many push passes as you want, but clear air was going to win that race. So the car was faultless. We made a change in it last second, but it was the right calculated change. Wouldn't do it without Gozzy and my dad. I just drive the car. This is just to win over here. It's just I've haven't won here in my entire racing career. Karting, nothing ever. We've been top 3 every quali. This never comes, and finally it all came together. So I'm ecstatic. Genuinely, I can't thank them enough. This is for them. This is probably the hardest race to win in a Polo Cup championship. If you're not. So, congrats to Clinton, kept me honest the whole way, and still a solid result for him. But yeah, I think this is for my team. Thanks.
Awesome stuff there. Let's catch up there as well with Clinton in a few seconds.
Cars are out there on their outlap and ready to go racing very shortly. We will be seeing racing action for the last time this season. It's race number 1 here for our Investchem Formula 1600s. Lining up on the grid, they're going to line up as follows. Josh LaRue in the ILCA New Heights Formula 1600 pole position, his first one, absolutely ecstatic. Can't ask for a better birthday gift for Mom Sanel. And Mom obviously spoilt us all with delicious cupcakes, so big thanks to Sanel, and best wishes on your beautiful birthday. Josh giving you the present you asked for. Next to him on the grid is Andrew Rackstraw, the 2021 championship winner. That was sealed in Red Star. And then third on the grid, Jared Weberski, who is currently also sealed second overall in the championship in the DAW colours. Fourth on the grid will be Andrew Schofield in the SAF Air Investchem car. Fifth on the grid will be Gerard Caldenes in the Abacus Division and Property Management car. Then it's Nicholas Van Wheelie, tried a different setting, did not go according to plan in qualifying, and down to 6th place in the Magnificent Paints and Hardware. Next to him is going to be Antoine Caldenes, brother to Gerard, in Abacus Divisions. 8th on the grid is Alex Voss in new livery for this weekend in the Investchem colours and DV Building Supplies. Ivan Holtzhausen in the Total Plastics, and Brendan Tracy in the Investchem colours. Our Formula Kent cars lining up just behind them, and it's going to be Graham Hepburn in the Quali Pack colours in pole, and next to him Ian Schofield in the bright red Investchem colours. We are all lined up on the grid. The mechanics and dads have all been told to go away. They have. Our COC Richard Vaughan also out the way. We've got the green flag. Watch for the numbers. Here they go. 1 minute, 10 laps of racing action about to get underway. Second last race of the season. Who's going to take it? Watch for the lights. Investchem Formula 1600, and we are off racing at Zwartkops International Raceway Extreme Festival. Andrew Rackstraw shows while he's the championship leader straight into the front, with Graham Hepburn leading off the Investchem Formula Kents. Two Caldenes brothers side by side. There's a little touch there was Holtzhausen. Nicholas Van Wheelie getting caught up in the pack, but it is Andrew Rackstraw in the RDSA colours side by side with Van Wheelie and Holtzhausen in mid-pack, with one of the Caldeneses just behind. Nice tight racing for our Formula Kents as well. Rackstraw ahead of LaRue. LaRue's going to have to work really hard down the little back straight up into turn 4. We're going up towards the tabletop. It's an uphill climb. They crest. It's almost a blind rise for them. And then straight downhill again. Andrew Rackstraw again, like we said, he's crowned the championship. He's got no pressure on him, but that skill is there to be seen. Phenomenal bit of driving. Graham Hepburn leading out in the quali pack for our Formula Kent. There they go. Andrew Rackstraw, Josh LaRue, Jared Waberski. Then it is Andrew Schofield, followed by, as they all come flying through the timing, is Gerhard Caldenes, then Nicholas Van Wheelie, Antoine Caldenes, Ivan Holtzhausen, and Alex Voss. Alex Voss has made the move from the Van Diemen to the Mygale, and it's a little bit of a learning curve. They're different chassis, folks. The Mygale being the more popular one. There's a few Van Diemens here. So it is Rackstraw ahead of LaRue and Waberski. Gerhard Caldenes ahead of Nicholas Van Wheelie, and Antoine Caldenes just behind. So he's, at the moment, Nicholas Van Wheelie looking for a move. Pulls out, coming wheel to wheel. He's got the straight line speed and just manages the corner. He's slightly wide, but he managed to hold it. Caldenes is looking for a way through. He's also got a fair turn of speed. They found a wonderful bit of work on the gearbox this weekend and suddenly found 4 kilometers an hour faster. And Antoine Caldenes coming to challenge his brother now. Antoine Caldenes ahead of his brother in the overall championship standings, but Gerhard has said that he is wanting to change that this weekend. And folks, if you want to know, the overall championship standings between 3rd place and 8th place is only 15 points. So there's definitely no finality in 3rd place, and there's still those wonderful prizes up for grabs as well. Just to go through that, it's the 20th year of Investchem Formula 1600, and our overall race winner for the season takes home that magnificent 250,000 Rand cash prize, plus a few tests. 125,000 for 2nd place, which is Jared Waberski. 3rd place of 62,500, which goes a long way to your new budget for racing in next year, has not been decided. It's between Josh LaRue and Nicholas Van Wheelie. There's 5 points difference. The two brothers side by side looking. Holtzhausen just behind them. Behind Holtzhausen is Alex Voss. It's tight, it's twisty. There's a few corners where you can overtake here at Zwartkops Raceway, but you have to time it quickly. You don't want to do wheel-to-wheel racing here. It ends in tears. That is Jared Werberski, second overall in the 2021 championship, currently in third place in the DAW colors. Andrew Schofield dropped down into fourth place at the moment. That's Ivan Holzhausen. Ivan Holzhausen in the Total Plastics colors. Jared Werberski in the bright yellow DAW colors. Jared currently in third place. Andrew Schofield in the Sapphire Investchem car, looking for a way past the two brothers, Abacus Divisions, Antoine and Gerhard. Alex Voss again looking for a way through on Holzhausen. He pulls out, he gets the toe down. Is he going to come through again? He's going to pull out again as they come into turn one. No, he's not close enough. Alex Voss in the Chemical Logistics Investchem DV Building Supplies car, looking for a way through the Total Plastics car of Ivan Holzhausen. Holzhausen has found a turn of speed this weekend. They've put in the practice hours here at Zwartkops Raceway, and it is showing. He's done some of his best lap times this weekend ever in that car. And also remember, he's still learning. He's still a youngster. And a lot of these guys aren't even old enough to have driver's licenses yet. But look at the turn of speed. You're looking at 250 kilometers plus out there on the track. And this is at Zwartkops at altitude. You must see what they can do. It's down at the coast. It's even quicker. That is Nicholas Van Wheelie, the beautifully colored, magnificent paints and hardware. And of course, Hamilton Paintbrushes is a new sponsor that's come on board for the Van Wheelies for next season. A big welcome to Hamilton Paintbrushes as a sponsor for the magnificent paint and hardware cars. The two brothers still giving it everything they've got. It's Gerard Geldenhuys and Antoine Geldenhuys. Older brother ahead of younger brother. They've made Antoine Geldenhuys more red and big brother Gerhard more green. Oh, all these colors today. Great bit of racing out there. We've got 5 laps to go in the Investchem Formula 1600. Still led. It should be Andrew Rackstraw still leading, followed by Josh LaRue, then Jared Werberski, Andrew Schofield, and Nicholas Van Wheelie. Here's the two Geldenhuys brothers. Coming onto the start-finish line. This is the final corner as they turn. Remember, there's no team orders between the brothers. Alex Voss still looking for a way past Ivan Holzhausen. They do a little down and the first corner tightens up quite considerably, and then it's almost a hairpin bend into turns 2 and 3, and then they come onto the short back straight. Alex Voss is matching him bit for bit, but he just can't get in front of Holzhausen. Holtzy is doing a sterling job out there in the Total Plastics car. He's blocking fast, but at the same time he's managing just to stay ahead of him ever so slightly. He can't afford the slightest mistake with 4 laps remaining in this race. It's Gerard Geldenhuys and Antoine Geldenhuys out in that little, it's 6th and 7th position at the moment between those two. And Alex Voss is through on Holzhausen. Alex has bided his time, but Holzhausen's going to come straight back. He's put a lot of pressure on Ivan Holzhausen in the Total Plastics car. The DV Building Supplies car of Alex Voss. It's like we said, it's a new chassis for him. It's a new feel. It's still a learning curve for the youngster, but he's done really well. He's come through from basically the back of the field. He started in 8th place, and he's slowly, now he has to do the hard work and catch the next person in front of him. 3 laps to go. Jared Werberski still in 3rd place, out on track at the moment. He's got quite a bit of a gap between 2nd place, Andrew Rackstraw, and he's opened up a bit of a gap of the person behind him, which is Andrew Schofield in the sapphire colors, and then it's Nicholas Van Wheelie and the two Geldenhuys brothers. At the moment it is Gerard Geldenhuys and then Antoine, followed by Alex Vos, Evan Holthausen and Brendan Tracy. The Formula Kents are out on track with them, and it should be Graham Hepburn leading the Formula Kents at this stage. We'll catch up with them shortly. Beautiful shot of Alex Voss in full flight at the moment. Closing stages, 2 laps of this race remaining. These guys are certainly showing a clean pair of heels. They haven't solved positions in the championship between 3 and 8th place. So everyone's fighting for every position on the road, and there's still quite a lot of prize money up to grab. So as prize money for the season goes all the way down to 6th place. That is our race leader, the Qualipack colours of Graham Hepburn in our Formula Kent. And from the seams of things, it looks like he's got quite a substantial lead as we look back for the man in 2nd place. And there's a monster gap between him, and there comes, that is Duncan Voss. Duncan Voss, Alan Meyer and Ron Van Wheelie. Ron Van Wheelie and Alan Meyer having a ding-dong battle. And Josh LaRue is on the last lap. He is on his way to the checkered flag. That is Duncan Voss. That is dad of Alex Voss. We've got a couple of father and sons racing on track. It's Duncan and Alan. It's Ian and Andrew. And it's Ron and Nicholas. So we've got 3 father and son duo out on track, which is really, really special. So what we're going to look for now is the man who's going to come and take the checkered flag, and it's going to be Andrew Rackstraw. We missed something somewhere along the line, but it's Andrew Rackstraw that takes race 1, followed by Josh LaRue, Jared Werberski. Then it is Andrew Schofield, Gerard Geldenhuys, Nicholas Van Wheelie, Antoine Geldenhuys, Alex Voss, Evan Holthausen, Brendan Tracy. And in our Formula Kent, it's going to be, or should be, Graham Hepburn in our Qualipack colours. There comes Graham Hepburn, car number 26. He's going to take our, that looks like an engine that's about to say bye-bye. There's quite a little bit of smoke, puff of smoke coming out of that. But no doubt he's going to cross the line and take the checkered flag onto the start-finish line. Henny's got the flag and waving it for Graham Hepburn. 2nd place will be Duncan Voss, Alan Meyer, Ron Van Wheelie and Paul Schultz. That closes our race 1 for our Investchem Formula 1600s, comprising of the 1600s as well as the Kents. Congratulations to our race winners there, Andrew Rackstraw and Graham Hepburn. Next up will be our global touring cars, our GTCs. Greg Maloney will be back shortly to take you through race number 1 for our global touring cars. From myself, Laren Mew, I will be back a little later in the day with race 2 of Investchem Formula 1600.
Looking forward to action now from our Global Touring Cars and GDC Super Cup as they make their way out to the circuit in a few minutes' time. We'll be catching up with some of the drivers yesterday in the pre-race press conferences to find out what the plans are for today in the penultimate round of Global Touring Cars and GDC Super Cup. Let's head down into our pre-race interviews.
Global Touring Cars press conference before the penultimate race of the season. Michael van Rooyen, start with you, sir. A big target on your back. What you going to do about it?
I think Rob is actually the one with the target on his back. I'm the one chasing this weekend. So, yeah, we've got some points to catch up with, and there's only one way of doing that, and that's to win races. So that's our only objective. It doesn't really change much from the rest of the season, but it's just more important this weekend, and stay out of trouble and score some big points, that's all.
The target I was talking about, of course, is what Temple is going to be doing to you. So, Scotty, take us through what your plans are to try and keep Michael away from your teammate.
Yeah, look, we also have our own race to do as well, you know. So we got Lee close behind us, and obviously Julian right on his heels. So you know, it obviously is a little bit difficult in that sense that we also need the points, you know. So I think you can obviously plan as much as you want, but at the end of the day, the race is going to happen as it's going to happen. Especially at Zwartkops, the racing is always tight and close, and you know there's plenty of overtaking opportunities and vice versa, defending opportunities. So. Yeah, look, as I say, we're happy to sort of have had a decent season, and we keep pushing, you know.
Across to Lee, so far so good for the weekend, topping the sheets in the first practice session, and the BMW has certainly come a long, long way. But as you sort of always tend to intimate to, it's a couple of years of development that the team has still got to get into that car to fight with these two boys.
Yeah, look, we still learning. Every day, and like Scott mentioned, myself and him still have a little bit of a battle to finish third in the championship. Obviously, it was going well at the last race before the car caught fire, which caused us a lot of work. But luckily, you know, we're racing at Zwartkops, our home track for sure, but I'm sure Michael's as well. So we did some testing. Second session went well, but then now we still developed another issue, sorted out. So let's hope it doesn't poke its neck out again.
Well, there's a little bit of a good luck charm, I think, for tomorrow as well, as you know, with the 1-year birthday of your little one. Maybe that'll be exactly what you need.
Yeah. Let's get that thing sorted out so I can give him his other birthday present.
On track now for Global Touring Cars and the GDC Super Cup. Great to see a nice field of Super Cup category competitors, and it keeps growing every single time we go racing. Nick Davidson makes a welcome return. Johanna Brain, Darby van der Merwe, Mickey Dix, Arne Besaidenout, all fighting hard for honours in the Global Touring Car Super Cup class. Look out for a big battle at the front end as well, with GDC still up for grabs. It's not quite done and dusted yet. Robert Volk has got the championship lead, but as you heard from his closest rivals there, Michael van Rooyen and his teammate Scott Temple, the fight is still on. And then of course there's still a fight there for third place between Temple and Lee Thompson, our pole man. Didn't quite go according to plan for Jeff Kruger for Team Red Racing. He's had some disappointment in the qualifying. He was expecting to be in the top 3, possibly in the top 2, and dropped down to 5th place in qualifying. So a bit of work to do there for Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger. He's behind Keegan Campos. He's got to find a way through on Sawad Variawa as well. And it's Jonathan Machotsi who actually set the pace in qualifying ahead of the Sparko car of Brad Liebenberg. Lee Thompson on pole. He'll be looking to take on that big field. We've got some fighting expected there between GDCs and the GDC Super Cup classes. Quicker cars in the GDCs will get away, possibly catch the back end of the Super Cup class. And vice versa, the faster Super Cup cars might catch the back end of the GDC category. So expect a bit of a mix there as we're about to get in and underway. Let's have a quick look down on the grid though. Lee Thompson, oh, there's 2,500 Rand towards Leo's first birthday present. Happy birthday to Leo, and he'll be a happy man about that. Eventually getting that pole position. He's taken a win already in the BMW, but it wasn't from pole. He's now got pole position, and I think Leo will be happy with that, and looking forward to, of course, doing battle now with the Investchem Chemical Logistics Toyotas, the Toyota Gazoo Racing machines of Michael van Rooyen and Mandla Ndakani, and that Ford Focus of Julian van der Walt. Heading down to the Super Cup as well. Jonathan Machotsi will be climbing out that car to receive his 2,500 Rand, courtesy of Dunlop tyres. Our Dunlop shod cars. An additional bit of ammunition for the pole position given to our top runners in both GDC and GDC Super Cup. Jonathan Machotsi, there he is. Man who's got an incredible story when it comes to motorsport. Came from a PlayStation background and eventually won out the driver search for Volkswagen Motorsport and has now become one of their top pilots in the Volkswagen Motorsport stable. So here we go for the warm-up procedure. I'll be behind the pace car from Toyota. That's Pretoria No Toyota, the Toyota 86. Long-standing relationship there between Pretoria No Toyota and the Zwartkops Raceway. Grid being cleared. And we're about to go racing. Penultimate round of this championship. 2 races today. 2 races at the Kyalami 9 hour to sort out the final points in that big field of Super Cup cars. Masters battle in that one as well. At this stage being led out by Nick Davidson. He got the pole position in terms of the Masters, but it was 7th overall that he sat in. And he's just ahead there of Nicky Dix and Team Perfect Circles Andre Besaidenote. Lee Thompson leads them off down into turn 1. He'd be pretty happy if that's the kind of start he gets in the actual start from the rolling start that they're on now. Machotsi from Liebenberg. Campos ahead of Variawa. Happy birthday to Roy as well. Of course, he's not here. He'll be on the sidelines supporting both Jason and Keegan. A big happy birthday from all of us in the broadcast team here to Roy Campos, who was originally at the wheel of that Campos Transport Polo GTI Super Cup car that his son now pilots. Thompson not too worried about weaving too much. He's pretty happy with the heat in that rubber. But lots of weaving from the Toyotas and the Ford. Big weaving from Machotsi and Liebenberg. Campos, not so much from Variawa. Jeff Kruger and Jason Campos. Big welcome to Donnie van Niekerk, who joins us from Cape Town in the Wingfield sponsored car. Nick Davidson, Johan de Bruin, Andre Besaidenote, Davy Olivier, and a good start here from these guys as expected. What you will see, of course, is a split start between GDC and GDC Super Cup. Jonathan will be hanging back a little bit, just giving a little bit of a gap there to the back end of GDC to let them get away. And then once they get away, second start of the proceedings will go to Machotsi to lead things out for the Super Cup class. Lee Thompson and Volk. Front row. Watch out for Michael van Rooyen. Side by side. And now we go towards the start line. Lights are on, waiting for them to go. And lights out, we go down in towards turn 1. Good start from Lee Thompson, but it's a great start from Volk. He's on the inside line. Looks like he might have got the drop over Thompson. Standing by for the start of Super Cup just behind that. It is Robert Volk who's got ahead of Lee Thompson. Lee Thompson trying to try around the outside in the M2 BMW, but the Toyota Corolla leads it out. And look at the pressure coming from Volk's teammate, Scott Temple, as he just puts himself between the BMW and, of course, the hard-charging Michael van Rooyen trying to get through there. And Nakani trying to find a way through just in the background to try and find a way past on the Ford ST Focus as they come under braking, and Nakani has a big look, but Van der Walt shuts the door. Mid-pack there is Team Perfect Circles on the Besaidnout. He sits in third place in the Masters. But the front end, it's about Machotzi versus Liebenberg. Machotzi's got the inside line into turn 4. He gets up into the lead. Here comes Davidson diving through on Variawa. Nico Davidson late braking. Variawa runs wide onto the dirty stuff. And I think he's taken someone else as well. Yes, Donnie van Niekerk, by the looks of things, having to go wide and out of harm's way. Dropping right to the back of the field and getting a baptism of fire into Super Cup. His first race in anger, and turn 4, he's on the kiddie litter and at the back of the field. Volk, Thompson, Temple. That's how they cross the line for the first time now as they head into turn 1 on the second time of asking of this 12-lapper. Machotzi's under massive pressure. The two Campos boys are right there on his tail, looking for opportunities to squeeze through there on the hard charge that came out of the Sparko car of Liebenberg off the start. He wasn't able to get through on Jonathan Machotzi, but he certainly is looking for a chance now. Looking around the high side of turn 2. Keegan Campos goes on his inside. The door is opened up by Brad. Is there enough room there for Campos to squeeze through? No, not enough. He had a big look there, but Campos might just use a push to pass now to get through. Now they come onto that back straight away now. Change up for the Masters class as well. Looks like Davy Olivier hit the front of that one. And no, in fact, it's Johan de Bruin in the Odacure car. De Bruin leads out over Nick Davidson. Team Perfect Circles on the Besaidnout. And beside Besaidnout, you can see a little bit of a maneuver happening there from Davy Olivier. He's moved up to 4th. Battle for second now, heating up. Campos looking for a way through there on Liebenberg. Liebenberg just hanging on to the back end of Machotzi. It's Keegan from Jason. Jason's got Jeff Kruger on his tail. Team Red Racing's lone man out there fighting with the two Campos boys, trying to find a way through on them. The top 5 getting away ever so slightly there from Johan de Bruin, who leads out the Masters class and sits in 6th. 7th place is Nick Davidson. Behind that it is Andre Besaidnout, was celebrating his mom's birthday, his late mom's birthday today, and flying the flag high there for one of his sponsors in the Bertha wine side of things. So Omar Bata, we hope that you're enjoying all the race action that your son's bringing you here, sitting in 3rd place in the Masters, 7th overall, in fact 8th overall, on track in Super Cup. Kruger on the back end looking for a way past, but Jason Campos is keeping him very, very honest, going defensive at almost every opportunity to keep out Kruger. Here they come towards turn 4. Machotzi from Liebenberg. Campos, and then Kruger. Ooh, some battle scars. Have we had a touch between the BMW and Volk? It looks like we might have. The BMW seems to be okay. Doesn't seem to be too much damage on that M2 of Lee Thompson's, but there's certainly a bumper flying off the back of that first Toyota Corolla, and in fact it's gone off the car completely. It's now in the middle of the circuit somewhere, and possibly going to be caught out by some of these Super Cup cars coming through. The Super Cup competitors are about to make their way down there. The back end of that Toyota Corolla is completely off Robert Volk's car. So Volk might have had a little bit of a tap, or maybe he went off circuit. Not quite sure what went wrong there, but there's certainly some battle scars on the back end of Volk's Toyota Corolla. Investchem Chemical Logistics car still leading things out. Thompson in 2nd, looking for a home track win here. His stable, of course, is just on the left-hand side as we go up the hill here past all the spectators. You'll see Team Red Racing just on the left-hand side there, and the Universal Motorsport stable where that BMW is prepped. So home track advantage for both of these cars. Remember, WCT just around the corner here at Zwartkops as well. So Lee Thompson now trying to find a way through there on Volk. Hasn't found it just yet, but Volk is going defensive at every opportunity, not giving Lee Thompson even the lightest whiff of that first place. Temple hangs on ahead of Michael van Rooyen. Van Rooyen defending on the attack coming from the AutoZone Ford. And that AutoZone Ford in the hands of Julian van der Walt. Manda Nakani at the back end at the moment for the second of the Team Gazoo Racing Toyotas. Oh, what a bit of late outbraking there from Van der Walt. Can he make it stick? He goes late on the brakes, but Van Rooyen comes straight back at him. There's going to be a little lock of tyres there. Oh, just enough room given. But it's Van Rooyen who's on the inside line for turn 4, so he should be able to hang on and get the drive onto the straight. He does. Van Rooyen fighting hard here with the AutoZone Ford. And Julian van der Walt can't find a way past on him. He had a look into turn 2. Was a little bit late and too deep on the brakes. Van Rooyen goes defensive up towards turn 5. Late braking from Van der Walt goes on the outside, tries to cut back on that apex. Is he going to be able to make it stick on the squirt? No, he doesn't. Because Van Rooyen sees him, cuts the nose off that Ford completely. Not giving any room here to Van der Walt, but what's happening is allowing Temple to get away, and Van Rooyen is losing opportunities to get valuable championship points. The Ford pressure on the back end of that Toyota Gazoo Racing Toyota Corolla is certainly helping both Temple and his teammate Robert Volk at the front end to take away points from Michael Van Rooyen. You heard from Van Rooyen, he was the man who has to try and catch things out here and possibly win overall to stay in the hunt for this championship. However, that is not happening right now. And see how difficult it is here for Van Rooyen to keep out Van der Walt. And Van der Walt has got through. Van der Walt has secured that 4th place, dropping the 2 Gazoo Toyotas to the back of the field for our action here from the Extreme Festival and Global Touring Cars. Now on the brakes, Van der Walt is able to keep out the 2 Toyota Corollas from Team Gazoo Racing. Van Rooyen will be kicking himself for allowing the Ford through. He's dropped back down to 5th. He's losing valuable championship points here to both of those WCT and Chemical Logistics Toyota Corollas. More importantly, the one that's out front, Robert Volk. Speaking of out front, here's a possibility of a change-up. Push to pass being played there by Jonathan Machotsi. He had to use it. Brad Liebenberg was lining things up, and Machotsi went to the push to pass. That's why the indicators came on, the hazard lights. And that push to pass allowed him to stay ahead of Liebenberg. Wonder how many Liebenberg still got left in that sleeve of his to use under the push to pass mechanisms. Campos right behind him. Jason Campos still keeping out Jeff Kruger for the top 5. And Johan de Bruin just in the background, they're still leading things out in the Masters, 6th place overall on track. So it's Machotsi from Liebenberg. Campos in 3rd spot, but not quite able to run with the same kind of pace. He's about half a car length off the top 2. He's good on the brakes though, and he shuts that half a car length down under braking. And now looks to try and attack on Liebenberg. Campos squared, and the second one there is Jason trying to fend off Jeff Kruger's attack. Odacure cars, Johan de Bruin leading out the Masters. He's just ahead there of Nick Davidson. Besaidnote continues to stay in 3rd place. Oh! We got Liebenberg at the front. Liebenberg's at the front, and Machotsi with a bit of problem. Look at that, some smoke on the side. He's had a little tap from someone. He goes to push to pass up the hill. Machotsi going to try and use that push to pass to get through and take the lead again from Brad Liebenberg. He's late on the brakes, but Liebenberg shuts the door. Machotsi tucks in. There's a tag again. Machotsi and Campos coming together for the 2nd time. There's a bit of tyre rub on that bodywork. Some white smoke coming off the back left there, and that's just tyre rubbing on the bodywork there of that GTI Super Cup Polo of Jonathan Machotsi's. And Machotsi now in a huge fight for 2nd. He's lost the ground and the advantage to Brad Liebenberg, and Liebenberg's going to try and use the clear air to get away from them. Is there any chance that Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger could possibly get into the mix? Jason Campos wants some as well. He's late on the brakes and closes on his brother. Keegan and Jay right on the tail of Machotsi now, and they've brought Kruger along for the ride. Big fight here with the Super Cup class. As I said, Global Touring Cars will catch the back end of our Super Cup category, and that's exactly what they've done. Coming hauling through there and putting a Super Cup Polo between himself and Lee Thompson. Robert Volk doing it all right. They come under braking for turn 2. Volk has got a slight advantage. Will Lee Thompson get through there? Back to the top of the hill, and Machotsi under pressure from Campos. Campos side by side with him as they headed to the top. Machotsi runs wide, comes back at Campos. Campos going to try and get on the inside of turn 6. He's there, he's squeezing Machotsi. He's looking for opportunities. Machotsi going to run wide again out of 7. Watch for Campos diving on the inside. No, Machotsi sees him coming. Goes defensive, here comes Campos. Campos late on the brakes into turn 8. He's side by side there. Absolutely, there goes the Toyota's bumper. Eventually somebody hits it. I was waiting for one of those cars to hit it. Blue flags? No, it's not blue flag time. This is for position. Heading into turn 1. Brilliant stuff here. Machotsi fending off both of the Campos cars. Here comes Kruger. Kruger sees an opportunity. Dives up the inside of Jason Campos. Going with Keegan. Going to use that inside line with Keegan Campos. Can he square it off? Yes, he can. Keegan Campos side by side with Machotsi as they get onto the back straight. Jeff Kruger side by side with Jason Campos. Similar maneuvers there from Campos and Kruger. Keegan Campos, that is, and Kruger. Ooh, a little touch there between Machotsi and Campos again. This is brilliant stuff in Super Cup. Magnificent race to the top of the hill. This is Campos now getting to the front end. Jason Campos goes defensive. Here comes Machotsi on the brakes. Keegan going to be late. No, Jonathan's even later. How did Jonathan Machotzi find a way onto two wheels? Onto two wheels coming out of turn 5. Machotzi squeezes him back out and gets back into second place. This is top class, world class action once again from Super Cup. And the GDC boys are going to be very happy with this performance. I can tell you this is where Jeff Kruger could capitalize on Jason Campos. Not quite close enough. Campos needs to run wide here. That's exactly what Jeff is hoping, and he does. Campos runs wide. Kruger's on the inside line for turn number 1 now as they cross the line and complete another lap. Is he able to get through there? He's got to get through and pass Campos before they square it up there for turn 2. Jason Campos comes back at him into turn 2. Inside line was the outside for turn 1, becomes inside for turn 2. And the square off now from Kruger, forcing Campos to go a little bit later into turn number 2. And that might be enough here for Jeff Kruger to come back at Jason Campos. They come up towards turn 4. Jason Campos is late, but Kruger's later. They are wing mirror to wing mirror. Wing to wing coming out of turn 4 up towards the top of the hill again. Watching Keegan get away. No issues at all for Brad Liebenberg. He's now been able to secure that first place with this huge fight that's ensued between these 4 cars for second. Kruger eventually gets through, but Jason Campos comes straight back at him. Campos going to try and find that outside line. Kruger knows he's going to go for the outside line, so he squeezes him out, just moving the Team Red car across ever so slightly, and he now secures 4th place. Is there enough time for him to close down on Keegan Campos and get onto the podium? Keegan Campos has lost a little bit of ground there to Machotzi after a little bit of an incident, and of course some rubbing between those 2 cars, but Machotzi has been absolutely brilliant on the brakes. Some of the best driving I've seen out of Jonathan Machotzi in a long, long time. He sits in 2nd place now, and he's now looking for a chance possibly to spoil the day there for the rest of this field. Volk crosses the line. He's now in the mix there with Nicky Dix, and Lee Thompson still behind him. So Robert Volk still maintaining the lead out front with a lap to go. Robert Volk, Chemical Logistics, and the Investchem WCT Toyota team ahead of Team Red Racing's BMW M2. Nicky Dix in the Corvette air conditioning and fire machine. He moves up into, of course, a possibility of a top 5 in the Masters class, but he's got all of these GTC competitors all over him right now. Volk heads up, closing down on Sam Hammond. Sam Hammond in the Trinity Protection Services machine, about to be caught and passed by Robert Volk on the final lap now. As they come up on the braking point, there you go, Hammond giving a little bit of room there to Volk, just enough for him to get through. Volk gets through, Lee Thompson doesn't. Thompson was hoping to try and use these back markers to his advantage. It hasn't quite worked out for him. As they head down to the bottom of the hill for the last time, it's going to be Robert Volk for race 1 win, extending his lead in the championship. Lee Thompson closing things down for 2nd place with Scott Temple. And Michael van Rooyen, of course, so far back is going to be losing valuable championship points. It's Robert Volk who takes the victory. Lee Thompson in 2nd. Great race action there from our global touring cars. Temple finishes up just ahead there of Julian van der Vat, and Michael van Rooyen will be just behind him. Mandla Nakani, the final car for GDC, is coming through there. And he will finish up across the line just ahead of the 101 car of Stefan Schneider's. Back to the lead of GDC Super Cup, and it's Brad Liebenberg in the Sparko machine. He'll be heading down the hill. Ooh, and someone's run wide. Is that Machotzi? No, it's not. Once again, Donnie van Niekerk, the stunt driver. 2nd time he's been off there in turn 4. So it's Liebenberg from Machotzi. Liebenberg going to be taking the checkered flag for Super Cup. He wins things out over Jonathan Machotzi, but what an epic fight there for 2nd between Machotzi, Campos, and looks like, yes, Kruger's got through and maintained that lead ahead of Jason Campos. He'll be down in 4th place overall for Super Cup, beating Jason Campos. The Odacure Polo GTI will be the leader and winner of Masters, and that's, of course, Johan de Bruin, Nick Davidson, and Andre Besaidenote comes through for 3rd place there in the Masters class, just beating out his good friend from Cape Town, Davy Jabert. Donnie van Niekerk, baptism of fire, twice off at turn 4 there for the Wingfield Motors machine. He finishes up in 18th place overall. So there's confirmation. Volk from Thompson, Temple, Julian van der Vat, Michael van Rooyen, and Ndakani, your top 6 in global touring cars, with Brad Liebenberg ahead of Machotzi. Keegan Campos, Jeff Kruger, Jason Campos, your top 5 in GDC Super Cup. And the Masters, it's that man, Odacure's Johan de Bruin beating out Nick Davidson. And then a great drive from Team Perfect Circle's Andre Besaidenote to bring the Masters class to a close for race 1 of Global Touring Cars and GDC Super Cup. Up next, we head into Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. The Rolling Thunder will be making their way onto the track for the first time. And then it's BMW Race Series. And that'll bring our first heats of the day to a close just before 1 o'clock. And then we repeat all of the same again here at the Extreme Festival. After that spectacular first race of GDCs, let's catch up now with race 1 winner, Robert Volk.
Robert Volk, talk me through that race. Once you got out front, you just made it look so easy.
Yeah, we had a really good start. Obviously, it's a bit tight in the first corner, but just managed to have that little inch or two. And yeah, we thankfully thought we had good race pace. We never sure in terms of the heat, but the team did a great job. The car felt great during the race. I think we were able to push all the way to the end. Traffic got in the way, which I think minimized our gap quite a bit. But yeah, it's also become aware of the win. It's been a while in terms of a race 1 win. So yeah, it's a good points for the championship, and looking forward to race 2.
And from Global Touring Cars, let's go to the GDC Super Cup. Let's catch up now with second place, Jonathan Mahotsi.
Jonathan Mahotsi, looks like you were actually driving a VW Touareg there.
The race was incredibly tough. Oh, my back. Oh my goodness, I just bumped myself. That race was incredibly tough. It was a little bit too argy-budgy, but I kind of expected it. Well done to Brad. Second race, I'm going to come back and clap back stronger.
Awesome job, well done.
Thank you.
Welcome to action now from the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Before they get onto the grid, let's catch up with a couple of the drivers in their pre-race interviews.
Mobil 1 V8 Supercars in the house right now for the pre-race press conference. Ben Morgan, you're looking forward to another good weekend at Zwartkops. It's always a good track for you, sir.
Yes, I am. Last time I was in this particular car that I'm hoping to race tomorrow was August of 2019. So call me the rookie today.
I'm going to for sure, because that's a long time since that car's been on track.
Forget the Ben.
Okay, we'll call you Rookie. Speaking of rookies, it's not really a rookie, but a welcome return to V8 Supercars for Rochelle Duplessis in the car care clinic and Mangaza Mustang. Take us through what brought you back?
Yeah, no, nothing brought me back. It is my first time, Greg. I've never been on the main circuit in a racing car. But it's an honor racing these cars. Since I was a little kid, I wanted to do it, following the footsteps of my dad. And sitting next to two legends like these in those V8s, it's just a privilege for me to be in the car.
Yeah, when I say brought you back, I'm talking about you had a chance to go out in the car, but not in full anger just yet. But I'm sure you're looking forward to going to battle. And you have fought against some legends in other V8s, of course, in the Oval Track Series as well.
Yeah, but there we only go left, Greg. There's right turns here, mate.
All right, well, let's take a man who knows how to do some right turns as well, Franco. Still a battle in the championship. You've got Mackie leading things out, but there's 4 of you that can potentially spoil his day over the next 2 rounds. You've got Zwartkops coming up, and of course the final round at the Kailamina now.
Yeah, Greg, it's been a tough year for me and Mackie. I mean, I was leading, then he was leading, then I was leading, now he's leading again. So it's been an on and off thing between the two of us. And I think this weekend is going to make or break between Mackie and myself. I mean, if Mackie wins both heats, he's won the championship. If he doesn't, then it'll go to Kailami for the finals,
Let's go to race action now. It's Franco de Matteo who's on pole position alongside his stablemate, of course, Thomas Reeb, looking to push that Mobil 1 Chevy to the front end of the field. But the Deltec Batteries Jaguar will set the pace as they come to the line. It's lights out, double yellows into turn 1 and 2. Everybody stays line astern before they go down into turn 1 and 2. Got to just settle into their positions. As we come out of turn 2, it's green flags, and we kick the race off properly, heading down towards, of course, the back straight for the first time. Great start coming out of these cars. And Carl Nell in the mix there as well, up in 3rd place, just ahead of the Roofshaw car of Andre de Lange. Watch out for Mackie Adlam. Didn't quite get the qualifying he wanted, but the championship leader at this stage, down in 6th place, just behind Warren Lombard. As they get onto that back straight away for the first time, it is the Italian stallion who leads things out. And look at the intentions already being shown by Mackie Adlam, trying to find a way through there on Warren Lombard in the Pep Boys Automotive Ford Mustang. You can see just how hard Lombard is going to have to fight to keep out Mackie Adlam. Adlam is the leader in this championship. He's got some valuable championship points he does not want to lose. De Lange in the second of the Jaguars, trying to find a way past there on Carl Nell. Nell shuts the door. The Roofshaw car just fighting to find a way past on Carl Nell. And Nell with a problem. Pulls to the sideline and off the circuit. Carl Nell looking so good, and unfortunately maybe a bit of commentator's curse there, drops into pit lane. Roofshaw car into 3rd now, ahead of Warren Lombard in 4. 5 is Adlam. 6th place, that is of course the hard-charging Ben Morgenroot in that 2019 version of his V8 supercar. A car that hasn't been on track for a long, long time, so great to see that machine out on track. For Ben Morgenroot Auto, the Ford and Mazda dealership in Randfontein. Further back there, the 4-car superstar coming out of these guys as well. Steve Herbst in the mix there too. Watch out for the chairman of the board, Terry Wolf. We're going to try and find a way through there on Ben Morgenroot, and then of course the hard-charging 4-car as they come through there. You see just how difficult it's going to be. Richard Fuller is all over the back of Terry Wolford, but Fuller and Wolford now going to try and find a way to get through there on Ben Morgenroot. Issues for the 7 car by the looks of things. Steve Herbst with a new livery on that car as well, and some new spray work. Looks like he's going to drop by the wayside there with a bit of issues, but no issues at the front end so far for Thomas Reeb and Franco de Matteo. And in fact, with them doing what they're doing right now, it is giving Adlam some headaches. Adlam is looking at the front going, hang on a second, my 2 closest rivals in the championship are 1 and 2 on the road. I'm sitting in 5th. That's not good enough. Franco de Matteo setting the fastest lap of the race on that last pass of a 102.7. So 102.7 there for the Deltec Batteries Jaguar. Franco, the Italian stallion, de Matteo. He's ahead of Thomas Reeb. Reeb in the Mobil 1 Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy. That Lumina is looking to pounce on the Black Cat. And the second of the Jaguars sitting there just ahead of the Mustang. So 2 Cats and the Mustang fighting for 5th place on track. Then it's Morgenroot. Morgenroot flying very well at the moment and sitting in 6th place, but he's got big intentions being shown here by our man in the Fuchs Falcon. What a move there from Adlam. Adlam dives up the inside and finds a way through there on the high-tech Pep Boys automotive car of Warren Lombard. Sean's graphic and science car there as well, of course, there from Warren Lombard. He is now having to try and find a way back past ahead of Mackie Adlam as they go down in towards turn number 8, G&H Transport Corner. Double yellow flags at the top of the hill by the looks of things. So an issue somewhere. No, down in turn 2. That's down in turn 2. Someone's gone off in turn 2. Double yellows into turn 2. We'll try and pick up exactly what's gone wrong there. But as the leaders go through there, they've been overtaken. There it is. It's Ben Morgenroot. No, it's not. It's Rochelle. It's Rochelle Duplessis, our lady driver for the Car Care Clinic and Mangaza team by the looks of things. Yes, it is. Our only lady driver out on track, unfortunately, with a bit of a problem there in the Mustang. So Rochelle Duplessis pulls to the sideline in turn 2. Double wave yellows there for a while. Possibility of a safety car. We'll wait and see. Maybe in a precarious position, and the COC might have to make a call there to get that car out of harm's way. 2 Jaguars fighting hard as they go to the top of the hill. Andre De Lange was late on the brakes, but Mackie Adam was even later. But De Lange's got the line, and he hangs onto that inside line. Safety car. Safety car board is out. They've all pulled in and slowed up ever so slightly. So they've all seen the safety car boards out on circuit and slowed up dramatically to ensure that De Matteo takes the role of a virtual safety car until they can slot in behind the actual safety car there, the Praetorian Toyota 86. Rochelle Duplessis there in the Car Care Clinic, and a Mangaza car. That Mustang, of course, will be piloted by herself and Sarah van der Merwe at the final round to celebrate 75 years in motorsport. And, of course, incredible stuff there from Sarah van der Merwe to join that team at the final round of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars at the Kyalami 9 Hour. They've eventually caught onto the back of the Toyota 86. And now that all the cars are behind that Toyota 86 pace car, they can start working on extracting that car into a safe position. Big pity there for the Car Care Clinic team. I know that Mel Spur and Vota and all the team, Louis Scholz and everybody behind Car Care Clinic, were looking forward to seeing Rochelle at the front end. She had a good start to the race. Unfortunately, it looks like something's gone wrong there on that Mustang of hers, and she's out of well, she's not in harm's way. She's just parked in a little bit of a precarious position, and I don't think they can get that car sorted out. Red flag has been called as well, so the red flag is now out. And I don't think it's because they probably can't get that car out of harm's way without having to... Something's gone wrong on that car. Maybe a possibility of the gearbox seizing. And they can't get the car off the circuit at all, so they're going to have to call for Big Max to come and extricate that car and get it off track. Big pity there, as I said there, for Car Care Clinic's team and for Rochelle Duplessis' first race in V8 Supercars. So they'll roll down and take their positions in the grid. We had 6 laps still to go. We were under yellow, we're now under red. And let's see if they bring them into pit lane or do they take them onto the grid. With the red flag, they'll take their positions on the grid again and basically stay the way they are. They won't take up their original grid positions because they've completed, if they come through the line now, this would have been completing lap 5 of 10. Front 2 wouldn't have changed because they stayed exactly the same as they started. They'll stop behind that safety car. They do a rolling start, remember, so that safety car will stay there to get them underway again. Ruth Schur and Mackie Adlam alongside each other, De Lange and Mackie Adlam. Behind them is Warren Lombard, Ben Morgenroot, David Kutsia and Terry Wolford. There is Big Max. And Andre behind the wheel of the support vehicle for Big Max, the trailer. You definitely need Big Max when you've got a big supercar to go and collect. Great to see spectators back in South African motorsport, and I'm sure they're loving all the action they've had so far today. It's superb to see them back in action, and of course an opportunity for these guys to see the race action up close and personal. A lot of them are sitting on the sidelines with their smart devices in hand and also checking out our live stream action at the same time. But as always, South African motorsport is not the same unless you've got those big spectators down the back straight on the walls, in the grandstands and all around the circuit. Remember, we've still got some race action coming away before we complete the first heats of the day. We've still got one more heat of the BMW Car Club Racing Series that has to get their first race done and dusted before we do the turnaround into Heat 2. G&H Transport Gallery is always a great spot to watch some motorsport from here in South Africa, especially here at Zwartkops. And right below it you get all the ceremonies after races in the Park Vermeer area and some of our interviews as well. Something's gone wrong in that car that's making it very difficult to extricate from the circuit. Maybe a gearbox issue or something. But not an easy job here for our combined forces of Kyalami and Zwartkops Marshals. The original Kyalami Marshals, of course, were based at Kyalami, but now based here at the Zwartkops racetrack. And doing dual duties not only here at Zwartkops and at Kyalami, but also at Red Star Raceway and most of the Gauteng and Northern Regions circuits. It was Deltic Batteries Franco Di Matteo that led things out ahead of Thomas Reed. Those two, of course, trying to close the gap down on Mackie Adlam in the overall championship. Certainly not an easy job when Adam's got such a big control. He is a 4-time back-to-back winner in this class, looking for his 5th title that will definitely set a new record and break his original record that he did last year in making it 4 out of 4. Big crowds in the top gallery as well. Great to see that. Also, a massive thanks to our team from Link Online for helping us out with IT support here to get the live stream all around the world. And I mean it, all around the world. We've had some people joining us from down under and in New Zealand as well. A couple of guys from the Middle East. And now, of course, as Europe wakes up and we head into the States, we'll get some friends from all around the world joining us as well, as always. Fantastic to have our Mozambican contingent here as well with Picanto Cup. They'll be out shortly for their second heat of the day too. And if you missed the first one, you certainly missed an opportunity of some phenomenal race action. Very similar to what we used to get in the original Group N days of motorsport here in South Africa. They are really battling to get that Car Care Clinic Mustang onto Big Max. And bump it up so they don't damage any of that front end spoiler. Even get some of the camera guys. Looks like that diff is locked up completely. Yeah, that's why it's so much of a more difficult task to do. Rolf Duplessis there as well to try and help out. He's the man who preps that car. Don't know why we have to worry too much. Just ask Rolf to pick the car up. It'll be so much easier. You know, those back wheels are definitely locked up completely, so something has not gone right on the car. Hopefully they can get it sorted out for race number 2. There is enough time. Should be able to get that car back on track. And Rochelle behind the wheel again. Also just in the background you can see that Car Care Clinic gazebo. And Car Care Clinic of course sponsors all the gazebos for our Marshall points right around the track here at Zwartkops. So another big thank you there to Louis Skolt and his team. So we've almost got that Mustang onto Big Max. And once we've got that car clear, we can get racing underway again. Haven't had any confirmation from race control as to how long the race would be, but I would say it's probably going to be another 5 laps. So hopefully Rochelle gets that car all sorted out for race 2. She'll be handing that car, of course, to Sorrel van der Merwe at the Kyalami 9 hour. He'll be piloting that car in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. He'll make a welcome return to Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, having been a former champion in the former classes as they were known. He, I think, took a victory in the modified saloon cars when Westbank was still the sponsor. He, of course, took a championship in a Ford Sapphire, in a Ford Mustang, and in the Audi as well, the Audi Turbo. And then, of course, he also went on to pilot a Opel Astra at one point in his career too. Great stuff to see Sorrel making a welcome return to this class in that car, the Car Care Clinic Mustang and Mangaza supported car at the Kyalami 9 hour. So Big Mac's going to be taking that car out of harm's way, and as soon as we have got them clear through turn 4, they'll make a shortcut across turn 4 to turn 8, and hopefully we'll get a green flag and back to race action. As I said, I'm not quite sure. We haven't got confirmation on how many laps we're going to have, but I would assume that we've completed 5, possibly another 5 to go here for race 1 of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. So expect to see the shortcut being taken here to cut across to turn 8. Andre and Big Mac's going to get that car back down to the V8 Supercar paddock, and hopefully there's enough time to get it sorted for race number 2. You can hear the V8s firing up in the background as the lone Car Care Clinic Mustang makes its way off the circuit, firing up, and behind the Toyota 86 from Pretoria No Toyota, the official pace car and safety car here from Zwartkops Raceway. It will once again be up to Frank and Mateo to dictate the pace on the restart. Alongside him will be Thomas Reed. Behind him will be the other 2 Jaguars of Andre De Lange and Mackie Adlam, followed very closely by the Mustang of Warren Lombard. Ben Morgenroot behind them. Morgenroot Ford and Mazda Mustang fighting hard with David Kutsia in the Mobil 1 Mustang and the Fuchs Falcon of Terry Wolford. If you are here and are watching us on our live stream and you want to head down to the Bridgestone shed at the bottom end of the pit lane, that's where the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars are pitted. Go and have a look at the back of Ben Morgenroot's car. The exhaust pipe out the back of that thing is probably the same size as a 25-litre fuel drum. And you can actually possibly even see the pistons through it. It's that big. Huge big exhaust pipe out of the Morgenroot Ford and Mazda 1. And I think its nickname is something like Flamgat, because of the massive flame that comes out of its back end. Looking forward to that one as it goes back into battle. A couple of cars that have gone by the wayside there, unfortunately. We lost a couple right at the start. Carl Nell, bit of issues as well for Johnny Ecote. Didn't quite get onto the track. But here we go, back under starters orders. They'll take up their position side by side. It'll still be double yellows into turn 1 as well for the restart. And it's going to be Italian Stallion dropping the hammer, getting away, and they head down towards turn 1. No, double yellow's been pulled away. It's line astern into turn 1. And we've got to maintain their positions through turn 1 until they get to turn 2. Then the race resumes. Terry Wolford already applying pressure onto Morgenroot as they head towards turn 2. Big pressure coming out of Mobil 1 Cafe 9 Automotive. Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb onto the leader. And De Lange tries to fend off the big intentions being shown there by Mackie Adlam right from the word go. Adlam has got Lombard on his tail. Lombard looking for opportunity. Here's an opportunity right from the word go from Reeb. Oh, he had a big look there. But Dimitar shut the door. 3 Jaguars fighting with the Chevy Lumina and the Mustang as they head to the top of the hill. But it's the Black Cat that is controlling things at the moment. Adlam Auto around the outside, looking for a chance now to spoil the day there for DeLange, and he gets past. What a move there from Adlam. Around the outside of the Roofshaw car, and no answer from Andre DeLange, but he's got the pressure coming from Warren Lombard now. As Lombard goes at it in the Pep Boys Automotive Mustang, has a big look under. Ooh, a little touch there as well between Lombard and DeLange. DeLange out of shape coming out of turn 8. Lombard might have to get Sean's graphic and science to put a little bit of extra orange on the front end there as he scraped that car going onto the back end of that Roofshaw machine of Andre DeLange. He of course is helped out by Creative Inc. So a battle of the signage boys out there, as well as different manufacturers, similar engines in the 2 Fords, but one's a Jag, one's a Mustang as they come onto the back. Yet again, Morgan trying to close them down. He's got Wilford behind him. Falcon starting to close down on the back end of Flamkhat there as he gets up onto the brakes. Yellow flags into turn 5. What's gone wrong at the top end of the field here? Possibilities of a slower car. It could be in the way. Has somebody gone off maybe? The only car I can think that might have gone off there is David Kutsia, because he's the only one at the back of this pack who's not involved in what we're watching right now. 3 Jaguars heading down towards the final corner. 2 of them fighting for first and second. Here's a move for 4th place from Lombard. Lombard slots in, and oh, there's the return to the favour. DeLange gives him a little bit of his own medicine coming out of turn 5. It is David Kutsia who pulls to the sideline and off the circuit, walking away from his car. There's going to be yellow flags up there all the time because that's at the top of the hill. Looks like the Mobil 1 car there of Kutsia had some problems into turn 5, maybe ran wide and out of harm's way. Let's have a look and see as the pack head towards turn 5 now. Oh, there's still yellow flags. Dimitar still controlling things from the front end. Italian Stallion hanging on ahead of Thomas Reeb and the championship leader, Mackie Adlam. 3 rivals in this championship are going at it. Still a stationary yellow flag up towards turn 5, so no overtaking into turn 5. It's one opportunity, and it's seriously one of the best opportunities that Mackie Adlam has. And he's going to hope that that yellow flag eventually gets taken away and he can have a go at Thomas Reeb. Or he's going to have to try and find another way around. Reeb at this stage, looking under threat from Adlam as they go down into turn 8. Adlam just not able to find a way past on that Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina. Lombard not able to bridge the gap. Morganroot has closed down onto the back end of the 3rd Jaguar of Andre DeLange. The Roofshaw car now under threat from Ben Morganroot. Terry Wolfer just behind them in the Fuchs Falcon. Flying through. The Fuchs Falcon of Terry Wolfer not able to run with the same kind of pace as Ben Morganroot. There's about 2 car lengths to make up. Lombard trying to make up the 4 or 5 car lengths there in the Mustang. Head up towards the top of the hill again. Are we still under yellow at the top of the hill? Yes, we are. Looks like we might stay that way all the way until the checkered flag comes out. So Adlam is going to have to find another place to overtake. Cafe 9 Automotive Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina in 2nd place. Thomas Reeb at the wheel, fending off Mackie Adlam, 4-time champion and championship leader. Lombard, DeLange, Morganroot and Wolford. Another lap down, 2 to go. Penultimate lap has been started here for the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. There's going to be a few cars in the pit lane working frantically to get their machines ready for race 2. Slightly longer version of the race. It's normally a 12-lapper in race 2 and an inverted grid. And if we look at the way things are at the moment, the inverted grid would see Terry Wolford and Ben Morganroot on the front row. DeLange and Lombard would be on the 2nd row, and these 3 would be 3rd and 4th row at this stage. It'll be interesting to see how that all lines up for race 2 later on in the day, but right now it is the Italian Stallion commanding things from the front ahead of his 2 rivals in this championship. One is the championship leader with the number 1 on his car. 4 times that number 1 has been on that car, and it's over the last 4 years, back-to-back titles for Mackie Adlam. Adlam, I think, realizes maybe it's not time to have a fight here. 3rd place would be enough. Here's a big move there from Wolford on Morganroot. Opens up a big door down into turn 8, and there is the big Plumgat. You can see the flame out of the back end of that Mustang of Morganroot, and he loses out to the Vulcan. And the Falcon there, squeezing out Ben Morganhood in turn 8 and makes it stick. Morganhood now drops to the back of the field. He will now be on provisional pole for race 2. Wolford will be alongside him though. He sits there in second last, 6th place on track. Dimitar heading to the top of the hill for the final time. Are we still under yellow there? No, we're not. The yellow flag has been retracted. So there was an opportunity there for Dimitar possibly to be caught and passed, and maybe even Mackie Adlam to have a go at Thomas Reed. But I think he realised the yellow flag may still be out. So he's backed out of this one. He's going to take 3rd place, get some points in the bag. He's not going to have an answer to Thomas Reed. Reed and Dimitar would have closed him down slightly. But I think Mackie Adlam realises that he's got a commanding lead, and it's a controllable lead. I wouldn't say a commanding one. It's a controllable lead that he's got in this championship. So 3rd place would be enough to maintain control of 2021's Mobil 1 V8 Supercar Championship. Across the line, it's the Italian stallion, Franco Dimitar, who takes the win over Thomas Reed and Mackie Adlam in 3rd. Warren Lombard with the fastest lap on that last lap of his own. 103.1 there from Warren Lombard. Incredible stuff to beat out Andre De Lange, Terry Wolford, and Ben Morganhood. Ben Morganhood will be on pole for race 2 later on in the day. Let's have a quick squiz at how things are going to end up here for the next part of the day's proceedings. Of course, BMW Car Club Racing Series are going to come out for their first heat of racing. They're up next. And then we probably have a small break in proceedings there for a lunch break. And then we go into the second races of the day, starting with Picanto Cup, SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, the Volkswagen Polo Cup, second heat of Investchem Formula 1600s, Global Touring Cars, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars second heat, and that's the inverted grid, BMW Race Series, and Picanto Cup's endurance race, the hour endurance at the end of the day. Those times on the sideline, if you did take a screenshot, of course, are all based as to what's happening on track. And we don't have exact times of when they'll be starting, but those are kind of where you can bet your bottom dollar that they'll be out on the circuit here at Zwartkops for the Extreme Festival. Coming down into pit lane now, our Mobil 1 V8 Supercar combatants. They'll be making their way down to, of course, their pit, which is down at the Bridgestone shed, the bottom end. And as they head into the pit lane, we'll be looking forward to a big battle. Up next, it'll be BMW Car Club Racing Series. They'll be out on track, and we'll be back shortly with action here from Zwartkops. So Claudio's down in the Park Fermé area, catching up with our race winner, Franco Dimitar.
It went very well for me. I mean, the car was on pace. The car's so good. I mean, I actually haven't even created a sweat in the car, you know what? And it's just a pity about the pace car coming out under red, guys stopping there. But I mean, that's part of racing. But well done to the DiMaggio team. I mean, myself and Thomas first and second, and that's what counts, you know?
Awesome job. Well done, Franco.
Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you.
Up next, the BMW Car Club Racing Series make their way onto the circuit. Before we get them onto track, we managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers to see what their plans are for this weekend's race outing here at Zwartkops, as they join us for the first time this year at the Extreme Festival.
BMW Car Club Racing Series, absolutely awesome to have our championship leader, Andreas, the German. Take us through the plans for tomorrow.
Hello. I will ask the questions. No, I don't. My plan for tomorrow, I hope that my gearbox will be repaired just right now, because it's broken.
Oh, that's not good. That's not a good start to the day. Hopefully it'll get sorted out. And who's your biggest competition going to come from tomorrow?
Currently, it's championship-wise, it's Necto, Class C. In my class, it's Jagger.
So you got some work to do. We won't keep you too long then. Let's pass it on to Lyle. Lyle Ramsey, about fourth in the championship, a little bit of work to do as well, but I think you'd probably like to finish up in the top three if possible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a reason we built this Foster motor. Racing a standard motor against those big guns, it really doesn't work out, and it's paid off. I mean, the previous round, I got a first place and a second place. Unfortunately, the first place was a bit of a jump start, my error. But I can only take learnings forward from it and see what happens in this weekend.
Good luck for the weekend. Ben, it's been a long relationship that unfortunately has come to an end there with Bridgestone, but I'm sure you'd love to give them a little bit of send-off and thank them for their support.
Yeah, so thanks, Greg. We'd like to firstly thank Bridgestone for a 14-year partnership that we've had from our track days back in the day. You know, the series wouldn't be where it is today. We've grown at a really, really strong and big series, and we went about 10 years ago. We started the official race series. So thank you, Bridgestone.
You've got a little bit of work to do. Car sitting on the sideline. What's going to happen? Are you going to be in the car by tomorrow?
No, my personal car, yeah, it's not even here. I've got the taxi. So Manny was out this weekend. He's got family commitments, so I've got the taxi. So you want a lift? Pull in.
I would love a lift, but I'd really like to be in one of these race cars right now. Although, if we look at the way the temperature's sitting at the moment, it's about 30 degrees Celsius out there. So track temperature's up to about 45 degrees Celsius. Means it's going to be an incredibly hot cockpit that you're going to be playing around in if you're in a BMW right now. So certainly some hard work expected in this race battle. Qualifying looked like this. Adrian Dalton was on the front row ahead of William Einkammerer, the two Class A competitors just outdoing Carlo Garbini and Andreas Meyer. You just heard from the German leading the championship, but in a fight there with Nick Macris for the overall championship. Nick down in Class C. He'll be looking for opportunities to try and win out his class and stay in the hunt with the German for the overall class championship in the BMW Car Club Racing Series. Adrian Dalton, of course, is the man who set the pace, as I said. Jagger Robertson will be looking to push Andreas Meyer and Carlo Garbini, I beg your pardon, to the limit in the Big Boss Auto car. And he'll be looking to hopefully get the win in Class B as well. There he is, coming down into the final corner. It's a big field of cars, 30 of them in total, out on track and about to go to battle for their first heat of the day here. And a big welcome to them to join us on National Championship Extreme Festival Racing Day. Behind Jagger Robertson, you're going to have Fabio Fedetto and Salvi Gualtieri. Fedetto, the third of Class A's competitors, out on track. And then, of course, Oz Baggioni, our pullman, is there with Salvi Gualtieri and Thomas Porchita. Nicholas Van Zel in the RSR car. He will be there leading things out, looking to try and hopefully hang on to that number one plate, but it's not going to be an easy thing to do. Not with the big field fighting so hard, and he's lost a little bit of ground earlier in the season, so probably not working out the way he wanted it to. Matthew Wadley and Alec Nilligan, they'll be ahead there of Mark Jones and Lyle Ramsey. We just spoken to Lyle. He's looking forward to a good fight, changing up that engine. Rainier Smith and Troy Cochran, Trevor Long with some new livery on too. Nick Macris, we've mentioned already. He, of course, fighting with Neil Reynolds and Shane Grobler. Reynolds and Grobler for Class D, Vanesh Gunpath will be there as well. Varish Kanpath, of course, down in 21st place in car number 3. Craig and Nicholas Herbst sharing the car. I'm not quite sure, probably Craig in the car initially and then Nicholas later. Eugene Goos and Morgan Long ahead of Hein van der Merwe, Rupert Gessling, and of course Nicholas Fischer, Bernard de Gouveia, Spiro Macros, and Mike Krobler. All 30 cars ready to go. Final thumbs up there from Mr. Bean, our COC for this category. Aldo Diedrichs moves off the circuit, and expect to see that green flag and the start of BMW Car Club Racing Series' Race 1. How's that? That's a really cool field of BMWs lined up and ready to go. Green flags waving, and Adrian Dalton leads them off down towards turn 1 with Ein Kamera alongside him. Garbini and Mayer the second row. The German, as he said, will ask the questions. Let's see if he can answer them now. Can he possibly go and get to the front end? Class B win is important. Overall win would be even better. Let's see what he's able to do now in this big field. There goes De Gouveia in the taxi. Taxi colours on that car, all yellow with sort of checkered flag design on the side. Another New York taxi cab style. Thomas Portgieter just behind that first pack of cars, alongside Salvi Gutteri. Of course, up there as well will be Oz Bergioni. Massive improvement coming out of Fabio Fedetto as well. We'll be looking to run the front end of Class A and B if he can. Fight in that Class A and B expected. Class C's kind of get into their own little mix, and then the D's and E's are in at each other's throats usually. So Neil Reynolds with the door open still on the grid there, trying to get some cool air into the car. Not always an easy thing to do, especially when the temperature is high as it is right now. Ein Kamera 555 alongside the 26 car there of Adrian Dalton, the M3 CSL. Garbini and Andreas Mayer side by side for the second row. Viking and Big Boss Autos Jagger Robertson alongside Fabio Fedetto for row 3. Dalton now takes up the lead position and control of the race for the start line. Let's see whether or not we're going to see any changes here between our BMW Car Club Racing Series boys as they head down towards turn 1. Dalton to set the pace in the extra shoes and clothing car. M3 CSL alongside 555 William Ein Kamera. Watch for the acceleration as the lights go out, dropping the hammer. It's time to go down into turn 1. Ein Kamera trying to outgun Dalton. Dalton hangs on. Good start there from Andreas Mayer as he goes into turn 1 as well, leading things out over Carlo Garbini by the looks. No, Garbini just squeezing him out in the Kimbo car. So Garbini gets ahead of Andreas Mayer. On his tail is Jagger Robertson. That's the one man he was concerned about in his interview. As the rest of the field comes through there. Portgieter under attack from Van Zyl. Van Zyl all over Thomas Portgieter, looking for a chance to pounce early. First place getting away. Second place slight margin over 2, 3 and 4. Salvi Gutteri trying to find a way early on as well, but it's now Thomas Van Zyl going defensive. Long comes through, just flying through there just ahead, of course, of Troy Cochrane, and look out for Nick Macros in that Class C pack as well. He has to try and get a victory here if he can to stay in the hunt for the overall championship there with Andreas Mayer. 25 cars slowing slightly. Oz Bagioni with a bit of a problem coming out of turn 5. Just not quite on the pace that he wants to be. First 6 going through, no worries at all. Salvi Gutteri, problems for Bagioni. Picked up on that, Bagioni pulling into pit lane. The pool man exits the circuit, not even completing first lap in anger. Salvi Gutteri, Portgieter. No, it wasn't Bagioni. I beg your pardon, it wasn't Bagioni. It might have been Fedetto there. Mark Jones in the Sav Speed car, second of those ones heading towards turn 2. Bagioni still out on track. Apologies for that one for the Bagioni supporters. Oh, Smith runs wide. Renier Smith getting it out of shape there. And just onto the Kitty Litter into turn 2. Climbs back on track. Almost at the back of the field. Portkita, Bagioni, Fansel as they head down into turn 4. Big move there from Mark Jones, trying to find a way to squeeze out the 116 of Lyle Ramsey. Ramsey side by side with Jones as they go to the top. Jones has got the inside line. And under braking, the Sav Speed car just gets ahead there of Lyle Ramsey. Ramsey looking to come back at Mark Jones, not able to do anything about him just yet. Salvi pulling away here from Thomas Portkita. Bagioni closing down on them. Gonçalves pulling away ever so slightly there from Alan Hilligan. Hilligan just ahead of Mark Jones. And this fight continues as well. Wadley side by side with Hilligan as they go on the brakes into turn 2. 27 car on the inside, good number that one. And then you've got a big charge coming from the Sav Speed car. Mark Jones right behind him, Lyle Ramsey. Fabio Fedetto making his way around as well. Just trying to pick up on who that was. Fedetto that pulled on the circuit according to my understanding, but maybe I picked up on the wrong number there. Apologies if I did. There is a car coming back on track as Dalton completes another lap and goes down towards turn 2 at the front end of this field. Extra clothing and shoes, BMW CSL dominating ahead of Einkamera. Pulling away, a massive margin there between himself and William Einkamera, almost 5 seconds, possibly even longer now. Is that Einkamera that had a problem? It might have been Willem Einkamera that had a bit of a problem there, because Adrian Dalton has pulled away dramatically from everybody else in this pack. No answer whatsoever to the pace of Adrian Dalton out front. Wadley continues to keep out Jones and Ramsey. Cochran coming along for the ride as we see Dalton heading back into turn 8 to complete another lap. Coming up on some back markers. First of them will be the taxi of Bernard de Gouveia. Chairman about to be caught and passed. Relatively easily done there as Dalton goes flying past. That's how it stands at the moment. Einkamera in second. Garbini is third. Mayer is fourth. Robertson is fifth. Salvi Gautieri ahead of Portkita and Bagioni, with Nicholas van Zyl ahead of Alan Hilligan and Jones, with Wadley in their mix. This is Salvi in the first of those Sav Speed BMWs heading down towards turn 1. Trying to close the gap down there on both Jagger Robertson and Andreas Mayer. Andreas Mayer also doing the same thing here to close the gap down onto Carlo Garbini. Flaming BMW into turn 4 there of Andreas Mayer, trying to close that gap down on Garbini. Kimbo Man under a bit of threat now. Wheel on the curb. Mayer did have some gearbox issues. Looks like he's going to keep it up. Nick Fisher in a bit of a fight of his own there too, as the leader comes through some of the back markers in Class E and D. Another lap completed and no worries at all there for extra clothing and shoes man. Adrian Dalton just cutting through the field here. No problem at all for him. He's got a massive margin now over William Einkamera. I think it may even be over someone else, because according to my timing on it, it says Einkamera, but I don't think it is Einkamera that is in second at the moment, because the gap is way too big. I think it might be Carlo Garbini is up in a second. I think Einkamera pulled into pit lane there earlier on in the race. He was the car with the issue there, and unfortunately out of this one. We're still picking him up in second place on our timing monitor, but I don't think William Einkamera was actually out on circuit. Portkita still ahead of the 9-2 of Fabio Fedetto. Nicholas van Zyl for the RSR team. He hangs on over Hilligan. Hilligan over Mark Jones. Benedetto's late on the brakes up into turn 5. He has to be late because he's got 3 cars charging down on him. One of them is Mark Jones. He's the third of the 3. Hilligan just ahead. Issues here for car 5. Oh no, not good. That's not good. That, of course, unfortunately pulling to the sideline there and out of harm's way. Fortunately, out of harm's way as well and off the circuit there for Renier Smith. He's already been off track. Maybe some damage on that car because of his off track excursion. Safety car board is out. Safety car board being put out there, so something must have gone wrong somewhere around the circuit. Double yellow flags into turn 2 and safety cars now flying all around the circuit, so it'll be up to Adrian Dalton. I don't think he's seen the safety car board. No, he has now. And he will now take up the role of the safety car. They might pick him up here, might be just in time. If they deployed the safety car to catch the extra shoes and clothing BMW, I think they may have. Dalton ahead of the backpack of cars here. Barish Gunpath in that backpack. Now just waiting to see where the safety car is. He's on the back straight away. There he is. Picking up on the leader, Adrian Dalton. Those cars behind Dalton, of course, are all fighting for Class D and E honours. It's Oz Baggioni that's had the problem. Baggioni on the sideline and out of harm's way. But unfortunately, down there in that position up at turn 5, it's deemed as a dangerous position, which is why the safety car has been deployed. Baggioni was in 7th. Now losing lots of ground. Andreas Meyer moving himself up nicely. Possibly the 3rd place overall. And, Meyer, of course, will be 2nd in Class B behind Garbini. The Kimbo Coffee car, the all-black BMW. Baggioni must have run wide, and now we're getting some support from our Kyalami / Zwartkops Marshals team. Still 3 laps to go under the safety car. If they can't get this car out of harm's way in time, then we may see the race finish under safety car for the first time today. We're still picking up on William Einkammer on the timing. I'm not quite sure why. I don't see him out on track at all. I think he was one of the cars that pulled into pit lane early on. In my understanding right now, 2nd place will be Carlo Garbini in the Kimbo Coffee machine. And then it'll be Andreas Meyer in 3rd overall. So Class B's 2nd, 3rd and 4th on track behind Class A's Adrian Dalton as he circulates behind the Victoria Toyota 86. See some guys coming through here and some comments flying as well on our Facebook and YouTube feeds. Great to have that. Please keep them coming, guys. Yes, Jody, I have to agree. It was a proper good GDC race there, particularly in the Super Cup class. There is Nick Macris, the man who could potentially change up to a number 1 plate next year if he's able to stay at the front of Class C. And at this point in time, let's see where Macris is. According to... he is sitting 5th at the moment in Class C, so that's not good enough for him to stay in the hunt at the front end. He's going to lose some points there to Andreas Meyer, who will be getting 2nd place in Class B. Remember, there are separate categories in the BMW Car Club Racing Series. Class A's Adrian Dalton leading overall with a lap and a half to go. Nigel Webber, I hope you're enjoying all the race action. Tace Humphreys and Sean Hepburn's joined us as well. Thanks for the support, guys. Got some guys on the sideline here at Zwartkops as we've got spectators making a welcome return to sport in South Africa after a long layoff with COVID scenario. A lot of guys out there watching us on their smart devices, as well as what the live action that is happening in front of them. Red flag. So it looks like they're going to stop this race. If they do stop this race now, probably going to bring those cars in and call it, because they have completed 75% of the allotted race time for the BMW Car Club Racing Series. So good possibilities that we may see the race being called here, and if that's the case, it will be a win going to Adrian Dalton overall and Class A. Class B will be Carlo Garbini ahead of Andreas Mayer and Jagger Robertson. And Class C, I think we'll possibly be going to Troy Cochrane, if I remember. These are all time-based classes. Yes, Sean Heppard, 100%. And also I think on the different variants of the BMWs and their ability to provide those times. Cars pulling into pit lane just confirms my assumption that the race would be called. Enough laps completed to get a result declared for Heat 1 of the BMW Car Club Racing Series. Also want to say massive thanks on behalf of the chairman there in the taxi to Bridgestone for their support over the last 14 years. They stepped out of the sponsorship with the BMW Car Club Racing Series just before this event, but I know they wanted us to give another shout out there to Bridgestone for 14 years of loyal support and the ability to grow what was a track-based track day series into the BMW Car Club Racing Series that you see out on track at the moment. Lots of cars to be cleared, and up next, of course, we're heading into some more action from our international guests from Mozambique, the Picanto Cup. That'll be on track in a few minutes' time once we've got those BMWs cleared and we're ready to go for their second race of the day. Welcome back to action here from Zwartkops, just outside of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. And a big welcome to everybody joining us as well from Mozambique as our international guests from Kia Picanto Cup make their way onto the circuit for the second time today, and the second set of drivers about to go to battle. We had an incredible first time out, and of course they put on a show that was very much similar to what we saw in the old days of Group N racing here in South Africa. And a one-make series is always a big thing when it comes to close race action. And now for the second time out, of course, it's the second drivers in each of these cars making their way around the circuit and into what is going to be the second race of the day. So making their way around the circuit, and of course joining me in the commentary booth for the second time today, it's great to have Miguel Tiago here. Migs, you've been around for a while with this category, and you've seen the first race action that went out onto the circuit. They put on a show of note, and I think a lot of people were blown away at how close the racing is here.
Hi Greg, I think also it blew me away too, and I've been seeing them riding around the track, the same track unfortunately for a while, and I think it's just boils down to the fact that I think this international experience and the fact that they're getting different tracks under their belt is absolutely of the utmost importance, considering the fact that they're very young and a lot of them are very inexperienced. The cars aren't very fast as we've seen, but they get the excitement going.
Listen, 124s around Zwartkops is nothing to laugh about. It's a good lap time. But also, I think from my side, I'm going to say a big bom dia and Taj bom to everybody in Mozambique. You can give us a little bit of an introduction to all of our Portuguese and Mozambican fans.
Olá e bom dia para além das fronteiras de Moçambique. Este fim de semana aqui na África do Sul, em Zwartkops, para fazermos aquilo que nós estamos tão habituados a fazer e fazermos aquilo que nós, em princípio, nunca fizemos fora, graças à Kia, graças ao ATCM e também graças àquilo que é a boa vontade de estes pilotos, estas equipas que para aqui se deslocaram este fim de semana para fazer este trabalho. E não só, acho que a experiência, o facto de estarem aqui aglomerados, o facto de virmos mostrar um pouco daquilo que nós somos a nível do mundo, agora já podemos dizer que para além das fronteiras, portanto acho que é uma experiência espetacular e toda a gente está aqui a tirar o maior proveito. O vento sopra, as condições estão boas, a temperatura está um bocadinho alta, mas de qualquer das formas temos visto boas corridas. Greg, I think we've got
we picked up on a few things you said there. The temperature is high.
Temperature is high. The wind's definitely blowing across the main straight, which makes it a little bit difficult for these very light cars. But any experience we can get right now is good for us.
100% Migs, and also picking up on the fact that the boss man has got his son on pole position for this one. So good effort there from Guilherme Rocha to get onto the pole position. But there's a big battle expected now as we go to the 32nd board and getting ready to go for race 2 action from Kia Cup, the Kia Picanto Cup. Big contingent of cars making their way around down to the installation lap now, getting everything sorted out, getting the race faces on. Let's run through exactly who's in the cars for this time out. Remember, it's the second set of drivers. Guilherme Rocha on the front row. He's going to be alongside, of course, the 5 car of Douglas Clint. The two of them going to be fighting hard there. Andre Betancourt and Andre Almeida should be up there as well. Look out for, of course, Pedro Pereira Coutinho. We've got Marco de Cunha, who, of course, is brother to Polo, who was in the first race.
Homegrown,
South African boys.
South African is concerned.
And another, of course, South African contingent a bit further back there in our lady drivers with Kylie De Silva joining in with Kaylin Miller. She'll be in the car this time.
I think we are very happy to have not only the South African contingency, but also the fact that we've got 2 young ladies amongst us showing us the ropes a little bit. They've embarrassed a couple of our drivers, but I think it's good. It's nice that we've got this type of interaction, and we hope to carry it forward.
Definitely, and I think long may continue this relationship between Kia South Africa, Kia Mozambique, the MSA, and of course the federation from
the ATCM. Yeah, we're the guys that represent the FIA in Mozambique. We've been doing so for a while now, and obviously things were stepped up a notch when we came into power a couple of years ago, and we're hoping to be able to take this to other levels.
Big changes at the circuit as well, of course, up in Mozambique. We're looking forward to seeing more of that action as we get into the season next year, and hopefully with a couple of our drivers heading your way and some more coming down to us.
Well, that's the big prospect. It's not just about us coming across, it's us showing that we've also got the infrastructure to be able to accept the interested parties and obviously show the guys what we're capable of doing, and I think we've come a long way, and we're hoping to see as many classes there as possible as soon as possible.
Fantastic. That's exactly what we'd like to see too. Another circuit available to be raced on, and only just up the road from where we are right now. as they come to the line. Of course, it is going to be Rocker on pole position alongside the 9 car there of Andrea Betancourt. That's the front row as they get ready to go. Now, what we saw in the first race was a couple of guys from further back on the grid that were able to lock up and get the starts 100% right, and eventually got into turn 2 and started to mix it up. It's kind of 2x2 we usually go into corners, but with you guys, sometimes it's 4x4.
The sky's the limit, and I think the guys have been used to a little bit of bumping in Mozambique, and they're not going to be any more diplomatic on this side.
I like that. No diplomacy. The diplomatic rule does not apply here in South Africa. So it's every man and lady for themselves out there on track. And let's see what is going to happen now as we come under starters orders for race 2 of the Kia Picanto Cup. Front row lit up and started almost from the word go in race 1's action. Let's see if it's going to be more of the same. The boss man's son looking to try and take the victory here. Let's see if he's able to get it right. A big field behind them though. 16 cars about to go to action. It's a good start there from Rocker, but a fantastic start coming out of the 11 car as well. Screaming off the line there. Marco Acuna already putting his nose in there. And 33 is not Brad Binder. The 33 car this time out is piloted by Pedro Pereira Coutinho. And he's already into the mix there with the 81 machine of Guilherme Rocker. Holding on to the lead and holding on to the advantage of the pole. But it's side by side, 2x2 out of turn 2.
Guilherme's a very light pilot. He's a very experienced karting pilot. He's a driver that I think has come through the ranks, and he's definitely showing good prospect here.
Great to see as well. And of course, for our Portuguese, continue to take us through the first lap there, take us through exactly what's happening out on circuit.
Guilherme Rocha aqui a fazer uma belíssima partida, mas conseguiu manter a liderança para já. Dia de muito calor com a pista quente. Pouco abrasiva, acho que para já estamos a ver os carros todos a partirem bem, sem grandes emoções na parte inicial, mesmo assim todos muito compactados a caminho a segunda parte do circuito.
Yeah, amazing stuff up towards turn 5 as they come under braking there. Once again, some big action expected at the front end. The 21 car there, of course, that is Mara Almeida already putting the pressure on and trying to squeeze through there. He had a big move there, but Acunha's right there as well. The 5-star car back into the mix again. This time Douglas Clint behind the wheel, and that 5-star car going a little bit better than what it did in the first one. We had to remember his teammate Collinson on pole position, and he dropped right back. And the problems there for the 11 car as well, screaming through, and some problems there for Serrano.
And I think it's obviously the early days still on this race, but I think the guys are trying to establish some places, and that doesn't help. Number 23 is coming out for André Almeida at this point in time. He's forced wide into the last turn before the main straight, but I think he's made it back.
Yeah, just getting back on track and falling back about 4 or 5 positions there as he had the off-track excursion. You go off track here, unfortunately, what these guys will tend to realize, and they probably told you, it's pretty bumpy on the outside. We haven't had a lot of rain up in Gauteng at the moment. I'm not quite sure if it's been the same in Mozambique, but there's still a lot of dry conditions on the exit points of the circuit, so that dry and off-track excursion could be quite bumpy.
Well, we were used to racing on a very wet circuit because we're sitting very low. It's a very flat circuit. So I think the dry conditions are creating a little bit of trouble for the guys. Obviously, the altitude will alter the performance of the motors and will give these guys a different challenge altogether.
Sereno Souza in the mix there as well in the 78 car. We saw his teammate fighting for honours in the top 5 in race 1. Top 5 at this point in time, starting to sort themselves out though. Rocker pulling away ever so slightly, but it's Acuna who's up into the mix as well in the 33 car. Marco having a fantastic start here to race number 2. Further back, as I said, 78 and 70, and the 6 car coming into the mix too. The 6 car there piloted by Nuno Vieira, having a super start for the second heat. This time up into the top 10.
Absolutely, and I think we're starting to see some groups. Yeah, we're starting to see some interesting battles. We're separating the men from the boys, with all due respect to the girls. But I think it's definitely starting to become some interesting. In this case, we've got at the front, we've got an interesting battle. We saw the same thing in the last race, where only 2 laps from the end, the leadership changed, and that was a defining moment, obviously.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty interesting to see how he just sat there the entire race, happy with the pace being set by the initial pace setter, and then pouncing at the end. So I think that's what we may see here in these little packs that are starting to form. 13 cars starting to come into the mix there, of course, piloted at this stage by Nico Banze.
Nico Banze is an interesting case study, because he comes from a PS4 background, and we told him to get stuck in and to get into the starting level of the Picantos, and he's done so, and he's doing very well. He's surprising a lot of people. I think he's surprising himself.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys don't realize how important it is when you're into like sort of PS4 and sim racing, how close it is to real racing. I mean, we've got Jonathan Mahotsi out there in the Super Cup class earlier on today. His initial start in racing didn't come from karting. He was behind behind the console of a PlayStation machine, won the Volkswagen driver search, and now is one of their top pilots. I think Banze could be in a similar situation.
I think, unfortunately, also this whole COVID situation has had a lot to do with that. The guys have been stuck behind the TV, and in one way, we can say something positive's come out of it.
No doubt about it. And of course, if you look at the talent that's coming through, we've got a couple of guys that are involved in the current search for new drivers coming from that sim world into the real racing world, and vice versa. There's a lot of the drivers that got stuck in the COVID scenario that have become top sim racers in their own right.
It's definitely interesting to see the young guys moving between the ranks and obviously between the formats. But I think, unfortunately, it's difficult to teach old dogs new tricks, and the older guys just can't get the hang of it.
Let me just tell you something. I'll take you on that one. The older dogs have got the money to buy those sim rigs, so they might be able to give it a little bit of run for their money, I can tell you. At this stage, Blue Tech out ahead, and he's controlling things very nicely. There is Guillaume Rocha. Superb start there for him. He's up ahead of the 5-star racing machine. Trend Tire up there too, and V&A Racing sitting in the 4th place. V&A Racing, of course, they're in the 7-7 car. Now, we saw that car fighting earlier on. Pedro Pereira Coutinho at the wheel of that car at the moment, but slowly but surely losing a little bit of ground here to what is the battle now for second place, as the Cunha has moved up into second and is looking at closing down. He wants a home track win here, and maybe a home country win.
Absolutely. I think wherever the Cunha goes, or wherever the Cunhas go, they make sure they give their all, and I think that just gives so much value to any place where they race.
Andre Betancourt putting the pressure onto him though, so it's not done yet between those two. Betancourt is going to give De Cunha a run for his money, and slowly but surely that 21 machine is starting to get up there too. Mauro Almeida is not too far off the back end of that battle for second.
Contingência e representação aqui dos pilotos moçambicanos, como sempre, a darem o seu máximo, com algumas participações de pilotos da África do Sul também a mostrarem-nos as linhas e a darem-nos algum conhecimento daquilo que é a qualidade que nós sabemos que existe aqui na África do Sul, mas neste momento, obviamente, com esta mistura faz-se a qualidade dentro do circuito, com algumas batalhas renhidas, como podemos ver agora aqui.
Betancourt still on the tailpiece there of De Cunha, and the rest of the pack starting to close in on them. In fact, what's happening there is what we normally see when there's a little bit of a fight on. They start to slow each other up ever so slightly, and it just concertinas the field ever so slightly to bring them back into contention.
Concertina effect is a big problem all over the world in any motorsport class, and it will be obviously even more accentuated in a slower class, which I think is what we're starting to see right now.
And what I got to say in terms of that one make category you're speaking about here with Kia Picanto Cup, it's definitely a win-win scenario. Look at 25 years of Polo Cup in South Africa, and it has not gone wrong. If this continues, it's going to be a fantastic outing for anybody involved in this class.
Ironically enough, Polo Cup was supposed to have started in Mozambique before it started in South Africa. So I think it all boils down to who pioneers it. It all boils down to who supports it. And at the end of the day, the infrastructures and the federations make it happen. But we can't forget that without the money of the pilots and the sponsors, the drivers and the sponsors, we're not going anywhere. And that's what I think is happening here. It's a cheap class. It's an entry-level class which is accessible. Some of the big sponsors have come in with 2 or 3 cars. Obviously, each one of the cars is allowed to have 2 or 3 different drivers, which means they can have up to 9 drivers in 3 cars. And that just makes it all the more appealing.
For sure. And I mean, if you've got 9 drivers in a car that's sharing a car, what a pleasure. You're splitting the cost between 9 people, or between nine people in 3 cars, let's say, for instance. One thing I've got to say though, I can see that from the sponsors on the side of the car, the corporates behind the sponsorships in these cars in Mozambique are definitely finding good value for money here.
No, I think because we were away for so long, the big corporates decided that this was the best opportunity to be able to get their names out there again. Soccer is a big sport in Mozambique, but at the moment I think the motorsport and the fact that people are pumping so much money into it is making a big sensation. There's a lot of people watching it at the time, and they like the fact that they can watch it live, which I think makes it all the more appealing. And I think that is also a big trump card to bring in the big names. I mean, we can see on these cars there's big names, not only there's big multinationals on these cars, and which I think is important, which shows that we're definitely on a winning formula here.
If you look at that, Trend Tire, of course, a massive corporate here in South Africa as well as in Mozambique. MediPlus would be sort of partnered up with Universal Healthcare here in South Africa. I'm sure those are the kind of corporates that are getting behind this. The boss was telling us earlier on today, though, and you just mentioned about the fact that soccer has lost its appeal to motorsport in Mozambique because of the likes of Kia Picanto Cup.
I think the logistics, albeit that it's a more expensive sport, the logistics happen to be more condensed. So the attention is on the track. You can basically get more exposure out of it. People have been missing it for a long time, and they like the fact that it's back, and they're obviously giving it their support, which for us is actually the best thing that could have happened to motorsport in Mozambique. Right
And
now.
of course, when you've got action like we've got right now with Nuno putting the pressure onto the 78 car, that's exactly the kind of action that they want to see. And when there's a bit of banging and a bit of rubbing like there was in race 1 and about to get you in race 2 by the looks of things, it's going to be exactly what the sponsors require.
The Hunter becomes the Hunter, the car number 23 coming in on an open line, taking the cleaner line and obviously taking advantage as well.
Yeah, Almeida with a perfect positioning there, getting through there on Vera and finding a way past eventually. Took him a while, but he's eventually cemented that one. The 11 car we saw off track a bit earlier on, but Sereno has got back again, and he's now into the mix there, fighting for what is going to be top 10 honours. This is the fight for the final position in double figures, and one of them would love to be in the single digit, I'm sure, but it's a case of who's going to have it at the end.
Não esqueçamos que também são duas corridas de velocidade e depois a corrida de resistência, que também vai acontecer aqui na África do Sul, corrida de resistência que depois exige a troca de um piloto, de um piloto que efetivamente, ou da equipa escolher o momento em que poderá ou deverá entrar, tem que ter pelo menos uma passagem pelas boxes que vai durar 2 minutos. Isso vai fazer com que entre o componente da equipa, team effort comes into play later on, obviously with the resistance race, with the long distance race, and obviously that also brings in a different component which makes it that much more inclusive. So you're bringing in the team, you're bringing in the fact that you're incorporating more people, and that is also more important in terms of getting the development side of it going.
Well, this is the sprint race. We mentioned the endurance race and our endurance race later on. Is there a specific set of rules that got to apply to the pit stops that have to happen?
Yeah, we've got a speed limit, which is obvious, and then we've also got a 2-minute time limit, which they have to use up on their way through the pit lane. They have to change the driver, so you have to have 2 drivers in the endurance race, and that throws a cat amongst the pigeons sometimes, because the guys forget to slow down or they want to get out too quickly. So it also places a little bit of extra pressure on the organisers, which means we've just got to have that much more equipment when it comes to speed controlling, and also more attention when it comes to seeing that the guys get strapped in properly and that they go out safely.
Oh, out of shape there. That's not the way we want to be doing it. The 7 car just getting a little bit squirrely coming out of turn 4. And at the wheel there, Kylie De Silva, of course, a brand new lady to the sport, joining Kaylin Miller, her teammate. So it'll be her first time out in that car, and got a little bit out of shape there.
And she recovered well.
Yeah, very good recovery. Speaking of lady drivers, it's one of our top lady racers here. Landi Sinnott has joined us in the studio too. One of our ZX10R Masters Cup motorcycle racers who's joined us. No, stay where you are, Mix. I just wanted one more question for you there. I'm going to throw it to you. Is I assume that the fuel economy in these cars doesn't require a fuel change or a top-up.
No, and not only that, we're using the same fuel for all the cars, so there's no hanky-panky with the fuel. We try and keep it as standard as possible. We've changed the suspension, we've changed the exhausts, we've obviously stripped the car and made it basically a racing car, which is what it is, some nice mags, but with a 1200cc engine, you can't expect it to waste too much fuel.
Okay, so if anybody from South Africa wants to get involved in this, what's the route?
They can contact us at the ATCM. We're on the beachfront in Maputo. Obviously, they'll be able to contact the Zwartkops organization or MSA. We're in contact with MSA if they want to get going there, and we'll do what we can. Well, I think we've still got about another 6 or 7 cars available.
And the big question: how much?
I don't know, and I wouldn't like to stick my neck out, but I will tell you what the current cost for these cars were, and the guys came in at around 250,000 Rand for an entry, and that should carry them through till the end of the season. We've got a season of 6 races, so it's a lot of fun for
great
little money.
Value for money.
Absolutely.
Great value for money. Well, we're heading into the closing stages. Rocket determining a very big margin over second place, and I don't think there's going to be any change up there, but the second place battle has certainly heated up. 33's in the mix there, of course, and as I said, that's not Brad Binder today. At the moment, the 33 car being piloted there by Marco Acuna, South Africa's very own. Whoa, and out of shape there. Here we go. Closing stages is exactly what happened in race number 1, and we got someone off the track completely there. I think it was the 10 car. The 10 car there, Miguel Alberti, getting a little bit out of shape and running off onto the track and onto the rumble strips and then onto the dirt.
Miguel Alberti parece ter voltado à pista neste momento, já está recuperado depois daquela... está ali um toquezinho por trás, nesta travagem mais agressiva. Neste caso pareceu-me ter sido ali o Pedro Serranho que quis dar ali um chega para lá ao Miguel Alberti, e as coisas parecem estar a aquecer. Já estamos perto do final desta corrida, nearly close to the end, so I think that things will heat up a little bit. Guys will want to get a little bit better track position.
I think what's happening as well is they're starting to feel the effects of the heat of South Africa at the moment. I know that you've got sort of a more temperate and humid heat in Mozambique, but we've got a dry heat here in Gauteng, and those tyres are starting to feel the effects.
Temperature in Maputo today is 37.5 degrees.
Okay, so you win.
So we win.
But that's also the humidity factor coming into play there. We got 2 to go for our leader. Rocha leads out. De Cunha in second place, but he's being hounded at the moment, and you can see there's a big amount of pressure coming from Andrea Betancourt to get up into second place. He doesn't want to give the South African any opportunities, and as I said, once again, another look at how those tyres are starting to feel the effects. Car is starting to run off circuit here under the pressure being applied by the end of 10 laps of racing.
Trent Tire, Andrea Betancourt, obviously very well positioned to take the series this year. Even though this doesn't count for the series, the guys want to make a good show. They want to give their sponsors the best possible opportunity to get as much exposure as possible, and I think Andrea Betancourt knows what he needs to do. Chris, his driver partner, also did quite well in the first one, but unfortunately I think he took a penalty for a little bit of odgy-bodgy.
A little bit. If anybody didn't see that first race, make sure you rewind the live stream and go and watch that first race from Kia Picanto Cup, because it was almost exactly the same as what we used to see here in the original version of Polo Cup. I actually chatted to Mike Rowe about that from Volkswagen Motorsport, and then also from Andre de Kock's side of things. He was saying it was just like the old Group N here in South Africa, banging wing mirrors and just getting in the mix of it. Proper.
And it's nice to bring the young guys in. I think they're mixing it up with the not so young guys, but at the end of the day I think the experience level is also interesting to analyze. If you look at Rocha right now, he's an experienced driver, an experienced karting driver. He's made his move up to cars, and he's showing that he's doing very well, and he's probably going to move up into F4 next year.
Loving that, and of course now with Mostec Racing, Mauro Almeida starting to close in onto the back end here of the battle between Betancourt and Marco De Cunha. De Cunha going to try and fend off the attack here on the final lap. We're onto the last lap here of race number 2. Betancourt onto De Cunha, and just behind them you can see slowly but surely closing in there Barbosa, the man who won the first race, his teammate now sitting in fourth.
Exactly, and I think that puts a little bit of extra pressure on Mauro to try and get as close to the front as possible and get the best possible result for the team.
Watch for an overtaking maneuver here, possibly on De Cunha as they head to the top of the hill. If he gets a good run out of turn 4, up to the top of the hill, the fastest part of the circuit for any racing vehicle on the track is just as they crest the hill towards AMG Driving Academy. But I don't think he's going to be able to outbrake the man who's had a couple of laps, probably a little bit more laps around here than what he is. Here we go. Oh, he's going to have a go anyway. Betancourt on the inside. De Cunha sees him coming, shuts the door, says no, I'm not giving that one up.
I know Betancourt, and I know that he's the last of the late breakers, so he'll be trying to do that from now until the end of this race, and I just hope it doesn't end in tears.
Let's see what happens as they come down towards the final corner for the last time. That's your leader. That's the gap he's got over second place. But the win is going to go to Guilherme Rocha. What an incredible drive there from him. Checkered flag comes out. Who's going to hang on for second? Watch in the background. Late braking coming out of Betancourt, but not late enough. De Cunha is going to come through, put a South African on the podium in the Kia Picanto Cup. And what a good drive there from the 21 car. Big move there from Mauro Almeida to try and squeeze through for third.
I think it was a little too late, too late for Mauro Almeida.
Yeah.
Fantastic work done here by Guilherme Rocha. I think he's done a fantastic job as a young driver, as a very light driver. Obviously, a little intimidated by all the. He's not used to so many people. He's not used to this type of environment at this level. So it's very interesting to see him do this, and I'm very happy for him.
Andrea Almeida making a big move there right in the closing stages too. Good recovery from the 10 car after going off track there. And Miguel Alberti coming through. Fantastic run there from our lady driver, Kylie De Silva. First time out for her, and I'm sure she'll be happy with the performance there of the 7 car. Eventually finishing up in second last place there in the Trent Tire Racing machine. But there you have it. Blue Tech taking the victory over Trans Auto Team. Trent Tire ahead of Mostec. 5-star ahead of the VNA Racing Team. Medi Plus, Trent Tire, Mostec and the 78 Racing Team making up the top 10 in the second heat of Kia Picanto Cup. Miguel, thank you so much for your time.
Absolute
Absolutely
pleasure.
Awesome to be here with you, buddy.
Absolute pleasure. Looking forward to the next one, and we hope to get some more guys from South Africa coming across to us, so that it's not a one-way street. We've already had some, but I think 22 is going to be even better for us in that
We're
aspect.
looking forward to it, and thanks so much. And please send all our thanks, of course, to all the teams involved. It's fantastic to have you guys here. Kia Picanto Cup at the Extreme Festival, and that is the second sprint race of the day. Join us a bit later on in the afternoon for, of course, our final bit of race action here, coming out of Kia Picanto Cup, the hour endurance race. And as you heard there from my fellow commentator Miguel Tiago, taking us through there with some Portuguese as well for our Mozambique fans. Hope you enjoyed that on the national channel, national TV channel up there. It was Guilherme Rocha who took the victory there, and it's the yellow car and car number 81. That is our race one winner. The boss man, of course, of ATCM will be very happy with that. That's his son, who's flown the flag high. But great to see Marco da Cunha flying the South African flag up into second place and beating out Betancourt for the top three. Up next, we're heading into some SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup second heat of the day. And before we jump into that one, of course, I'm going to ask Lundy Sinner to come and join me quickly for a quick comment there. She jumped into our studio earlier on. Great to have you here, babes. It's SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, but you're not where you want to be.
Hiya, Greg. Yeah, for sure. I'd much rather prefer being on track, having fun with the guys. But yeah, broke the news to the guys earlier, so there's a future racer on board.
Oh, that is fantastic.
So
Congratulations.
yeah, we 5 months in, so 4 to go. So hopefully back on the bike for next season.
Alrighty, that is fantastic news, and so good to hear that. Of course, one of our top lady racers in the country, and one of the fastest ladies on two wheels, that's for sure. But Lundy, you saw the first race. You were down on pit wall. We actually got to see you on the live stream there.
For sure.
Great to see a big contingent of Cape Town riders getting involved, Joe.
It's amazing for the guys that's travelled up, and I see they're really doing actually well. So with best for those guys. Yeah, and looking forward for race 2 coming up now. Excitement, yeah.
No doubt about it. Well, they'll be on track in a few minutes' time. Until then, we'll be trying to catch up there with Guilherme Rocha down in the pit lane. I'm going to send Claudio down there to try and pick up on our race 2 winner, I beg your pardon, from the Kia Picanto Cup. After a fantastic second heat of Kia Picanto Cup, we're down in pit lane to catch up with race 2 winner, Guillermo Rocha. He's down in pit lane with Claudio.
Guillermo, how was your race? Talk me through it.
The race was pretty good. I obviously started in first place. I tried to keep it that way. My start, I think it wasn't the best since I was struggling to put third gear on. But I managed to defend on the second corner and keep first place and build a gap throughout the whole race. So I think it was a good race, at least for me, and I enjoyed it.
Well done.
SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup about to make their way onto the circuit for the second time today. And the final time for 2021 as well. 2 nights accommodation is up for grabs. If you'd like that at a Sun International hotel with 1,000 rands worth of betting vouchers, head over to the ZX10R Masters Facebook page and enter their competition. Amazing to see the support from SunBet joining the long-standing relationship with Red Square, and looking forward to some more action now as our two-wheelers make their way onto the circuit for the second time today. Temperature has picked up dramatically now. We're sitting at about 35 degrees Celsius, a real feel here in Gauteng, just west of Pretoria in South Africa. Wind gusts of up to 48 kilometers an hour. That's not what you want to be hearing when you're on a motorcycle, particularly when you got to pitch it into some very windy corners here at Zwartkops. But the boys from Cape Town will be used to the big winds, so maybe it'll be to their benefit. East London, of course, also has some big winds on occasion, so look for a turnaround of luck for Travis Nordia on the Buco Kawasaki there, number 84, just on the left-hand side of your shot. He's rounded out there by third place man, Sanjeev Singh from race number 1. And looking for an opportunity now, possibly go even one higher and take on the champion. The champion, of course, has not been betted today. He was the man who got off the line into the whole shot position and hang on to it with some clean air, with Van Breda taking the second last victory of the season. Gareth Besaidenote was our pole man. He's pole man for the second race as well. Didn't quite go according to plan there for GB. He was outgunned dramatically and had to fight for what is 8, 9, 10, 11th place on track. Let's see if he's able to turn his luck around now in race number 2 on the 22. 60 is Trevor the Killer Westman. Making a welcome return into national style racing here in the ZX10s, with Van Breda alongside him on the front row of the ZX10R Masters Cup grid. They'll try and get as much heat into that Bridgestone rubber that they are shod with in this installation lap. They've still got a warm-up lap that they've got to do as well, and then they come under starters orders for race 2 and the final bit of action for 2021 for the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Energized by Red Square, long-standing relationship there with them. Bridgestone tyres, and of course the relationship with Kawasaki has been also a very long-standing one in this class. There is Lundy Sinnen. The lady just joined us in studio only a couple of minutes ago, and once again congratulations to her and her husband on the news of the Bambino headed to the Sinden house in the very near future. 5 months in it, so only 4 months to go, which means that she should be able to get through and hopefully be back in time for 2022's race season, one of our fastest lady races in the country. Well, this is a revised grid that I'm seeing, because according to my understanding, Gareth Besaidenote should be on pole position with the grid that I was given, but that's clearly not the case. That's Dave Endicott who is on pole position, alongside Sanjeev Singh and Teddy Brook. Oh no, that's the second row, that's why. There we go, just checking. Some of you guys are awake out there as well. Got to keep you on your toes, you know. So that's the second row of the grid lining up, because Van Breda just pulled through into third. Gareth Besaidenote hasn't made it out just yet. I don't see him on track. Westman is there in second. He will inherit pole if Gareth Besaidenote hasn't been able to get back onto the track. Look at the wind there. Even the Brolly babes are taking strain out there to try and hang on to those umbrellas. And as I said, it doesn't look like Gareth Besaidenote has been able to get back onto the circuit. He had problems in the first one, as I said, but definitely not able to get it fixed in time for race number 2. So that means the Killer Westman will be given the opportunity of pole from second on the grid. He inherits that one. It gives Endicott a chance, though, from the second row and fourth on the grid to maybe do what he did in the first one and outgun everybody into turn 1. You've still got the warm-up lap to do. Final bit of heat into the rubber. And get that race face and race control underneath the visor. Get yourselves all sorted for the second heat and final bit of race action from 2021's ZX10R Masters Cup Champions. Championship is not up for grabs. Second place would have been between Garrett Besaidnout and Michael Smith now. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen in terms of those championship points because it's a little bit of a change up there, but I think Smith and Besaidnout will probably still be able to have them second and third despite not being here for the final round. Bontekoning with a problem, putting his hand up. I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong there with the Jag Power Products Kawasaki of Brian Bontekoning. He definitely put his hand up, gesticulating there's an issue on his bike. He's going to freewheel down the hill into pit lane. And the 16 machine doesn't look like it's going to take up its position on the grid. No, he's pulling into pit lane. There's definitely an issue there for Brian Bontekoning. Brian Bontekoning exiting before they even get underway. Something's gone wrong there with Brian Bontekoning. Maybe we can pick him up in pit lane to see exactly what's gone down. He seems to have drive. Let's see if anybody can help him out. He'll have to start from pit lane now if he has come into the pit box. And Bonte won't be happy about that. It's to the sideline. And looking over on the left-hand side. Maybe the shifters come loose. We're under starters orders though. We don't worry about Brian Bontekoning right now. We're going to worry who's going to get the whole shot down into turn one. Watch out for Endicott from the second row. Gets a good start. Once again, it's a fantastic start from the champion. Van Bredar leading down into turn one, and he outguns everybody other than Endicott. Endicott comes from the second row, from fourth place into second. And side by side as they go down to the brakes into turn two. And fortunately, Westman just able to keep him out. So the two Cape Town boys are second and third. It's once again Teddy Brook on the Brook Refrigeration Kawasaki who moves up into fourth place. The Dog Doctor fighting hard at the back end there with Henk Scaling. Stewie Christie on the back end of Scaling and just behind Ian Harwood there from TRP and Bridgestone. It's the Buco Kawasaki that's in that mid-pack just ahead of 48. Aubrey Murray. Lafros Fritz just behind them as they head to the top of the hill for the first time. About 220 k's an hour as they climb onto the brakes into turn 5. Great manoeuvre here from Rob Craig. He's got bottled down by a couple of riders that he didn't quite expect to have in front of him. Bit of a change up in the mid-pack. Panapana Ganapathy had some issues in the first race. Hopefully not going to be threatened or hindered by those in the second one. Ganapathy going to have to try and find his way through here as quickly as he can. Big moves on the cards at the front end, trying to close down on Van Bredar. Teddy Brook from Sanjeev Singh. Looks like there's a bit of a charge on as well there. Ganapathy falling by the wayside into the clutches of the Dog Doctor. They complete the first lap with Van Bredar at the front, Westman in second and Endicott in third. Brook is fourth. Right now fending off Sanjeev Singh and Rob Craig. Travis Nordia behind them on the Buco East London Kawasaki. And then it's Johan LaRue on the Avidan bike with new livery, and it's all black bike there for Johan LaRue this weekend. Back to his normal livery though for the second heat, ahead of Aubrey Murray and Lafros Fritz. Ruan Oberholzer and Apana Ganapathy, as I said, falling backwards big time. 74 is Wayne Shelley. Good to have him on a bike. He's of course stepped up on the final stage and had a chance to have a bit of a run there on his bike. He's ahead there of Rodney McLaughlin by the looks of things at the back end of this field. Ganapathy still ahead of the Dog Doctor there, Stewie Christie, Eastern Veterinary Clinic's main man. Reason for the nickname there. Not the Doctor, he's the Dog Doctor. Another lap completed. Van Bredar out front, but Westman this time keeping him honest. Only 0.2 of a second there between Van Bredar and Westman. If you didn't see the first race, just before the first race, we managed to catch up with Trevor Westman, Graham Van Bredar and Dave Endicott, and they were chatting about what's going to happen in 2022. Westman's making a welcome return to national style racing here in the ZX10R Masters Cup in the Wayward Kawasaki. A good possibility he might be back full time next year. The run with Endicott and Craig. And of course, a couple more of the Cape Town riders wanting to come and join the party. Very good possibility that we may even see the return of the multiple SA champion Greg Gildenhuys into this class as well in 2022. Back of the pack, and as they start to stream through there, the 64 bike there, Peter Clark, just circulating at the back, having his own fight. Just off the pace there of Wayne Shelley and Rod McLaughlin. Back to the front as Westman closes down on Van Bredar. Enticott being caught now by Sanjeev Singh. Teddy Brook fighting with Travis Nordia. Brook Refrigeration Kawasaki, Buco East London Kawasaki. And right behind them it's Rob Cragg, the Mad Max machine, and Matrix Consulting. Brook with slightly different colours as well. Normally runs an all white bike. Deciding to run some slightly different colours there on that Brook Refrigeration Kawasaki of his. Behind them you've got Ruben Oberholzer, who has closed that gap down slightly. Oberholzer slowly but surely becoming in a bit of a threat there with Aubrey Marais and Lafros Fritz. Maru just at the tail end of the second pack of riders. Losing a bit of ground now though. Late braking from Sanjeev to get through on Enticott, and this time he makes it stick. Similar to what he did in the first race. Once he got through on Enticott, he was able to pull a bit of a margin. So possibilities here of a double third place there for Sanjeev. Enticott hasn't got an answer to him as the leaders go down into the final corner, completing another lap. 6 to go. 1 and 2 evenly matched. 3 and 4 very similar lap times coming out of the two of them as well. Enticott trying to get that bike upright as quickly as possible and get the power down onto that back wheel to try and return the favour on Sanjeev, but just not able to do it just yet. Enticott's lost about 2 bike lengths there. Apana Ganapati's lost oodles of ground. Hasn't quite gone according to plan for Apana in the second heat again. He also had some problems in the first heat. Fritz, Oberholzer and Christie having their own little fight. Pulling away now from Apana Ganapati on the 7-7 bike. Shui Christie diving on the inside of Lafros Fritz, trying to have a go, but not close enough. Heading up the hill towards AMG Driving Academy. ZX10s in full flight. Oh, what a bit of late braking there from the Dog Doctor. Just getting up the inside of the 28 bike of Fritz. Lafros had no answer to him there, and the Dog Doctor was exceptionally good on the brakes into turn 5. Third place battle continues into turn 1. Apana Ganapati out again. Oh, such a disappointing finish to a man who's had a really good season in ZX10s. He'll be parked on the sideline for the final race of the season, but we'll be back, I'm sure, to fight hard again in 2022. Sanjeev getting away now from Enticott. Enticott falling into the clutches now and possibly going to be caught by Teddy Brook. Yuko versus Mad Max and Matrix Consulting. It's Travis Nordia from East London taking on Rob Cragg from Cape Town. Coastal rivalries opening up here big time. And it looks like it's a bit more pressure coming from Cragg. Into the brakes, into the final corner they come. This time it's Cragg having a look into G&H Transport, but can't make it stick. Over the rise and into turn 1. Rob Cragg trying to find a way past, but he's just not finding an opportunity here. And that Buco Kawasaki of Travis Nordia, exceptionally wide and difficult to get past. Ask Graham Van Bredar, he'll tell you just how hard that bike is to pass. Travis is also very good on the brakes, of course, having outbraked Graham Van Bredar on numerous occasions down at the East London Grand Prix circuit only 3 race meetings ago. And now we'll look to try and keep off and keep out the intentions of Rob Cragg to get by him. Let's see if the Mad Max man can do anything about him. Sanjeev still continuing for 3rd, ahead of Enticott, 4th and 5th place now. A little bit of a gap that's opened up again between Enticott and Teddy Brook. Oh, there's a late bit of manoeuvring there. Nice dive up the inside from Stewie Christie. Finds his way past on Aubrey Murray. So the Dog Doctor in a bit of a fight here into the closing stages. This is great to see. And Stewie Christie looking for single-digit honours here. Up to possibilities of 8th and 9th place here for the Dog Doctor. Definitely worked out nicely for him here. Aubrey Murray and Rowan Warbalter who are behind him at this point in time, but it's not over just yet. Now up onto the top, under braking again, this time looking for a chance. Ooh, very up close and personal there from Aubrey Murray. Almost wheel to wheel there from Murray onto the back end of Stewie Christie. Christie now going to try and go defensive into the final corner, keep out the 48 bike. Not an easy thing to do, that is for sure. Great fight here between the mid-pack riders. Haven't seen much of him, but that's why he's disappearing at the front end now, ahead of Trevor Westman. 1.5 laps to go now for the Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Kawasaki. One little look over the shoulder just to make sure that that gap is exactly how he wants it. Oh, problems here for Murray. He's fallen by the wayside and now into the clutches of Rowan Oberholzer. Oberholzer and Murray side by side, banging and changing every time they hit the brakes, allowing Stuart Christie to get away. Murray hangs on. Behind that, it's a fight of note with Oberholzer trying to get back on him. Oberholzer and Murray heading to the top of the hill again. Murray with the advantage at this point, but making mistakes like that will allow Ruan to come back at him. See if there's going to be a change up between them. No worries at all here for Graham Van Breda as he's on his final lap into turn 3. Big margin, it's almost 6 or 7 seconds there. In fact, it's come down slightly, but it's probably because Graham's rolled out slightly as well into the closing stages. Now to the top of the hill for the final time for 2021. Your champion has done exactly what he said he was going to do. Take both wins on the day here at Zwartkops and head into 2022 with the advantage of the last blood of the season from 2021 and the number 1 plate on his motorcycle. He will retain the number 1 plate with back-to-back titles in the ZX10R Masters Cup. SunBet, the new sponsor, and an extended relationship there with the energy coming from Red Square. It's Graham Van Breda for race 2's victory. Look out for Trevor Westman in 2022. He will definitely be in with a shout. Endicott comes through for 3rd place and beats out Teddy Brook. Sanjeev Singh in the mix as well. And it's Travis Nordia who's hung on to beat out Rob Craig for 6 and 7. Here comes 8th place. Johan LaRue should be just ahead of them. Stuart Christie will come through for 9th, and then it's Rowan Holbalter and Aubrey Murray finishing up. Great battle between the two of them, and you can see some great rivalry and good friendships as well. Henk Scaling still in the fight here, and fighting with Ian Harwood to the line. Scaling comes across the line, beats out Harwood, and that'll bring up our top 12. Expect a big wheelie down the back straight there, of course, from Henk Scaling to finish up the season. Graham Van Breda taking the victory ahead of Trevor Westman and Sanjeev Singh. Dave Endicott finished up in 4th place ahead of Teddy Brook, Travis Nordia, Rob Craig, Stewie Christie, Aubrey Murray and Rowan Oberholzer. And of course the classes, it's Graham Van Breda who beats out Sanjeev Singh, and in 3rd place for the Bs, a lot further down there. Class A, it's Trevor Westman. He wins out over Dave Endicott, and Teddy Brook will take out the Class C honours for the day here in the 2nd heat of the ZX10s. Stand by. Here it comes. The standard option from 69. Let's see if he keeps it upright. There's a lot of wind out there, so we'll forgive him for this time. Battling against the wind there, but Henk Scaling always gives us a final wheelie at every circuit he goes to. So I hope you enjoyed all that action. It's the last bit of 2-wheeled action from the ZX10R Masters Cup. SunBet and Red Square behind our ZX10R Masters Cup for 2021. They'll be back next year for more action in 2022's incredible ZX10R Masters Cup season. Graham Van Bedar wrapping things up with a double victory on the day. He's already secured the title at Red Star a couple of weekends ago. So no worries at all there for Van Bedar. He's pretty happy with that, and I'm sure that Les Van Bedar and Peter Labuskachny will be happy with the performance of the bike that they've helped prep throughout the season. As I said, Trevor Westman is a welcome to this field, and if he brings Greg Kildenace along next year for the ride as a teammate, that may be pretty interesting stuff to see Double G back in action at national championship level, or challenge level anyway, at the ZX10R Masters Cup. Up next, we're heading into Volkswagen Polo Cup's second heat of the weekend. And still to come, Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents, Global Touring Cars second heat, and Super Cup second heat. The Mobil 1 V8 Supercars inverted grid at about 20 to 4. BMW Racing Series and the 1 hour endurance race for Picanto Cup. We'll be back shortly.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to Zwartkops. If you have just joined us for the very first time, where have you been? Man, we had some incredible action so far here today. We're into the second heats of the day's action. We've already seen Kia Picanto Cup and the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup out on track, and now it is Volkswagen Polo Cup time. 25th anniversary of the Polo Cup racing and the brand Polo here in South Africa. And it's the penultimate round of this championship. Second race of the day. 2 more to go at the Kyalami 9 hour on the first weekend of December. And it's that man, Leighton Free, they've all got to try and catch here in race number 2. He's starting a bit further down than what he'd like to be. He starts, of course, down in 4th place on the grid. And he's got to try and catch race 1 winner, Yuri Swart, who starts on pole alongside Tasman Pepper in the Puma racing machine. And Pepper Racing, of course, behind that car. Naitium Samanga is just ahead of Leighton Free for Zwartkops after the lucky draw after qualifying yesterday. The top 6 go into a lucky draw with their second fastest laps out of qualifying, qualifying them to go into that lucky draw. And then, of course, it's Clinton Besaidnote and Charles Visser, the second and third of the Team Red racing cars, and Leighton Free's teammates, who are in the top 6 and earned themselves a spot in the draw. But they drew 5th and 6th in that lucky draw. Arnie Neveling and Dean Fenter will be 7 and 8 ahead of Jaden Els and JP van der Walt. Kwanda Mokwena and Faran Basha. Lonica Martins and Davy van der Merwe battling a little bit with a bit of a virus he picked up only a couple of days ago, so he's not quite up to 100% fitness, but out there nonetheless to try and circulate and do the best he can for his team, Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsport. Damien Hammond and Trevor Bland just ahead of Cara Hill. Actually got to chat to Cora down in Park Fermé after race 1, after that little incident with her and Trevor Bland, where she got a bit out of shape and Trevor got a bit out of shape. But fortunately, both of them survived. We are under starters' orders now, and of course the GTI Polo pace car has made its way around, and the race cars proper will be starting to follow on to all of the action about to kick off here for race 2. Once again, Yuri Swart, Tasman Pepper front row, Natim Samanga and Leighton Free the second row of the grid, ahead of Besaid Note and Visser. And then it's Arnie Neveling and Dean Venter. Dean Venter, one of his best qualifyings ever, up into 8th place there in the 27 Wright Motorsport car. Neveling has battled over the last 2 rounds. Doesn't quite seem to find the pace he had earlier on in the season, where he was in contention, possibly even for the championship in this category. His teammates are a row back from him, and headed up by Kwanda Mokwena and Foreign Basha. Lonica Martin's also battling a little bit after her phenomenal outing at Red Star Raceway, where she finished up in the top 6 with Tasman Pepper. So something hasn't gone quite according to plan there for Strudal Motorsport this weekend. Let's see if maybe Kwanda, Foreign Basha and Lonica can change their luck. Taking on Jaden Elson, JP Van der Walt, who are tucked in between them and their lead car of Arnie Neveling. If you've joined us all around the world, a big welcome to you on our Facebook feed, and a big welcome as well to everybody out there on YouTube. We will be heading across up to the sort of northeast of our country and across the border to Mozambique later on to join our friends from Mozambique National Television for the final race of the day. This is our Kia Picanto Cup Hour Endurance Race. Trying to get as much heat into the rubber as possible. You heard in the interview as well with Clinton Besaidnote, he was battling to get off the line and bogged down slightly. He said maybe he didn't get enough heat into his rubber after the warm-up lap, so they'll be frantically trying to get as much heat into the Dunlops as they can, taking them to the road. But as you saw in the advert just before this, they can take them anywhere really, even if there isn't a road available. Volkswagen Driving Academy just in the background there as well of that one shot. And great to have the Volkswagen brand behind this class again for 2022. Facelift Polo coming next year for 2022's championship. It will be unveiled, of course, at Kyalami. And we stand by now for all the action about to kick off for the second heat of Polo Cup. We've got a green flag at the back. Lights out, lights off. And down towards turn 1. Who's got the drop? Is it going to be Yuri Swart? He has to get to the front, get that clean air, exactly what he wanted. Tasman Pepper right on his tail, and it looks like Leighton Free going along for the ride too. Problems for Kwanda Mokwena, blocking his teammate slightly as he went down into turn 1. Lonica Martins had to take evasive action, allowing Cara Hill through. Tasman's up into second. Round the outside is Clinton Besaidnote. Inside is Leighton Free, going to squeeze through into third. Foreign Basha goes side by side, right behind Dean Venter, trying to get through there on Arnie Neveling. He picked the right line. JP Van der Walt didn't, unfortunately, and he's been caught up behind Arnie Neveling in the background. They sort themselves out now into turn 4, but side by side between the two Team Red cars. Team Red Racing's Leighton Free and Clinton Besaidnote side by side. Same thing here between Foreign Basha and Arnie Neveling. Basha with a slightly better line, heading up to the top of the hill. Can he outbrake his teammate Arnie Neveling? Leighton Free's late on the brakes. He's going to just get ahead there and try and squeeze out Clinton Besaidnote. He does that. Charles Visser tucks in behind that. Great start from Davy van der Merwe. He's behind his teammate there as well. Also out of Team Red, but running in that iProtein and Platinum Wheels car. That is JP Van der Walt, just ahead of Davy van der Merwe in the 4th of those Team Red Racing machines. Look at this. It's 3x3 between Team Red Racing. Leighton Free eventually getting through there on Clinton Besaidnote, and Visser follows through. Just behind that, it is the Squadra course car of Natim Samanga, who has to try and fend off and try and get through there on Charles Visser. Visser diving through into turn 1, using a push to pass to get through on his teammates. So Charles Visser dives through and gets ahead of Clinton Besaidnote. Visser having a full go here from Team Red Racing. Leighton Free's got through, he's trying to close down on Tasman Pepper. Samanga leading things out in that second pack of cars. Right behind him comes Jaden Else and Dean Fenter. Else trying to fend off the attack from Dean Fenter. Then it's Faran Basha and Arnie Neveling. Darby van der Merwe trying to get through there on Basha as they come up under braking for turn 4. Besaidenout goes defensive. In fact, he doesn't. He goes on the attack, I beg your pardon, and goes through there on Charles Visser. So a change up again there between Visser and Besaidenout. Yet again, Natim Samanga in the best place right now to try and pick up any pieces between the two teammates if something goes wrong. Here comes Jaden Else squeezing Nati out, putting a wheel on the inside. He's side by side with Natim Samanga. It's King Price versus Zwartkops, and the King comes out top. King Price just getting through there. Dean Fenter trying to capitalize on that position as well. Nati goes defensive to keep Fenter out. Fenter's got Neveling right on his tail, looking right up the exhaust pipe there of the right Motorsport machine that Fenter's behind. But it's Yuri Swart who leads things out. Tasman Pepper, Leighton Free, Besaidenout, Visser, Else, Natim Samanga, Fenter, Arnie Neveling and Faran Basha. Damien Hammond leading things out in terms of the battle for the back end of the field. He's fighting there with Lonica Martins and Cara Hill, the two lady drivers, not having their own way this time in Heat 2. Neveling trying to come back at Dean Fenter. Behind him it's Basha. Then you've got Darby van der Merwe. Trevor Bland. And it looks like dropping by the wayside there. A little bit of a mistake coming out of JP van der Walt, is it? I think it possibly is JP van der Walt. Yes, it is. JP van der Walt with a bit of a mistake somewhere on track. It's dropped him right to the back of this pack. That is certainly not where he wants to be. JP van der Walt is usually a man who is pin perfect accurate when it comes to race action. Lonica having a tough time. Looks like a bit of problems there for Kwanda Mokwena as well. Martins and Cara Hill fighting for honours in the ladies category side of things if there was one. That's second and third place, but of course each of those lady drivers will tell you they don't like to be classified as a male or female. They just love to be racing amongst these Polo Cup competitors. And this is exciting racing as you ever get it in Polo Cup. Neveling, Fenter runs and puts two wheels on the dirt. As Dunlops know that they can go anywhere, but usually like to stay on the black stuff there, Dean. And that's why Faran was able to get back at him, losing a little bit of drive with the two wheels on the dirty stuff. Damien Fenter closing in on his teammate Trevor Bland at the same time. Fenter sideways, or side by side I should say, coming out of turn 2 with Faran Basha. Here comes Darby van der Merwe along for the ride. Oh, it looks like Darby van der Merwe got much better drive. Dean Fenter may have missed a gear there. Yes, he has, and Darby van der Merwe has made him pay. Fenter getting through and overtaken by Darby van der Merwe after a small mistake there from the right Motorsport machine. Trevor Bland is now hunting him down, looking for opportunity to possibly squeeze through there, and so is JP. JP van der Walt made a mistake somewhere on track, I'm not quite sure where, and he's dropped back into that pack that are fighting behind these two. Darby van der Merwe, Dean Fenter, followed by Bland. Then it's Hammond. Hammond ahead of Lonica Martins, Kwanda Mokwena and Cara Hill. Down onto the brakes they go. Top 6 getting away from this pack. 8th and 9th place starting to heat up again as Neveling closes onto the back end of Natim Samanga. Yeah, they come across and completing another lap in anger. Not quite sure if we've got live timing up for us there, Paulie, but I've got no live timing on my scene here. To give us an indication of how we're standing. Yuri Swart ahead of Tasman, Leighton Free, fastest man on track in third. Third place will be more than enough for him to continue and maintain his controlling advantage of this field and possibly look to wrap things up in race 1 at Kyalami in the 9 hour. Yuri Swart has done it all right with 2 possible victories on the cards here. He's comfortably in the lead ahead of Tasman Pepper, but he has to get the race victory to keep the championship open between himself and Leighton Free. Kinder Besaidenout also has to try and do something about his teammate if he wants to stay in with a chance. It'll be a very high mathematical chance for Besaidenout to try and wrap things up for 2021. And I think 4th place won't be good enough for him. Tasman Pepper being closed down by Leighton. Leighton Free wants by big time. First is just behind them, and then it's Jaden Else. Another lap completed here for these guys and girls. Heading into turn 1. 5 to go. 5 laps to go of the 10. Halfway stage has been reached. Now we're going to see a move here from Leighton Free on Tasman Pepper. Charles Visser trying to get back at Kinder Besaidenout. Much better outing here that we've seen from Charles Visser. He's certainly got his confidence back in this car. second place in qualifying yesterday, so he definitely knows what to do behind the wheel of this Polo, and will probably be a big threat next year if he can find this kind of pace all around the country. Jaden Els staying ahead there of Natim Samanga, who stays ahead of Arnie Neveling. As I mentioned in race number 1, Stradale boys and girls have battled this weekend. Just seem to be lacking pace here. Arnie had a chat to me on Friday saying that whatever they're doing, they're trying to find something, but they just can't find it. Whatever it is has disappeared from the abilities behind that team, and that's a team, of course, that wins at endurance championship level all the time. Sprint races are not a problem for them when it comes to supercars. And the Polo Cup guys and girls that are in that team have had some phenomenal outings, particularly Arnie Neveling, who was at one point in time a championship contender. Davy van der Merwe has got through there on Fenta. Bland is through on JP van der Walt, and JP's got through on Damien Hammond. He's now the meat and the sandwich between the two Trinity Protection Services cars. Sam Hammond will be out later on, of course, in the Super Cup class. And that Super Cup Polo sponsored by the same company. His company, of course, East Rand-based security company. Jaden Els also with some problems. He's fallen by the wayside and dropping by a long way, all the way down to the back of the field. So Els must have had a problem somewhere on track. Although there he is there. No, there's a problem on the timing. There's Jaden. The timing monitor didn't pick him up. Maybe there's a transponder issue there for Jaden Els' car. But he's certainly still out on track in the King Price car, just behind Charles Visser, which will put him, I think, into 7th or 8th place. That's how they're going to try and wrap things up here for this final couple of laps of race action. And you can see just how difficult it is out there with the temperatures up to 35 degrees Celsius, 48 km/h wind blowing across the circuit. Slightly heavier Polos won't be affected as badly as the lighter Kias and motorcycles that have been on track so far. Single seaters might battle a bit later. We'll wait and see what Laren has to say about that. She'll be up, of course, straight after this for the second heat of the Investchem Formula 1600s. But this is where it's at right now. The battle for second starting to heat up. Watch out for a move here from Leighton Fourie. If he can move himself up in a second place, that's just a couple more points to play with and go into Kyalami with a little bit more breathing room over Yuri Swart. Arnie Neveling looking for a way past on Nati. Natim Samanga has kept him honest all race long. I would think that Arnie Neveling, of course, has had multiple championships in his own right. Both saloon cars, rally cars, single-seaters, karting. Spectacular career. And if you're a Formula 1 fan, man who won last weekend, of course, is a man that Arnie Neveling has beaten on a few occasions in single-seaters. So, the likes of Mercedes-Benz's number 2 driver has been bettered. Ooh, speaking of problems, there's a problem. That's Quantum McQuena, I think, out of shape. McQuena getting a little bit out of shape out of turn 4. As our leader heads back down towards turn 8's final turn. G&H Transport Corner. Tasman Pepper, Leighton Fourie, Clinton Besaidnout. Charles Visser behind them. 2 to go. Is Leighton Fourie going to give Tasman Pepper a bit of a run here? Is Pepper going to hang on for second? Nice to see Tasman Pepper back onto the overall podium. Been out for a while. Had some duties in the Formula W series. Unfortunately couldn't get out of the country and into the UK to take up her role in Formula W this season due to COVID. Not for her having COVID, but just the scenario of COVID and the lockdown that happened with the countries. But Leighton Fourie is definitely saying, well, you're back in Polos. Right now, if anybody's the man in this class, it's me. And I want to show you how to go around the circuit. But Tasman Pepper is a wily character. Certainly knows exactly how to place a car to ensure that no one can get past her. And Leighton's going to be hard-pressed to find a way past on one of the fastest ladies in the country. Tassie doing a superb job there to keep Leighton Fourie out. Besaidnout looking to pick up the pieces if there are any. And I think Charles Visser will be itching for some of that as well. Coming down for the penultimate time here, under braking for G&H Transport Corner. Leighton Fourie, Tasman Pepper. Behind that, a lineup in Team Red Racing's Besaidnout and Visser. This unbelievable race action here between these 4 cars for second place on track. Yuri Swart is going to be ecstatic with a double victory here on the day. They're on to the final lap, and Swart has got it all to do. Here comes a bit more pressure from Leighton Fourie, trying to get the drive out of turn 2. Set things up through 3 and 4, and possibly an outbraking maneuver if he's got another push to pass to play with. Will he go to the push to pass now on that car to try and get through on Tasman Pepper? Clinton Mercedes is up close and personal as well, also looking to do the same thing. Fari goes defensive to keep Mercedes out. Can't afford to give up that room to his teammate, and he's being bump drafted up the hill by his teammate. Mercedes right onto that bumper, and now looking to put a bit more pressure onto the championship leader. Ooh, little mistake there from Yuri. And another one! Yuri Swart is out of shape there big time, or is he just showboating? Maybe a little showboating there. It nearly got out of shape for the showboat as Yuri Swart comes out of turn 6 and 7. Big maneuver there and a little bit of showboating that could have gone horribly wrong. Fortunately, I think he had it under control. Comes across the line and a double victory there for Umpy. Taking the win over Tasman Pepper, who's back on the podium ahead of Leighton Fari, who hangs on to his championship lead, headed to the final round at the Kyalami 9 Hour. What a fantastic finish to this one. And some amazing action again here from Volkswagen Polo Cup. The next round of this championship, of course, is at the Kyalami 9 Hour on the 3rd and 4th of December. One race on the Friday, one race on the Saturday. We'll sort things out for our incredible 25th anniversary of Polo Cup. Yuri Swart, Tasman Pepper, Leighton Fari, Clinton Mercedes and Charles Visser finish up ahead of Jaden Els, Natium Samunga, Arnie Neveling, Faran Basha and Darby van der Merwe from 13th up to 10th. Dean Fenter drops down from 8th place into the 11th spot ahead of Trevor Bland, JP van der Walt, Damien Hammond, Lonica Martins, Cara Hill and Quanda McQuena with some problems in the end there, dropping him down into 17th. Once again, some great race action that is now being completed. Now standing by for what is going to be the next part of the day's proceedings. It's Investchem Formula 1600s and the Formula Ford Kents. They'll be making their way onto the circuit in a few minutes' time. I'm going to shoot down to get the interviews for the Volkswagen Polo Cup, and I'll leave you with Laren Mew to take you through Heat 2 of Formula 1600s.
A big welcome to race number 2 of the Investchem Formula 1600 here at Zwartkops Raceway. My name is Laren Mew, taking you through race number 2 and also the final race for the Investchem Formula 1600. At the last race meeting at Red Star, we crowned the 2021 champion, and it is also the man who took the race 1 honours and is lining up in pole position for race number 2, and that is none other than race driver SA Andrew Rackstraw. They're going to come right now. You'll see them slow down, and they're all going to take up their starting positions on the grid. Next to him on the grid is young Josh LaRue. Josh LaRue is in the blue ILCA New Heights 1600. Then second row of the grid is young Jared Weberski, who has also sewn up second place overall on the championship for this season. And remember those phenomenal prize monies that have been won, 220,000 Rand cash, plus a test in the GTC and the Formula Renault for first place Andrew Rackstraw. Jared Weberski will receive 125,000 Rand cash and a GTC test. Third place is not 100% finalized. That's between Josh LaRue and Nicholas Van Wheelie. The victor for third place will receive 62,500 and a GTC test. And prize money goes all the way down to 10th position. The richest prized money national motor racing championship in South Africa. And we are under starters orders. There comes the 30-second board. It's 10 laps, last race of the season. Championship points, prize money, lights on, lights off. Let's go racing. And there's a big wheel spin from the back of the grid. It looks like it was Alan Mayer that was wheel spinning off the line there in the Formula Kent class, as we've got someone out wide and at Bundu bashing. It looks like one of the Caldenays brothers. Not too sure. We'll pick that up in a moment. But it is Andrew Rack. Oh, there's Holzhausen, Alf, and Alex Voss. There's a big incident on the first few corners. Unfortunately, Alex Voss and Evan Holzhausen having a coming together. Holzhausen goes out a little wide. Voss has nowhere to go. They connect each other. And we're going to watch that replay. Here they come. Watch the two. Holzhausen holds his line. Voss has nowhere. Wheels tangle. It's open wheel racing. This is what happened. Those two wheels are hooked together. They can't separate. And the two drivers are just passengers into the wall. And this is where those carbon fiber tubs come into their own. They'll wait. I have a feeling that's going to be a red flag. We'll wait for confirmation though. Unfortunately, our timing system isn't giving me too much information. Wait to see what the flags are saying out on track. There's red flags aplenty. They have stopped the race. We will restart. And obviously we will wait to hear on the drivers. And Graham Hepburn out as well. Graham Hepburn in the quali pack colours. He was race winner in the Formula Kent class in race 1. Did very well in Red Star Raceway. Medics on the scene straight away. And unfortunately our guys are going to have to sit on that grid until they've got confirmation of all the cars being safe. And our COC Richard Bourne right there. The gaps will be left on the restart. So those cars that were unfortunately involved in that incident will have their grid positions left open. Richard's just giving them instructions. I'm just waiting to see what his hand signals say. Both drivers are out of the car. Medics have come onto the scene, but it looks like they both are okay. Those carbon fiber tubs certainly do come into their own, as I was saying. There's doctor on the scene as well. So we've got medics, we've got a doctor, making sure all our drivers are okay. Those carbon fiber tubs, they hold you in very securely. You're strapped in so you can't move. You can barely breathe. I see Andrew Schofield's got his hand up in the air. I think his car's cut out, which means that he's going to need a jump start and a pullback apparently. As I was going back to the carbon fiber tubs. They hold you in. They secure the shock absorption. And also all these cars have what they call a crash box. The crash box is right in the nose cone, and it actually dissipates the force of a front end impact around the driver. Again, why I say that is the safety of these cars is absolutely phenomenal. Scary, but phenomenal. That's why we will at some point go back to that replay, possibly at the end of the race, and watch how those wheels are locked into each other. And there's no ways to tangle them. It's like spaghetti. Once they get hooked together, you just don't get them. Richard is just showing them that they're going to go out on another sighting lap. Graham's showing the recovery vehicle that there is a problem there. The other two recovery vehicles are with the other two 1600s. It is going to be very, very hot in those cars. Unfortunately, they are prone to overheating, so I have assumed that Richard has instructed all the drivers to turn off their cars. But sitting there on the grid, it feels like 35 with the hot wind out blowing. The track temperature could be well in excess of that. So these guys are cooking eggs. So folks, for those of you that have just tuned in, this is why we are waiting on the grid. If you watch the two cars coming into your view, bottom right hand screen, you'll see the two tires are interlocked. They're completely locked together. The two drivers are passengers, and unfortunately that also in some way affected, I think, Graham Hepburn, or Graham Hepburn was tangled with another driver, and he had an accident just further back. Unfortunately, I don't think any of our cameramen managed to catch that incident. So there's 3 cars stranded, and unfortunately the position in which they are stranded means that we cannot continue racing because all 3 of them are in extremely dangerous positions, with Graham Hepburn's car actually being in the track itself. So all the cars are stuck down in turn 2, which means that with the view you have now on your screen is from the bottom of turn 1. This is the start. They go down a little hill and then they go into turn 1, up a little hill. Here, this is where they are. Now these cars don't have tow points like your car at home does. What they have to do is they actually have to go behind where the driver would sit, and there is a tow point there. They will fasten it to that, and then depending on the damage to the car, most times the driver climbs back in and will help steer the car, and they will drive it that way. The clearance for these cars is very, very low. I always joke and say your bum's literally two inches above the ground. In the background there you see Graham Hepburn's cars already being loaded. Our Zwartkops marshals are extremely efficient at recovery. I know that Ivan Holtzhausen's car is a little bit more significantly damaged than Alex Voss. But the good news is both drivers are okay. Alex Voss is in his car. He's about to steer with the recovery vehicle. So he will guide his 1600. You can see there's a bit of damage to the front left-hand tire. It's not quite steering in the same direction, but it's good enough to get him home. They'll go wrong way around the circuit. Just checking what the marshals are doing. There we go. They're adjusting the leaf blowers so that they can see if Alex needs help or if there's any damage with the tow, and our marshals are also going to clean the debris off the circuit at the same time. So folks, those of you that have just joined us, unfortunately there was an incident in the opening stages of race number 2 with our Investchem Formula 1600s, and we are busy with the recovery process. The good news is that all the drivers are okay. They're a little unhappy about having to watch from the sidelines for the very last race of the 2021 championship, but the good news is that the cars are recoverable. There's not too much damage done to them, but unfortunately the damage is of a nature that they are unable to compete in this race. Folks, this is the 20th year of Investchem Formula 1600, and as I said earlier, it's one of the richest prize money events in the country for motor racing. With us this weekend is obviously also at the back of the field the Formula Kents. They're very similar, but they are older. They've got different side pods, and also they don't have wings. The weight, they were built in about 1990 onwards, so between 1990 and today, those are the cars that are racing with us. There are some beautiful older ones, but unfortunately they're not able to race on the same level as the newer cars. They work on a flywheel system. You can change the jetting on the carbs. They've got quite a little more adjustments that you can make on the Kents than the Formula 1600s. 1600s have a set engine. They've got a 6-speed sequential box, whereas the Formula Kents have an H box and it's a push rod engine. But the nice thing is about the Kents is an international formula. You can race anywhere. The rules are exactly the same. They run on semi-slick tires, whereas our Formula 1600s, they're the semi-slick tires of our Kents. That is Paul Schultz in the Knott's Berry Foods. You see the beautiful ZM6, and you also see the difference with Paul's car and the other cars with regards to the side pods and the radiators. Both cars run dual radiators. They've got a radiator on either side, which is actually what the side pods are there for. There's a picture of Andrew Schofield's Fly Sapphire car, and you can see the beautiful pink side pod, and that has one of the radiators. When it's cold, you'll see they actually close the vents on those radiators to increase the engine temperature. Some of the guys that have made a start in the Kent series are the likes of Jenson Button, Mark Webber, and Ayrton Senna. Most of the F1 drivers started in Kent at some point. The top speed is maybe just on 200 down the straight if you've got a long street. They are slightly less powerful than the 1600s. The Investchem Formula 1600s. The older Duratec and Z-Tech, they're converted. Some of the guys that have been very successful in this formula are guys currently in GTC, Julian van der Walt, Scott Temple. They've all had very, very successful careers in Investchem Formula 1600s. Base weight for the Kents is 525 kilos. So at the end of the race, once you've finished, you have to drive over the scale. And we're just seeing pictures now. I'll get back to the scale in a minute. And we're seeing pictures now of them trying to figure out how to get Ivan Holtzhausen's slightly more damaged car safely out of the way. It looks like they've managed to work. It looks like we're going to take it out backwards. And then we'll see the extent, and we're going to load it onto the trailer, and we'll see the extent of the damage. You'll notice when they load the car, if we do get a picture, you'll see that the control arms in that car are considerably more damaged, and that was due to Alex Voss's wheels actually putting the force on those steel control arms. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. But the best news is the crowds are back. The crowds are back. Some of them are fighting a little bit with their gazebos in the wind. But it's been nice to smell the braai fires, to hear the music, to chat to people in the pits. It has been so, so great. And the best part of all is racing drivers' families coming to the pits. Some of these guys, it's the first year they've been racing, and not once have mom and dad and brothers, sisters, aunties been able to join in the race fun. But today they have been able to, they have been allowed, and it's been some very, very special moments where we've got fathers and sons racing and moms and grannies being able to cheer and come and watch and be part of all the fun that is Investchem Formula 1600. And those are really special moments. I'm also starting to feel really sorry for these young gentlemen sitting on that grid. They are sweating bullets. It is insanely hot. They don't have the luxury of air conditioning, and this wind is a berg wind. So even though you can see the flags flying and buffeting in the wind, it's cooking. I think we might be able to cook eggs at this stage. It's that warm. The pit crews are standing on the wall. They can't go onto the grid. They haven't got clearance to go onto the grid. It has not been deemed safe for them to go on the grid. So they're standing from the sidelines. If any of the cars do need a jump start before we get underway, they will be allowed back on the grid. But as it goes now, what they will do when we get an opportunity to restart, we will get confirmation of the laps. It should be a full race restart at 10 laps, but I'm not sure about time constraints and delays and the impacts on other formulas. They might reduce the laps, but once they go back for a full restart, it will be one lap around the track. The car is on the trailer. There's Ivan Holthausen's very unhappy Formula 1600 on its way to the pits. There, as I said, there was significant damage. You can see the wheels. There's no ways, unfortunately, that car is drivable. It's definitely going to need a bit of doctoring. And that was also partly with the collision against the wall. But like I said, if you've just joined us, you know that all the drivers are 100% okay. Just a little bit sad not to be doing the last race of the season. So all the medics are off, the cars are off, and hopefully soon we will hear, well, it still says 10 laps, so we're going for a full race restart, and hopefully they've learned their lesson and we can't win everything on the first 2 corners. And there it gives you a good idea of the heat wave along the track, as you can see it over there. It's really hot in there. And you got youngsters there from the age of 14, 15 up until, well, a good ripe age. There's a couple of older gentlemen in there as well. And this is where physical fitness plays a huge role, making sure that not only the mind is strong, but the body as well. The gentleman in the white shirt is our COC, Richard Vaughan. And hopefully he has instructions for the drivers to start their engines and get going. So folks, as I was saying earlier about the Walter Hayes is an international event. It's held in the UK once a year. And every year we look at offering some of our drivers an opportunity to go and attend. Previously we have sent quite a few drivers over there. Dean and Steve Venter have been, Julian's been, Scott, Andy, Alex. They've all been over to compete in the Walter Hayes Festival, and it is true British motoring. Everybody dresses up. It's a festival of legends, the history, the nostalgia. It really is amazing, and the good news is, race drivers, start your engines. We're going to go for take 2 in race 2. Making sure that there's no hands being waved, that there's no issues with the cars restarting, and they've all been sent off on a sighting lap. And just the feeling of the air blowing through the helmet visors right now will be a relief for the guys. Those cars are going to be very, very warm indeed. That is Paul Schultz in the Knott's Berry Foods. That is the oldest Kent on the track this weekend. And it was actually really, really special in Park Ferme today in the pits. We had a whole lot of little children all wanting to go sit in Paul's car, moms and dads taking pictures of their youngsters. Who knows, it could be future champions in the making, the bug bites. This is a wonderful formula from karting. It's a perfect step up into national series racing on the big circuit, on the main circuit. It's a wonderful way for children of all ages to hone their skills, get their racecraft. Great sights here at Zwartkops International Raceway, folks. If you're just joining, this is race 2 of Investchem Formula 1600s. We had a little bit of an issue with 3 cars, unfortunately, 2 coming together, another one unfortunately didn't see Graham Hepburn's accident, but 3 cars involved in a race stoppage. They're coming down. This is the last corner. You can see the entrance to the pits on the right hand side there on the outside of the track. They're going to start slowing down, resume their positions on the grid. Those cars that are not able to compete due to the incidents that happened on the opening lap of the first part of this race, those grid positions will be left open. So we will not see Graham Hepburn, who was the race 1 winner and also the man on pole for the Kent class. We won't see Alex Voss and we won't see Ivan Holzhausen. Now what's really interesting is that currently in the championship, Alex Voss and Ivan Holzhausen are tied for 5th place. And there is money up for grabs all the way down to 6th. So 5th place overall is 15,000 Rand. So I'm not quite sure how we're going to divide that up as we go racing for race number 2, take 2. It's Andrew Rackstraw, the 2021 winner, championship winner, straight into the fight. At the back of the field, it's the Kent class as Andrew Schofield looks and then thinks about it, going up the inside of Jared Weberski, but unfortunately then losing out another position. So as they go round into the back straight and clear for turns 1, 2 and 3, it's Rackstraw, it is LaRue, and then it should be Weberski, or is it Haldenace? I'm not 100% sure there for a second. But this is going to be hard and tight racing for our Investchem Formula 1600s. Certainly going to be interesting. They've been sitting on that hot tar for a long time and now they're ready to go and rearing to go. No love lost between the two brothers there as well. It's the two Haldenace brothers. It is Gerard and Antoine. In your picture at the moment is the sapphire colors of Andrew Schofield. This is Andrew Rackstraw and Josh LaRue fighting tooth and nail. It is a 5-car battle. The magnificent paints and hardware car of Nicholas Van Wheelie and Nicholas's whole family is here today. A good warm welcome to Sam and Susanna and Mom. They're all here. And of course they've got the new sponsorship of Hamilton paintbrushes, and Nicholas Van Wheelie now tucked firmly behind Andrew Schofield. There's the two Haldenace brothers, and it is Antoine ahead of his older brother Gerard. This is the battle for first place. This is Rackstraw and LaRue. This is your 2021 championship overall winner, and the gentleman currently fighting for third place as Nicholas Van Wheelie works his way through ahead of Andrew Schofield. Third place overall in the championship is between Josh LaRue and Nicholas Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie's coming through the field. He's got the two Haldenace brothers in front of him and then Jared Weberski. The two Haldenace brothers are going to fight tooth and nail. They had such a nice ding-dong battle in race 1. That is Paul Schultz at the back of the field with, it looks like Alan Mayer. The two of them are having a bit of fun and games. And you'll see Ron Van Wheelie just behind them coming over the hill in the background. Car number 56. Oh dear, that's Duncan Foss in the DB Building Suppliers car. And that's not what you want to see, is a very sad driver in the middle of the racetrack. And unfortunately his race is done. This is Alan Mayer and Paul Schultz, Ron Van Wheelie behind them. I would imagine that Ron Van Wheelie is going to try really hard to catch these two, but at this stage it looks like Alan Mayer is leading the Formula Kents. So this is the end of lap number 3. We're starting lap number 4. It is a 10-lap race. This is the Haldenace brothers, Abacus divisions. It is Antoine Haldenace and then it is Gerard Haldenace, followed by Nicholas Van Wheelie. No changes as Van Wheelie starting to put a lot of pressure on Gerard as Paul Schultz spins out. Nothing like wheel spinning a Kent on the main straight. Lots of dirt and dust on there. Watch the battle now. This is Gerard Haldenace and it is Nicholas Van Wheelie. Yeah, Andrew Schofield in the mix as well. This is a nice three-way battle, and they're going to push hard. Not one of them is going to give an inch. No changes up in front either at this stage. Thank you. no changes. Andrew Rackstraw still leading out over Josh LaRue and Jared Weberski. You cannot slide a piece of paper between Nicholas Van Wheelie and Gerard Geldenhuys. He needs to finish in front of his brother for the championship points, though. That is the ideal outcome. There you are, gives you a clear idea. Rackstraw, LaRue, Weberski, the three of them have been on form this whole season. Antoine Geldenhuys has got a little bit of breathing room. His brother's coming under all sorts of pressure from Van Wheelie and Schofield. Schofield's close enough to benefit from the tow from when Van Wheelie just cannot find the line through. Geldenhuys is holding his line really, really well and not leaving a gap for Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie's got the Van Diemen. He takes a slightly wider line, slightly wider car in its making, but he's still got the race line and holding it steady. Rackstraw, Weberski and Josh LaRue in the middle there in second place. It's Josh's mom Sanel's birthday, so again Sanel, a big happy birthday and thank you for the wonderful cupcakes we were blessed and spoilt with today, always appreciated. So as we go back in here, we have a look here. It is lap number 5, it says to me. There's the two Geldenhuys brothers. Antoine Geldenhuys in 4th place. There's the gap between the two brothers, but look at the gap between. Right behind him, it's Geldenhuys, Gerard, then it is Nicholas Van Wheelie, then it is Andrew Schofield. Not one of them can afford to make a mistake because the next one will be there to pounce. That's Gerhard Geldenhuys. You see how close they are. It's a great tight battle here this afternoon at Zwartkops Raceway. Slight delay in race number 2 as we had to recover some vehicles due to an accident on the opening lap. Full race restart. And this is the action where we are at the moment, lap 6. We've got 10 laps in this race. We're past the halfway stage. This is the final race of the 2021 season. It has seen thrills and spills, and quite a few of them have been today in race number 2. Andrew Rackstraw, Josh LaRue, Jared Weberski, those have not changed. Antoine Geldenhuys, Gerard Geldenhuys, Nicholas Van Wheelie, Andrew Schofield. This is Brendan Tracy. Now we're going to see the Kent class. We'll catch up with the Kents. We'll catch up with the Kents at the moment as we're looking at magnificent paints and hardware car of Nicholas Van Wheelie and their new sponsor, Hamilton Paintbrushes, the Sapphire car of Andrew Schofield. And Andrew's also got his whole family here today cheering him on and watching, which is beautiful. His lovely young daughter cheering daddy from the sidelines. It's great to have the families back at racing. And now we're going to catch up with the Kents, and here's the Kent class with Alan Mayer and Ron Van Wheelie. And that's Brendan Tracy pulling into the middle. That's Brendan Tracy pulling to the middle of the circuit. There is a problem with the car, but as race drivers are trained, if you can get it to a safe place that doesn't endanger the other competitors, racing will continue. And Brendan's done exactly that. He's pulled that car behind the tires and made it as safe as possible, and also of course then he can get out safely. This is our Kent cars. Yes it is, that's our Kent class. That's the battle between Alan Mayer and Ron Van Wheelie, first and second. It's a great tussle between them. Alan Mayer in the Investchem colours and Ron Van Wheelie in the magnificent paints. The Investchem colours flying boldly in blue, Alan keeping Ron Van Wheelie honest and making sure that he has to work. Here's that beautiful four-way battle for 4th place. It's Geldenhuys 1 and 2, then Van Wheelie, then Schofield. This really is a great tussle. Each one of these drivers is pushing as hard as they can and isn't giving either one an inch or an out. You see Antoine's wheels just slide out slightly. Remember, the track is hot. These tires have been used for already 10 laps plus. They're going to start racing on ice skates very soon. You're going to have to see who has maintained the grip the best, who's managed to work the life of the tires. It's going to start becoming, oh, you see a change of position there very quickly as well. These guys are going to start having to work really hard to control the tires, as someone seemed to have gone straight instead of turn. That is Andrew Schofield, that is our race leader, that is our 2021 championship. He hasn't put a foot wrong this season. That's Josh LaRue in the ICLA and New Heights car. Race driver SA and Investchem of Andrew Schofield. We are on the closing stages of race number 2. It's been fun, it's been exciting, it's been an absolutely phenomenal season. We've gone tracks all over the country. We've had incidents and accidents, but this young man has only been off the podium once this whole season, and I mean the top step of the podium. He has gone flag to flag, fastest lap, fastest pole position. He's been absolutely phenomenal. Andrew Rackstraw is deservedly the 2021 champion. He was crowned at Red Star a couple of weeks ago, and he's on his way to take the double win for the day here at Zwartkops Raceway. An absolute fitting end to the 2021 championship. Josh LaRue with his second place seals third place overall in the championship. Nicholas Van Wheelie finally finds a way past Gerard Caldenes just to cross the line. Gerard has not put a foot wrong, driven superbly, had to work really hard. What a race weekend. It has been certainly very entertaining. Paul Schultz gets back on track. Well, folks, that is the 2021 Investchem Formula 1600 all sewn up. Ron Van Wheelie winning the Kents over Alan Mayer, with Andrew Rackstraw and Josh LaRue, Jared Ruberski and Antoine Caldenes. That's your top 4 drivers across the finish line for race number 2. Folks, I'm going to try and run down to Park Ferme and grab the drivers and do a big wave there from Gerard Caldenes, saying thank you and appreciative to all the wonderful spectators here at Zwartkops Raceway. They have thoroughly enjoyed the vibe at the track, having the families, having the friends, and having the spectators back at the track. And a great wave from all the drivers as well. Every single one certainly has appreciated. They've loved today. Folks, we will be back 2022. We will let you know on the calendar. Keep your eyes on social media. It'll come out towards the end of the year, so you can plan your race weekends in advance. There will be some interesting and exciting announcements coming your way through the press in due time. We have some new drivers lining up. It's going to be a lot of fun and very exciting. From my side, Laren Mew, I am off down to pit lane and moving and shaking a leg before I get chased. I'm going to hand over to Greg Maloney. He will cross. But from my side, thank you for a wonderful season. It's been great.
In a few minutes' time, we'll get Global Touring Cars back on track for their second heat of the day and penultimate round of this championship for Global Touring Cars and the Super Cup class. We managed to catch up with some of the Super Cup drivers and the Masters in the Super Cup just before our race day today. Let's get down into that pre-race press conference.
Super Cup pre-race press conference starting with Jeff Kruger. Jeff, some work to do this weekend. Got to try and close that gap down on Bradley.
Yeah, for sure. That's the main goal for the remainder of the races this year. Trailing by quite a bigger margin than we would have liked, obviously, but it's been a very up and down season. It started off quite well. and then unfortunately P was the real setback for us when we had a mechanical issue. But yeah, nonetheless, motorsport is, as we know, unpredictable, so anything can still happen towards the end of the season. So our job is just to score maximum points that we can and try to take it to Jono and Brad. So I think the fight is definitely going to be on, and for sure looking forward to it.
Well, Jono, you can hear those words are fighting words. Let's hear from you what your plans are for the weekend.
Listen, man, I think my plans for the weekend are just to get stuck in, keep my head down, try and maximize as many points as possible, because at this stage of the game, I think it's still anybody's championship. 7 points between Brad and I, 13 between us. So really not much in it. Look, we've got a bit of work to do, but we think that we've got a solid package for the weekend. So yeah, man, I'm just going to try my best and hopefully qualify up there and box if I need to.
A little rose amongst the thorns there, coming in right at the last minute. Donnie Finnicker, great to have you part of Super Cup, buddy. I know you've been looking forward to getting into this car. Wingfield behind you and a couple of Cape Town-based sponsors jumping in to give you the opportunity to do the last 2 rounds, but then hopefully full-time next year.
Yeah, we're going to try if we can get a proper sponsors and with us, and then we'll definitely be there. I would love to do it. Yeah, I don't have so much pressure like these two now for the last race of the season. I'm just having fun here and finding my feet, and yeah.
It is a really cool category to be involved in, and I'm sure that you're looking forward to the challenge.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yes, these cars are unbelievable to drive. Yeah, and then I get some data from the guys and so on, and we compare it, and I love it.
Supercars Masters pre-race conference. Nick missed last round, so a little bit of work to do this weekend to catch up.
Yeah, we seem to be battling today. I mean, we're at the back of the grid. We've had 2 practice sessions, and yeah, something's wrong. But hopefully we will get there for qualifying. We've got 1 more session left, and we're busy trying different things. Also, I suppose coming from PE, not used to this track, but a bit disappointing.
Yeah, but still enough time to sort it out.
Yeah. Maybe I'm sure 50% of it is me as well.
Okay.
But yeah, hopefully we'll get there.
Awesome stuff. Nicky Dix.
Nicky Dix.
You asked for a very difficult question, so we're going to ask you that. Take us through the inside of a curve vent air conditioner.
Air conditioner.
Yeah.
We do actually do fire ventilation. So
there you go, same thing. No, but more importantly is you've joined the series, and things have gone well so far in terms of your first couple of outings.
Well, I wouldn't say well. The first race was in East London. Was a rookie race. Crashed into Johan de Bruin. Felt sorry about that and had to continue. And Red Star was Gymkhana, but it was nice. We enjoyed it. And now I think we have more track confidence in here than that Nick has got. But we're still learning. Learning the car, it's different than any other car that I've ever driven.
But certainly one that you're enjoying.
Yeah, very much.
Sam, I think you're also enjoying as much as these two as well, but also a bit of a tough start to it, but slowly but surely making your way to the front end.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever driven a front-wheel drive, and it's been a huge transition. They're awesome cars, really great to drive, and we're slowly but surely making our way through the field. But we hopefully will get there next year. We'll be more competitive.
Well, good luck for tomorrow, gentlemen.
Thank you.
GDCs are on track, but before we get into the GDCs, let's go down to pit lane and catch up with Gerard Gildenhuys after the second heat of Investchem Formula 1600s.
Gerard Gildenhuys, race 2 started with funs and games. You didn't see the red flag.
Next to each other. So at the final corner Schofield slowed down and nobody else saw it, and I hit my wing on him because nobody slowed down. We almost collided and I almost took out half the field just from that. But race 2 after that went well. I maintained 4th position, and then after a while my brother came past, which was not the best, and then I made contact with him at corner 6, and after that then Nicholas also came past, and because of my damage to my car, so unfortunately.
But it was a really good race and well done.
It was a very good race, thank you very much. Great to end the season.
Certainly is a great way to finish the season up there for Gerald Gelderhuys. Him and his brother Antoine had some fantastic dices in those last couple of heats. But 2021 is now done for the Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kent class. Global Touring Cars got one more race here today and two more at the Kyle Army 9 hour. So it's not quite done and dusted yet for both Brad Liebenberg and, of course, championship leader at GDC level, Robert Volk. So some fun and games still to be happening here. Saud Variawa is on pole position. But we got Nicholas Van Wheelie down in pre-race Park Vermeer as well with Claudio.
Ron, just as well you own a hardware store, your Formula Kent took a beating this weekend.
Yeah, I know. It was crashes all over the show. It was Allen into Hepburn, Foss into Allen, and I managed to escape that one, come around and then start the race again. And then we went again, and then I managed to get up next to Allen. And then at the top of the hill, I outbraked Duncan. And then we went round at the top of the hill. I was on the inside, and the next minute I just felt somebody hitting me. I saw it was Duncan, and then he went off, and then I came around, and then I chased Alan down, and Knoxbury, and then I managed to get Alan, and that was it. I managed to finish first, so I'm quite chuffed, and I stayed out of trouble, sort of.
The perfect way to end the season. Congratulations, Ron.
Thank you. Cheers.
Slightly older version of Nicholas Van Wheelie there, but needless to say, still in the Van Wheelie family for Magnificent Paint and Hardware in Linden here in Johannesburg. A great effort there from Ron to finish at the top on the final asking in 2021. Now it is the penultimate asking and the second race of the day here for Global Touring Cars. Mandla Ndakani alongside his teammate on the front row, Team Gazoo Racing locking out that front row, with a bit of a battle expected from behind, and expect to see some big action coming from the two WCT and Investchem Chemical Logistics Toyotas of championship leader Robert Volk and Scott Temple. They're on the inside behind Michael van Rooyen, the man that of course is looking to close them down. Lee Thompson will be starting from 6th place in the Team Red Racing BMW M2. Saud Variawa is on pole position there alongside Nick Davidson, winner of second in the first heat of the Masters class. Johan De Bruyn is alongside him. Then it's Jeff Kruger and Jason Campos. You got Jonathan Machotzi and Keegan Campos with Brad Liebenberg, and of course alongside him will be Andre Besaidenote for Team Perfect Circle. They make their way around behind the safety car now for a rolling start. And the second bit of race action about to kick off here for our penultimate round for some of the classes and final round for some of the classes of the Extreme Festival, the national championship categories here. That's the man on pole, Saud Variawa for the Super Cup class. Young Carter, who basically jumped out of a kart straight into a Super Cup competitive car, has done some international duties on a few occasions as well for South Africa, and looking forward to possibly taking his first victory ever in a Super Cup class from that pole position. Heat into the Dunlops is pretty much a big requirement, and it's going to be some big action between Davidson and De Bruyn for the win possibly in the Masters class of Super Cup. Campos, Kruger, Campos, Machotzi, Liebenberg, Besaidenote, Olivier, Fanikak, Hammond, Nicky Dix and Stefan Schneiders. That's how they line up at the back of the field there for the GDC Super Cup class. Starting to come into formation now. The Toyota 86 is about to peel off into pit lane and hand the duties to Mandla Ndakani to dictate the pace across the line. As I said, it's Gazoo Racing 1 and 2. Hopefully Mandla's going to play the team game here and allow his teammate to squeeze through and possibly get away. That's the whole plan here, but of course there's no team orders in that crew. See, Van der Walt is right there with Mandla Ndakani, so is Volk and Temple. Tucked in behind Michael van Rooyen. Lee Thompson trying to spoil the day for everybody as the lights go out. We go heading down towards turn 1. Good start there from Robert Volk, diving on the inside of Temple. Temple going to give him some room. Yes, he does. Just allows Temple to squeeze through. And Mandla Ndakani does not help out his teammate Michael van Rooyen. Ndakani gets the whole shot, and Van Rooyen tucks into second. 4x4 into turn 1. Could end up in tears for a couple of cars as they go through there in the Super Cup class. Variawa has already lost out 1 position to Campos. Jason Campos leads out Keegan around the outside, losing 3 positions as he goes through turn 2. Being forced wide there by Nick Davidson. Davidson trying to keep out the intentions from Keegan Campos as they went into turn 2 and onto the little straight towards 3. Here comes a change up for the lead. Eventually, Mandla Ndakani, I should say, has given Michael Van Rooyen a chance to get through. Here comes Julian van der Vat opening up the door there for Robert Volk. The battle is on for GDCs. Battle is on big time here for Super Cup as Machotsi tries to go on the inside of Johan de Bruin. De Bruin is late on the brakes there, looking to try and squeeze up through ahead of Davidson for the lead of the Masters and 3rd overall on track for the GDC Super Cup. Temple now behind Van der Vat. And at the back of the field, Lee Thompson in the BMW for Universal Racing and Team Red Racing's BMW team. AutoZone Ford in 4th place. Trying to give Volk a little bit of assistance, but he's not quite in the position he needs to be. Ndakani is in the perfect position to keep out this pack and give Michael Van Rooyen a chance to get away. Team game certainly starting to be played here in Global Touring Cars. We saw the door opened up from Scott Temple to allow Robert Volk through on the inside into turn 1. And then a little bit of maneuver to allow him up into 3rd place there from Van der Vat as well. So the WCT boys working together as a team, but looks like Team Gazoo Racing doing a similar kind of maneuver here. Volk trying to get through. Opens up the door and slides past Mandla Ndakani. He tried to fend him off, but just didn't have the same kind of pace as Volk had heading into turn 5. So now, championship contenders are 1 and 2 on track. The leader is in 2nd. The man closest to him is in 1st. As they head back down the hill into G&H Transport Corner, it's game on. Here comes Temple. Temple on the inside of Van der Vat. He needs to get through because he realizes that Lee Thompson is starting to close him down. Forces Van der Vat into a slight mistake, and Van der Vat, by that mistake, allows Lee Thompson through. So it didn't quite work according to plan there for Scott Temple. He wanted to try and put Van der Vat between himself and Lee Thompson, but Thompson saw what he was trying to do and went with him. They're both now onto the back end of Mandla Ndakani. Lee Thompson runs wide ever so slightly out of turn 2, allowing Van der Vat to come back at him. Van Rooyen leads out. Volk in 2nd. 3rd place. Big battle between the 21 and 31 cars out there. 37 and 33 fighting for the back end of GDC. Up to the top of the hill they go. And it's Lee Thompson now fighting to try and get ahead of Scott Temple. That's the battle for 3rd place in the championship, remember. 1st and 2nd are 1st and 2nd on the road, but just in reverse order in terms of their championship compared to what they are on track. 2nd place in the championship leads the race ahead of the championship leader, Robert Volk. Michael Van Rooyen, man out front for Team Gazoo Racing. Ndakani and Temple going at it, putting a little wheel on the dirt there with Scott Temple. Dunlops are really liking that. They certainly love the black stuff more than they like the dirty stuff. Although we have seen that they can go anyway. Temple on the inside of Ndakani, puts a car between himself. Oh! Touch between Temple and Ndakani. Ndakani gave him absolutely no room to play, and this time it's Scott Temple's car that loses the back bumper. So the bumper being stripped off there after a maneuver where he came across on the nose of Ndakani. Ndakani just held his line, but it was Scott Temple who just ripped his own bumper off on Ndakani's nose cone. And the nose of that Toyota ripping the back end of the Toyota from the Chemical Logistics team off completely. Still a bit there to play with, and maybe there'll be a little bit more to go flying up. Could be deemed a bit dangerous, that little piece falling off the back of the car. Let's see whether or not the COC has anything to say about that as they head down towards the final corner again. So on to the braking point for turn 8. Ndakani trying to get back at Temple. Temple has got a little bit of breathing room now between himself and Lee Thompson. It's 2 cars there between Thompson and Temple. 3rd place in the championship up for grabs there between the 2 of them. Back to the front of Super Cup. Jason Campos, Jeff Kruger, Keegan Campos, Saud Variawa. Where is Brad Liebenberg? He's still behind Machotsi. Machotsi still in a bit of a fight there with Johan de Bruin. The master is showing the youngsters the way around here. And de Bruin is certainly using his experience around Zwartkops to very good effect here. He goes defensive into turn 2, keeps Machotsi out. Hanging on to the front end of a very talented field of drivers is not always easy to do. And you can see that Machotsi now under pressure from Brad Liebenberg, diving on the inside. Liebenberg trying to drive through, little touch between the 2 of them, coming onto the back straight. right behind Johan de Bruin. De Bruin late on the brakes into 4, keeps out Machotzi and Liebenberg, who stays side by side yet again through turn 4. Good slingshot drive there from Liebenberg. Machotzi's going to try and go with him. He's got through on Johan de Bruin, or has he? De Bruin is late on the brakes. He's going to make Liebenberg work hard here. Machotzi squeezes through and just gets forced out, does Johan de Bruin. Saud Variawa coming along for the ride as well. Campos versus Kruger versus Campos versus Variawa. Slowly but surely they're starting to close in on the back end of this field, and it is Donnie van Niekerk now having a look on the inside of the Oudekeur car of Johan de Bruin. Nick Davidson in second place in the Masters side of things, as Van Niekerk tries to squeeze through and go with the top contenders in the Cup class. Super Cup has been spectacular today. More of the same expected now in race 2. Machotzi tries to get the drive now between 2 and 3 to close down on Liebenberg. Liebenberg's got a long way to go to catch Variawa up the road. There's the gap between Saud Variawa in 4th and Liebenberg in 5. He's had a little bit more time than what he expected there to be behind Jonathan Machotzi and Johan de Bruin. Jeff Kruger in 2nd at this point. Can he close down on Jason Campos? Campos will be looking for a victory. Keegan Campos would love to make it 1 and 2 for the Campos Racing team. But he's got to find a way through there on Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger. Now they come down onto the braking point once again into turn 8, GNH Transport Corner. Keegan Campos trying to close that gap down. There was a bit of a COC call between Campos and Machotzi after that race 1 incident. The two of them getting up close and personal. Had to come and have a chat and explain themselves. This time though, he's all on his own in 3rd. Can he try and find a way through here on Jeff Kruger to close that gap down first of all, and then try and find a way past him? Here we go, into that back straight away again. Up towards turn 4. Campos Jason ahead of Jeff Kruger. Campos Keegan ahead of Saud Variawa. One of our youngest competitors in this class. Could actually be the youngest if I'm not mistaken. And fighting there with Machotzi and Liebenberg, who are looking to close him down. Machotzi running with similar lap times there to Brad Liebenberg, trying to match the Sparko car with the Volkswagen Motorsport machine to close down the Saud Variawa car in 4th. Donnie van Niekerk now ahead of Johan de Bruin. Nick Davidson into 2nd in the Masters. Looks like Davy Olivier is in 3rd. So Olivier up in the 3rd spot now for the Masters side of things. Just looking in the background, is it Team Perfect Circles? Andre de Besaidenout in 4th it is. He's got Sam Hammond right on his tail, breathing down his neck, looking for a way through there. The Trinity Protection Services car all over the back of Team Perfect Circle and Motul sponsored machine of Andre Besaidenout. Wild Rose Gin Polo is slowly but surely getting onto the back end of Nick Davidson, and nearly a touch. In fact, I think there was a little touch there between Davidson and de Bruin as they came under braking for turn 2. Back to the front, Michael van Rooyen controlling things. Exactly what he needs to do here. A win for Volk has to be matched with a win from Michael van Rooyen. But the gap is going to open up, because remember, Michael van Rooyen was not in 2nd by the time the flag came out in race 1. It's certainly not what he wants, that is for sure. We'll have to wait and see exactly what's happened here in terms of the lap times. We'll try and go back onto race monitor to pick up the race action that's been happening here, of course, from the action on track. Bit of maneuvering here from Lee Thompson too. Thompson looking to put the pressure onto the back end of the youngster in front of him, Julian van der Walt. And the AutoZone Ford being caught now, hand over fist by that Universal Team Red Racing BMW M2. And there's the possibility that Thompson can move up, still stay in the hunt for what is going to be 2nd place in the championship with Temple and Van Rooyen. Volk in 2nd. I think Robert Volk realizes 2nd place might be okay. He will head into the final round at Kyalami on the 3rd and 4th of December at the Kyalami 9 hour, and potentially still have a chance of taking the overall championship. Kruger in 2nd, being closed down rapidly by Keegan Campos. He's found something special here in the last couple of laps to bridge the gap there onto Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger. He's bringing Salwood Vario along for the ride. Is there enough laps in hand though? Michael van Rooyen, Volk, Temple, Van der Vat, Thompson, Manda Nakani, Campos, Kruger, Campos, Variawa. Super Cup, top 4. 5th place is Liebenberg. 6th at the moment is Machotzi. Dani van Niekerk in 7. De Bruyn leads out the Masters ahead of Davidson and Jabert. Hammond now ahead of Andre Besaidenout. Schneiders and Dix at the back. Big gap between Jason Campos and Jeff Kruger. Saud Variawa was our pole man. He's down to 4th. He'd love to get back on the podium. I'm sure he's going to try and give Keegan Campos a run here to the line. Campos just controlling things there from 3rd place. Matching Jeff Kruger at almost every turn. And by doing that, he's closing him down. Variawa is just watching for any opportunities that may open up there between Campos and Kruger. Down onto the brakes again for Machotzi as he looks to go with Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg hasn't had an answer. Brad's pushed hard, but it was too far back, I think too far away, with not enough laps in hand to close that gap down to the first 4. He's done an admirable job to get almost within breathing space of them, but not quite there yet. Van Rooyen to the line. Is that 2 laps to go, Paul? 4 laps to go, beg your pardon, 4 laps to go. Just getting confirmation because the timing has gone down on my side. Oh, it's a 15 lap at this time, beg your pardon, yeah, so it's a 4 lap still to go in this one. Sorry, Paul, I'm going to ask you for that timing because I don't have it here on my iPad, or your iPad, because it's not coming through at all, and I've tried it on both Speed Hive and on Race Monitor. Just getting nothing at all. Pass it over to you. So we've got Van Rooyen, Volk, Temple, Thompson, Van der Vat and Ndakani. I don't think there's going to be any changes between them. As we get up to the top of the hill though, there is a bit of manoeuvring happening here with Temple. Temple is definitely in with a bit of a shout to close things down on Volk. Don't think he'll pass Robert Volk because he knows that the championship's up for grabs. He'll play the team game. Van der Vat tried to play it earlier on to keep out Thompson, but wasn't able to quite do that. But there's certainly a move happening here from Scott Temple's point of view. He's fastest at the moment. And now looking to just change things around here ever so slightly. Ndakani just maintaining where he is at the stage. No issues for him. Certainly in with a shot here as they're coming in amongst the back markers. Are the back markers going to play a game here? Will Lee Thompson be able to capitalize on those back markers and just catch up on the 2 Toyotas in front of him? Let's see, wait and see here. Fastest man on track at the moment is Scott Temple, as I expected. 104.454 from Temple. He's closed the gap down rapidly onto Robert Volk. Volk will basically be sitting there in second place going, okay, let's just keep it like this if we can. But back markers are definitely going to help out here. Hindered slightly there is Lee Thompson by Nicky Dix as he comes up on the back end there of the curve end car. Eventually gets through into turn 1. Finds a way past and now tries to catch up onto the back end of those 2 Toyotas who might just be hindered slightly by the car that they've caught up onto into turn 2. So as they come across and into turn 3, we go back to the front as Keegan Campos closes down on Jeff Kruger. Second place at this stage, still up for grabs between Campos and Kruger. Keegan, as I said, would love to make it a 1-2 there, particularly on Roy's birthday. It is Roy Campos' birthday today, so I'm sure that both those boys will be fighting hard for a 1-2 to give Dad a really special birthday present. But Jeff Kruger might not be up for that game. Let's see what happens now into the closing stages. Jason Campos leading out just ahead of these two. This is second place that we're watching. There is Campos leading the gap. Look at the gap he's got over Jeff Kruger and his brother Keegan. Jason's hit the front and has just controlled things all the way through this 15-lapper. Heading to the top of the hill. Back to Temple and Volk, two teammates. Now with pressure from Lee Thompson. Schneider's definitely in with a bit of an issue. Van Rooyen leads out at this point in time. Ndakani, his teammate. There he is. In amongst the back markers is Michael Van Rooyen. He's got through on Hammond and Besaidnout. He's onto the back end now of Davidson. Davidson not too far off the back, by the looks of things, of Dani van Niekerk. Coming up under braking. Can he go on the inside of Davidson? Davidson sees him coming, gives him some room. Allows the Toyota through. They're going to run with him to try and close that gap. It's not a bad plan to do. Nick Davidson's going to use the maybe a little bit of slip there to help him get up and bridge that gap back to Davy Olivier. Olivier's up to second behind Johan de Bruin. So de Bruin, Olivier, Davidson is the Masters as the checkered flag comes out for Michael Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen wins out. Volk in second. Controls the championship from that second spot. His teammate Temple putting himself between Volk and Lee Thompson as the flag came out. And then it was Van der Walt and Ndakani coming through. Going back to GDC Super Cup now, looking for Jason Campos to come to the line. Campos will be the man as Andre Besaidnout takes the checkered flag. He'll be fourth place in the Masters. Here comes Jason Campos through Kenwood. Double right-hander, flick it through to the left. He's got a big margin over Jeff Kruger, but Kruger's looking to hang on for second. Oh, we're going to see Keegan Campos have a go here at Jeff. Is he close enough? No, he's not. Jason Campos is going to gift his dad one of the possible 1-2s that could have happened today. And it's going to be 1 and 3 for the Campos boys. And Jeff Kruger splitting the two of them into that top 3 for GDC Super Cup. Variawa hung on for 4th. It's Brad Liebenberg in 5th, maintaining his lead in the championship ahead of Jonathan Machotsi. As we wrap things up for the penultimate round of the Global Touring Cars. Michael Van Rooyen ahead of Robert Volk, Temple, Thompson, Van der Walt and Mandla Ndakani, the 6 cars in GTC. That's how they finished up at the end of the race day. Jason Campos beating out Jeff Kruger and Keegan Campos. Saud Variawa just behind them. And then it was Brad Liebenberg and Jonathan Machotsi. Dani van Niekerk. Johan de Bruin wins out the Masters, beating Davy Joubert. And then it was Nick Davidson and Sam Hammond ahead of Stefan Schneiders. I think might have just got through there on Andre Besaidnout in the closing stages. So that's how we wrap things up here for the penultimate round of Global Touring Cars and the GTC Super Cup. They will make their way to Kyalami for the final round on the 3rd and 4th of December at the Kyalami 9 Hour, when the SRO return with the Intercontinental GT Championship at Kyalami. They will be joined by Volkswagen Polo Cup, and they'll also be joined by the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, which we've still got one more heat to do, and that of course is up next. We'll try and get some interviews down in Park Fermé. Until then, we'll be back shortly with action from the Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops. Welcome back to action here from the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars second heat of the day. 2 additional laps. Terry Wolford and Ben Morgenroot on the front row, ahead of Andre de Lange, Mackie Adlam. Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobil Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reed will be side by side with Warren Lombard. Pep Boys Automotive, High Tech Mags and Sean's Graphic and Signs on the side of that car. Frank and Mateo ahead of Richard Fuller, David Kutsia, and coming back at the back of the field there, Carl Nell was in third place in race 1 and unfortunately had some problems, had to go back into the pit lane. Hopefully it'll go better for him in the second one. 10 laps about to go. Double yellows into turn 1, so no overtaking until we get into turn 2 and 3. And Wolford hangs on ahead of Morgenroot. They'll just take up their positions as they stand on the track. Morgenroot leading things out now over De Lange for second and third, but it's Wolford at the front, looking for a potential win here for the Volkswagen. Green flags out of turn 2 and we are racing proper. Richard Fuller trying to run there with Warren Lombard, who gets outgunned by the Italian Stallion onto the back straight. Di Matteo already moving up into position to close things down on his arch rivals. Carl Nell makes up one position into turn 4 as well. He slots up and gets ahead of David Kutsia in the Mobil 1 car, the Mobil 1 grid car. Late braking from De Lange, nearly running up the back end and through that exhaust pipe of Ben Morgenroot as they come into the top of the hill for the first time through Kenwood. Double right-hander, flicking it left through one of the only left-hand turns on the circuit. Here comes Mackie Adlam already applying pressure onto De Lange. Oh, what a tag! Touch between De Lange and Adlam. Adlam definitely in the wrong there, trying to throw a wheel up the inside. De Lange shut the door and he tagged him. Spun him out completely in that Roofshaw Jaguar. Adlam could be in a bit of trouble for that, as we see Thomas Reeve now trying to capitalize and possibly catch them out. De Lange definitely getting spun out there by the tap from behind coming from Mackie Adlam. And Adlam now with a bit of pressure. Let's have a look at it as they go in there. Yeah, a little bit of late braking and unfortunately Mackie Adlam in the wrong place at the wrong time as De Lange came to take his normal line. Tagged the back of the Roofshaw Jag, and that's it. He's on the sideline, back of the field. So some work to do now for Andre de Lange. Possibility for the COC to have a bit of a chat with Mackie Adlam as well, because that was maybe not deemed a racing incident. We'll wait and see what they have to say about that one. But right now it is Italian Stallion all over the back of Mackie Adlam, looking for a chance to get through on him. Adlam is the hard charger always in the reverse grid. Warren Lombard trying to do the same thing in the background. Carl Nell's on his tail. He wants to get through on Richard Fuller. Nell to very close attendance with the other 2 Fords ahead of him. Didn't quite go according to plan in race 1 for Carl Nell, but he's definitely back in the thick of it now for race 2. Lombard through on Fuller. Lombard dives on the inside, finds a way through there on Richard Fuller and gets past. As they head now into turn number 4. It's Lombard from Fuller, Fuller from Nell, Nell from Kutsia. Falcon at the back of the field trying to close things down here on the Mustangs just up the road from him. 2 Falcons fighting hard there as well. 3 of them at the back trying to close down on Lombard's Mustang. Morgenroot under a bit of pressure now from Terry Wolford. He's hit the front and got ahead of Wolford. And since he's done that, he's now had an attack coming constantly from Terry Wolford. About to have Terry Wolford and Mackie Adlam right with him. And not forgetting Frank Matteo and Thomas Reeve. Thomas Reeve with the fastest lap on that last pass. So that's how these guys have started things out here for the second heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Morgenroot trying to pull away now from Wolford as he fends off the 2 Jaguars. The 2 Cats trying to catch that Falcon. And it's a determined Mackie Adlam wanting through on that Volkswagen. He's looking to try and wrap things up here in this championship. Remember, it'll be his 5th back-to-back title in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, or in Supercars, if he gets it all right. He dives on the inside of Terry Wolford. Wolford giving him a little bit of room to play, but not enough to make the move stick. Wolford hangs onto the inside line for turn 7 and should be able to keep out the attack from the Jaguar. He does so. He's on the inside line for turn 8, and that'll keep him at the front end of this little fight. but it's still in second place behind Morganhood, who's starting to open up a big margin. Here comes Thomas Reeb in the background as well. Reeb bringing along the Chevy Lumina for a bit of a fight amongst the cats and birds at the front end. Falcon from the Jaguars. Here comes the Lumina. Chevy powered Lumina there in 5th place. Looking for a chance to get through there on his stablemate. Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobil sponsored car of Thomas Reeb, closing down onto the tailpiece there of Mackie Adlam and Franco Di Matteo. Wolford late on the brakes. Later braking coming out of Adlam though. He's going to try and hang on to that inside line. Adlam forcing Wolford once again onto that wide line. This time Wolford with a slightly better drive out of turn 5 and doesn't have to go as defensive into turn 6 as what he did earlier on. Great fight for second here. Here comes Adlam. Adlam, defensive driving from Adlam. He saw the move there from Di Matteo and he went with the exact same move to shut the door. Wasn't going to allow Di Matteo through. Down to turn 2. This time it's the Fuchs Falcon taking the right line through turn 2. Didn't have to go defensive, but he lights up those Goodyears as they come out of turn 2. And see how hard Terry Wolford is fighting that car to stay in second place. Morganhood not having to fight anybody, getting away from the pack. Are we going to see the rookie take a victory here? I say that tongue-in-cheek because his interview earlier on, he was mentioning the fact that that car has not been on track since 2019. So it's a rookie amongst these season campaigners in this category. 3 years ago that car was back on the surface. And now having to fight hard at the front end. He's got away from Wolford, from Adlam, and from Di Matteo. Reeb losing a little bit of ground now to Di Matteo. Lombard coming along for the ride. Not too far off the back end of that pace is Warren Lombard. Down towards turn 2 they go again. Di Matteo trying to find a way through there on Mackie Adlam. Adlam not giving any room whatsoever to the Italian stallion behind him. Reeb has yet again closed that gap. Maybe not enough to have a go, but he's made it about 2 car lengths now as opposed to the 5 car lengths earlier. Lombard not too far behind them, realizing that Terry Wolford is concertinaing this pack of cars up here in second. And keeping it very honest for second place. Oof. Sideways from Wolford as he came out of turn 5 there, lighting those big Goodyears up. Big black lines coming out of turn 5 into turn 6. Here comes Adlam. Can he make a move here on Wolford? No, he's not close enough. Sticks his nose in, but doesn't quite make it stick into turn 8. G&H corner, always see some great late braking maneuvers here at Zwartkops. Now as they come under braking for turn 2 again, Adlam still no answer to Wolford's pace. He's had a couple of looks here and there, but hasn't been able to make it stick to get through. But now could be finding himself under a bit more pressure from Franco Di Matteo. Di Matteo shows a big look on the inside into turn 4. Adlam shuts the door. Not going to have any of that. Wolford very late on the brakes. Up to turn 5. Past the AMG Driving Academy and into the little short straight between 5 and 6. Pitching it over into turn 5, into 6 now. Double right-hander. Then it's a flick to the left. Down the hill and on the brakes into G&H Transport corner. No changes here. This is poised on a knife edge though, with 2 laps to go. Anybody's race here still for second. Don't think they're going to catch Ben Morganhood out front. It's going to be a long time since we've seen Ben Morganhood at the top of the field in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Morganhood bringing that old car out. 2019, as I said, was the last time it was in battle, and it doesn't seem to have lost any pace whatsoever. And he maintains the lead over this pack of 4 fighting for second. Here we go, to the top of the hill. Adlam looking dangerous. He's not close enough to make it thick this time, but he's going to have to start thinking about a maneuver if he wants that second place. Or is he starting to think more of the championship? Is second good enough if he's ahead of his two championship rivals? Remember, Terry Wolford and Morganwood are not in the championship fight, but Di Matteo and Reeb are, and they're behind him at the moment, so that might be what his thinking is, heading into this last lap of the penultimate round of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Will he settle for third place? Is that enough to give him a commanding and controlling lead to head to Kyalami on the 3rd and 4th of December for the Kyalami 9 Hour as one of the curtain raisers for that Intercontinental GT Championship? That's possibly what he's thinking about right now. He's not applying as much pressure to Terry Wolford as he was earlier on. And Wolford actually has pulled a small margin now over Mackie Adlam. What a drive here from Ben Morganroot. It's, I think, almost 50 years of racing that Morganroot has been involved in South African motorsport. He's a multiple champion in the V8 Supercars and what was previously known as the Modified Saloon Car Championship. And he's now about to take what was an unthinkable victory here this weekend in an old car. Big Ford Mustang. Vlamgat, as he likes to call it. Heads down towards turn number 8 for the last time. And the victory going to Ben Morganroot. He takes the win over the Fuchs Falcon of Terry Wolford. It's Mackie Adlam in the Adlam Auto car for third. And Di Matteo and Reeb will be scratching their helmets. Warren Lombard hung on to keep out the attack coming from Richard Fuller. Across the line, it will be David Kutsia to win things out over Andre de Lange in the third of the Jaguars. So Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, Ben Morganroot, Wolford and Adlam, your top three. Di Matteo and Reeb losing ground to Adlam in the championship, only finishing in 4 and 5. Warren Lombard in 6, Richard Fuller in 7th, David Kutsia in 8, and Andre de Lange in the Roofshaw Jaguar finishes up in 9th place. That is our Mobil 1 V8 Supercar coverage done for the day. These guys will be looking forward to heading to Kyalami on the 3rd and 4th of December for their final round of their championship. Up next, we head to BMW Car Club Racing Series. And as soon as they're on track, we'll bring you all of that action from their second heat of the day. And we wrap things up at the end of the day at approximately 4:30 this afternoon with the Picanto Cup 1 hour endurance race. Also try and catch up with some of the interviews down in the park for me. Until then, we'll see you soon with more action here from the Extreme Festival at Zwartkops. lining up now for their second and final heat of the day. The BMW Car Club Racing Series, headed up by 92 Fabio Fidato, who will be on pole position alongside William Einkammerer. Kind of missed him in the first race, although he eventually got the second place that he was gifted at the end of the race into a first, and that's due to the fact that car 26 Adrian Dalton was penalised for passing under yellow flags, and I think he dropped down to about 5th place overall in the standings after race 1. So he'll be looking not to do the same mistake, I'm sure, here in race number 2. Second row of the grid will be Adrian Dalton, the man I've just been chatting about, and Mark Jones. Alan Hilligen and Nicholas Van Zyl will make up the third row. Looks like Giesing with a bit of issues in the Car Club Racing Series car. He's got going again. But certainly holding the grid up ever so slightly there. Thomas Portgieter ahead of Salvi Gutteri, Jagger Robertson and Andreas Meyer, Carlo Gambini and Nick Macris. And it looks like Giesing's got a big windscreen issue there. Something must have popped up. Maybe the bonnet popped open and smashed the windscreen. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue, but we'll wait and see if he takes up his position on the grid or rolls into the pit lane. Looks like he's going into the pit box. So we'll find a bit of race preparation here for these guys. Looks like Thomas Portgieter's keeping that door open, trying to get a little bit of extra air in for the last time before they roll off for their rolling start. Got down to Jagger Robertson and Andreas Meyer on row 5, 9 and 10th on the grid. Behind them will be Carlos Garbini and Nick Macris, Trevor Long and Troy Cochran, Lyle Ramsey and Matty Wadley. And you're going to have Renier Smith and Bernard de Gavea in the taxi, followed by Eugene Goos and Morgan Long. Said we kind of missed Einkammerer on a few occasions in the first one, but he eventually ended up in first place due to Adrian Dalton having passed under yellow flags, being demoted down a couple of positions and lost the overall win. Can Fabio Fidato do from the first position on the grid? With Adrian Dalton breathing down his neck, going to be hard ask, that one. Class B and Class A competitors relatively evenly matched, but those Class A cars have got a slight turn of pace over the rest. We saw that with Adrian Dalton dominating the first heat. It was about 7 or 8 seconds up the road from anybody else, and eventually was about probably 10 or 12 seconds. Not enough though to negate the penalty that was given to him for passing under yellow. His closest rivals alongside him there in that shot, that is William Einkammerer. The next Class A competitor a bit further back. Still some work to be done for Class B overall. Class C, Nick Macris will be looking for a much better position in Class C to stay in contention for the overall championship, fighting there, of course, with the German Andreas Meyer. A lot of Germans on track right now, mainly four-wheeled ones. And here we go, as the 92 car starts to up the pace slightly there. Fabio Fidato alongside William Einkammerer, Dalton and Mark Jones. Jonesy probably won't have the pace to run with Adrian Dalton as they go down into turn 1. Good start there from the German. He tucks ahead of Carlo Garbini and looks like he's going to fight it out as well with Van Zyl. It's Einkammerer that leads out into turn 2 ahead of Dalton. Dalton's just ahead of Fidato. Cochran side by side with Lyle Ramsey as they came out of turn 2. And behind that they start to sort themselves out there in the lower classes E and D on track. Fidato's dropped down to 4th. Here comes a big move from Andreas Meyer, trying to squeeze through there on Salvi Gutteri. Gutteri opening up the door. Speaking of open doors, there's one. As Einkammerer opens up the door and Dalton says, thanks very much, I'll have that. I'll take that every day of the week. Einkammerer with a small mistake up into turn 5, and that is going to give Dalton some clean air. Can he put the hammer down now and get away from William Einkammerer? Dotto still in third, further back. Fights on for the classes here. They're into it now, big time. Vansel with Jagger Robertson. RSR versus the Viking team on the inside. Looks like a big move there from Potgieter as well. Thomas Potgieter trying to get into that mix. And Andreas Meyer waiting to pick up the pieces. As they can see, 3 cars going 3 by 3 could end up in tears. Meyer late on the brakes. He'll get on the inside of Potgieter. Maybe on the inside of Vansel as they come out of turn 2. Squares up turn 2, gets the power down. Great move there from Andreas Meyer. Took 3 cars in 2 corners. And eventually got it all sorted out as he now looks to close down on another rival in the class there, Jagger Robertson. The youngster there, Jagger Robertson, having a spectacular day in the saddle today. Checking his dad. Looks like he's going to be still in with a shot here for honours in Class B. Garbini looking for that as well in the Kimbo coffee car. He's behind Andreas Meyer at the moment, and they're closing down on Hilligen. And then Hilligen about to be caught in pasture, possibly by the German. German on the outside. Here comes Garbini on his inside. Oh, Garbini capitalised big time there, and will get through on Hilligen. Under brakes. So Alan Hilligen playing a little bit of a blocking role there on Andreas Meyer, forcing him wide out of turn 6. Meyer comes back at him as they're going back into turn 1, but it's lost a bit of ground there to Garbini. Garbini from Meyer from Hilligen. 6, 7 and 8, slight change up there as they've gone across the line, of course, compared to what they did. And Hilligen's got a problem. Hilligen slowing up dramatically right into the clutches of Vansel and Potgieter. Thomas Potgieter going to try and get on the inside of Alan Hilligen as they come onto that back straightaway, and he makes it thick eventually. Looks like a missed gear there from Hilligen, but it might also be a chance here for Vansel to dive through. He is going to try and get up ahead. Yes, he does. RSR just ahead of Hilligen. Hilligen's got some issues. Looks like an intermittent problem there. Selby Gutteri on the sideline. Gutteri on the sideline at the top of the hill. That's a dangerous position. Possible safety car going to be required here if they can't extract that car to somewhere safe. We'll keep an eye on that. Second place at this point in time, of course, still a bit of a fight on. Oh, and another car. Nick Macris. Oh, this is championship rival. Overall championship rival in Class C honours. Nick Macris on the sideline is not where he wants to be. Looks like he's got it fired up again. Or he's going to be pulled back by the Kyle Army / Zwartkops Marshals. Troy Cochran on the inside of turn 1. Oh, what a race of attrition here for the BMW Car Club Racing Series Race 2. We got 4 cars at 4 different corners in problems. And problems that could potentially bring a safety car to the circuit. We'll wait and see. Here comes Jagger Robertson on the inside of Mark Jones. Not only Mark Jones, the Kimbo car of Garbini who sneaks through there too. Jonesy and who was that? That was the 92 car, I think, of Fabio Fidato. Fidato with some problems too. Late afternoon here at Zwartkops. Double yellows into turn 8. That's because of the car stricken on the outside here. I don't know if Nick Macris has been pulled out of harm's way, and they're allowing this to continue. Is there, yellows into 7, double waves into 8. It is, of course, Adrian Dalton way out front ahead of Ankamera and Garbini as they come to the line. And behind that is Mark Jones and Andreas Meyer. Jagger Robertson just up the road there from Andreas Meyer, doing everything right to keep the German out. Nice fight here for Class B. Mark Jones in the second of the Sav Speed cars. Matt yellow and black, Matt red and black car of Salvi is parked on the sideline at the top of the hill. Here comes Garbini around the outside of Jagger Robertson into turn 4. Robertson hangs onto the line in the Viking and Big Boss Auto car. Hangs on for now, but here comes Garbini. It's the Coffee versus the Viking, and the Coffee car wins out. Jagger Robertson, maybe a slightly underpowered car compared to the... Oh, and out of shape is Garbini. Garbini lighting the back end up there of the Coffee car and allows Jagger Robertson to go back at him. He just climbed on the loud pedal a little bit too hard as they came out of turn 5. He now looks to come back at Jagger Robertson into turn 8. But a big moment there for Garbini, as he's just got the back end to step out properly in that Kimbo Coffee BMW. Heading towards turn 2. Have a look at this. There it is, the back end steps out under power. Great catch from Garbini, but it means that Jagger Robertson has got back to the front and ahead of him again. Garbini looks like you've got a bit of a problem at the back end. There's a bit of smoke coming off that car. Watch in the background there, Garbini's car starting to smoke up a bit. I wonder if he's got a bit of body rub on the tyres, which is what's catching him out there. Maybe causing that car to slip and slide a bit. Is there something coming onto the wheels that could be causing that problem too? The roof surgeon car of Trevor Long, number 13. They have their own bit of fun and games. There is Salvi back on track, but some smoke coming out of Salvi Gutierrez's car as he goes into turn 4. Hopefully not dropping any unwanted fluids onto the circuit. Rainier Smith fighting with Trevor Long. Cochran on the sideline. Unfortunately, the Arrow Racing machine is out. The Arrow Automotive car of Troy Cochran's always a great car to have on track. Magnificent livery on that car. Nice to see Trevor Long with some nice race livery. He usually runs an all red livery. Changing that up ever so slightly now into the closing stages of 2021 season. The final race of the season on track as we speak. Down onto the brakes here. Rainier Smith under pressure from Trevor Long, trying to find a way through. Hasn't made it stick just yet though. A couple of looks in and out, but Rainier Smith this time out has kept it pretty much on track. He had an off-track excursion, remember, in race number 1 here at turn 2. Behind them, they start to line up. Some fantastic battles right the way through this field. Neil Reynolds fighting there with Nicholas Herbst. Looks like they've now come leaders in amongst those back markers. Varish Gunpath has been caught and passed by the extra clothing and shoes car of our leader Adrian Dalton. 171 Shane Krobler in a big fight there with Neil Reynolds. The two of them having great tussle. 325 IS having some fun and games there with Reynolds in the Dolphin shaped car. But this M3 CSL of Dalton's is absolutely on rails here at Zwartkops. It's a magnificent machine. Used to be part of the G&H Transport stable, and now in the hands of Dalton has been an all-conquering machine here in BMW Car Club Racing Series. Coming down onto the brakes, they're going to start their penultimate lap. 2 to go for Adrian Dalton. Iron Camera still in that second spot. Elusive Iron Camera. Portkita still fighting with Van Sale. They head to the top of the hill again. They've still got 2.5 laps to go at this stage. Jagger Robertson still in third. Third overall for him will be a spectacular outing for the young man. Youngest driver on track there. I think he's only just turned 16 if I'm not mistaken. He's ahead of his championship rival and class rival there, Jagger Robertson. He's ahead, of course, of the German, Andreas Meyer. And Sal and Portkita start their penultimate lap now. Into turn 1. Fidato. Nice run from him. Fabio Fidato certainly doing a superb job there, of course, in 5th ahead of Thomas Portkita and Van Sale. Ramsey's made his way up into 8th. Didn't think we'd see Lyle Ramsey coming from so far back into single digits, but he's there. And Trevor Long just behind Rainier Smith as they cross the line there for 10th and 11th place respectively. Dalton has started his final lap. He's into turn 2. There were a few yellow flags out there, but he didn't pass under any of them this time. Not going to make the same mistake there in the extra clothing and shoes BMW. Coming up on car 100, that is Mike Krobler. And looking for honours in Class E there is Krobler. He's been fighting with Nicholas Fischer and Hein van der Merwe. Dalton with a 30-second advantage over his second place rival William Einkamera. And coming down to the final corner for the last time. Great outing here for Adrian Dalton. And finishing things up here at Zwartkops at the top. As he did in race number 1, but this time without any penalties incurred. Renier Smith comes through just to beat out the 100 car. And then it's Bernard de Gavea in the taxi, who has to do one lap less. Barish Gunpath coming to the line as well. He finished up a good day's racing ahead of the rest of those pack of Class D and E. 57 in the house. Coming through there to wrap things up for Neil Reynolds. Iron Karma has just crossed the line. And this is possibly for third place. Yes, it is. Oh, a change up right in the closing stages there. Andreas Meyer getting through on Jagger Robertson and beating him to the line. That is definitely going to keep the championship wide open. Great run there from the German to get a top 3 overall. And he finishes ahead of Jagger Robertson. Fabio Fedotto has gone through. He finishes up ahead of Thomas Portkita and this man for Red Star Raceway, Nicholas van Zyl, in the number 1 car from last year. So BMW Car Club Racing Series ends up with Dalton on top. Ian Comra in second and Andreas Meyer in third, just pipping Jagger Robertson to the line. Fedetto and Nicholas van Zyl coming through there ahead of Thomas Portkita and Lyle Ramsey in 9th, with Renier Smith in 10th, beating Trevor Long to the line. Gunpath in 12th ahead of Neil Reynolds, Shane Kobler, Hapst, Morgan Long and Nicholas Fisher. And van der Merwe, Mike Kobler and Bernard de Gavea. Jonesy with some problems, Garbini with some problems, and as we saw right at the start there, Giesing having to pull into pit lane with that broken windscreen. That is the BMW Car Club Racing Series done for today. If I'm not mistaken, they've still got one more race to go at Red Star Raceway. Are they done? It's Kyalami, I beg your pardon. It's Kyalami as well, yes. Kyalami, they will also be there at the Kyalami 9 hour as one of the curtain raisers. So they will finish up their championship at the 9 hour with the Intercontinental GT Championship, with Global Touring Cars, Super Cup, Volkswagen Polo Cup and the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. That's how they wrap up things here at Zwartkops. Up next, our international guests for their final race of the day and the final race here for Extreme Festival. It's Picanto Cup 1 hour endurance. Welcome back to Zwartkops, and our final race of the day is the Kia Picanto Cup from Mozambique, joining us as our international guest this weekend on the Extreme Festival. Fantastic to have this category here. We've had two spectacular events on track with the sprint races, and now of course it's all combined into the final race of the day, a 1 hour endurance race that'll see all of the competitors fighting hard, and it gives an opportunity for a bit of team tactics to come into play as well. As they head off onto their warm-up lap, we've got some bills to pay, I believe, so let's go and invite our guys from Mozambique National Television joining us here, and a bit of advertising. All right, as the cars roll off, we're going to skip that one and go straight into race action. Miguel Tiago is going to join us in the commentary just for the first part of the race to get things settled up, and then he goes down to do some duties as a timekeeper to ensure that the pit stops are within the windows that are available here. It's great to see that that's an opportunity to give in to the drivers. 15-minute minimum in the car, 45 maximum per driver, and that window of opportunity then opens up after the first 15 minutes of racing.
Well, technically, Greg, we're looking at just a little bit under the 45 minutes, because if he goes out at the 45-minute mark, he won't be able to do 15 minutes because he needs to spend 2 minutes in the actual pit stop. So obviously everything falls into place, and in terms of the work that has to be done, it's mostly just creating an environment to be able to keep the guys involved with the team and the team involved with the guys.
Sure.
And at the end of the day, basically that's what the guys have to plan. So within that window, they're allowed to do their stops, which means they could come in at any time after the first 15 minutes.
All right, so that's the strategy that's going to be put into place right now. Always important to have that kind of strategy in the bag before you even decide how the car rolls out onto the grid. Remember, we've seen two teams taking victories in the two sprint races today, and what we'll see on track now is not really calling the drivers, because my knowledge of the drivers is not as good as Miguel's is, and when he steps out, we're going to just go with the team names. But if we do pick up on driver changes in the pit stop windows, we'll then be able to keep up with the action at the front end. 5-Star Racing will be looking to take on, of course, the boys have already taken a victory here today, and that was a big effort being put in by Guilherme Rocha for Blue Tech. So there's a big fight between the competitors and the teams today expected in this 1 hour endurance.
It is a bit of a wild card because considering all of the stops and all of the intricacies of this race, and like I said before, it brings in the team effort, and it's not up to the driver alone, and that actually makes it a bit more difficult. And the culmination of the day, the guys are tired, 1 hour on the track, and it actually adds a little bit of spice to everything.
Yeah, it's lovely. The cool thing about it is it is a bit cooler than what it has been all race day long. Can you imagine if it had been in the middle of the day? This hour endurance would have a slightly different look and feel to it.
And not only that, I mean, you've got the mechanical components which have to be considered, and 1 hour on track, it makes it a little bit more difficult to try and keep that under control.
For all our friends up in Mozambique, here's an introduction from Miguel Tiago for everybody up there enjoying the race action on our national television channel.
Olha, então obrigado por esta apresentação. Estamos em andamento neste momento, a caminho da primeira curva aqui em Zwartkops, com a intensidade que nós temos vindo a conhecer destes carros. Estamos presentemente a acompanhar aquilo que é a corrida de resistência. Temos várias janelas que podem ser utilizadas. Temos, obviamente, a primeira janela de 15 minutos, onde se abrirão as hipóteses de podermos ter as paragens que trazem o componente de equipa para termos aquilo que eu considero ser importante em qualquer desporto.
I like the fact that we've got at the front end there already Guilherme Rocha setting the pace there. Marco Mogada, his teammate, possibly at the wheel right now, but the winner of race 2 in the sprint category is at the front end for the endurance. They go 2 by 2 into turn 4. That usually ends up in tears in any other category that races here at Zwartkops. But these guys tend to give a little bit of room to play, and then they start to bump and barge. That's exactly what
it's inevitable
for the next hour.
It's absolutely inevitable. I think it'll settle down after a while once the guys find their spaces. They will jostle now for position, because if you get more laps under your belt, that obviously means you win the race.
For sure. Collinson in second place now, moving the 5-Star Racing car into that second spot, but they've lost quite a bit of ground there, considering the fact that they're only getting to lap number 2 here. There's a massive start at the front end there from this very bright liveried car here, and the Marley machine doing everything right at this point to keep Blue Tech in with a chance of a victory here in the 1 hour endurance race. Everybody else jostling for position still.
Blue Tech este fim de semana com dois jovens muito bons, dois jovens que obviamente têm estado a dar os seus primeiros passos aqui na África do Sul e como não podia deixar de ser, estamos a verificar, estamos a identificar novos talentos que já vêm, alguns deles de outras categorias, mas importante é entender que e daqui só podem realmente fazer melhor. Estamos muito felizes naquilo que estamos a ver do ATCM, da organização e obviamente também dos nossos colegas sul-africanos. Estamos a deixar aqui uma boa marca.
And we're loving all this action. I got to tell you something, Miguel, they are really putting on a spectacular show here, and it's definitely a welcome to the Extreme Festival for Kia Picanto Cup. A big collaboration between Mozambique's Kia dealerships and South African Kia dealerships getting together with Motorsport South Africa and ATCM. It's great to see this big cooperation between the two countries and the manufacturers involved in these two countries to bring this to light in South Africa. And the potential, as we spoke about earlier on, if you've just joined us on our live stream on both Facebook and YouTube, as well as on national TV up in Mozambique, is that it's going to open doors and opportunities are going to be arising for South African drivers to go up to you and guys to come down to us as well.
Yes, we've done a lot of work in the backstage, if you want to call it that, to be able to establish important contacts, and there seems to be a lot of interest. Logistics isn't a problem. Some of the faster classes we will have to be able to first understand if the track is designed for very fast classes. We might have to polish up on the security, we might have to polish up on the safety, but that's basically just logistics, and we're willing to take it that far.
Yeah, but the cool thing about it is that you're willing to do it, and I think that's giving us an opportunity to find another circuit in the southern hemisphere of Africa to go and play on. And that, of course, just bodes well for the Extreme Festival, first of all. They love going to other tracks and getting opportunities to race in front of big crowds. Great to see crowds back in South Africa. I'm sure you're looking forward to getting some crowds back in Mozambique as well. But there's big crowds watching us on the live stream and on national TV. And we spoke about it earlier on. The crowds in motorsport fans, or the motorsport fans in Mozambique, are actually bigger than any other sport there at this stage.
Yes, and obviously without a track, you can't have track racing. We've managed to get that going again after a period of about 25 years with no action on track. That was the first step. Getting cars on track was obviously, as you've said before, a very big and welcome Kia effort from Tiago Agua, who is the CEO at the moment, and he's done a wonderful job. He's talking about bringing in a slightly faster class and phasing this out after next year's season. I just had that conversation with him in the pit lane, and I think this class will probably go backwards in terms of establishing backwards. Well, if it's an academy, it's actually going forwards at grassroots level, and then these guys will hopefully move into something a little bit faster and a little bit more stimulating, because a lot of them are complaining that they feel it's too slow.
Well, you got to start somewhere, and I think having a one-make series like this on a similar vein to what we've got in Polo Cup here, celebrating 25 years this year in South Africa, it's the stepping stone. So your guys that like Rocco, who started in karting, gets into a saloon car, this is where he wants to go, learns the ropes in this category, moves forward into a slightly quicker category like we've got with Super Cup and with Global Touring Cars. Those are the stepping stones that I think we can work in conjunction with, and if everybody is working hand in hand, there's definitely a big future for this. This will be your stepping stone class, and your faster class will start to get your guys up into where our South African drivers have gone worldwide and internationally.
I think it's also a stepping stone, not only from a racing perspective, but from an officiating perspective. We've managed to establish some very good links with the FIA, and we're actually at the moment dealing with them on a day-to-day basis in terms of getting people trained. I was able to do a bit of steward training, clock of the course, race director. We've done all of that. We've got people that are FIA certified. We've got people that are at I wouldn't say the highest level, because we lack a little bit in experience, but at the same time I think we're in a good place right now to get better, and this type of experience is exactly what we need. We didn't only bring racing cars, we didn't only bring drivers, we didn't only bring teams, we brought officials, we brought some of our marshals, we brought some of our timing staff, and they're learning as they go along.
That's fantastic, because that's the way to do it. You know, shadowing some of the people that have been around in the sport for a long, long time, particularly down south here in SA, is certainly the way to go. I mean, we've got Kyle Army and Zwartkops marshals that have been doing this for 30, 40 years. You can't get more experience than those guys, that is for sure. Right now, Blue Tech continues to lead things out ahead of the 5-star racing team, and Trans Auto there in third place as they start to just get into the mix there. Trans Auto under a bit of pressure here from the Moztec machine as diving through there in the 21 car. little bit of manoeuvring happening there from Manuel Barbosa. He's our race 1 winner, and he's up to 3rd.
Manuel Barbosa did a very good first stint in that race. He actually managed to capture the lead about 2 laps from the end. I think this is an excellent team with a lot of potential, and I think if they can get it together and keep it together in the endurance side of things, they've got a good chance of doing well.
I can tell you something else that these guys might be interested in. These little cars may be potentially some giant killers in our South African Endurance Series. Maybe we need to bring some of them to Killarney on the second weekend of December.
I think so. I mean, from a consumption perspective, they're definitely the best if if that comes to it.
Index of performance must be pretty high up there too, but all right, so we're into the thick of it now for this first endurance race for Kia Picanto Cup in South Africa. It is fantastic to have them here, and really they are putting on a spectacular show as they do in Mozambique, and we've loved to have them as part of the Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops. We're into the thick of this one right now. The Trend Tire team starting to get in the mix there, working together with each other and under big pressure. 31 diving up the inside there, a little bit of maneuver there from Remy. Remy has a big look, and can he make it stick? He's going on his opposite number there, the 13 machine, and it looks like there's going to be a bit of a fight on there between Louis Rocha and Remy for potentially what is 7th place on track.
Luis Rocha is actually a very aggressive driver. He's also come from a modified environment where he decided that he needed something a little bit easier to manage in terms of standard cars where he could compete without having to put too much money in. His daughter is also a very good driver. She's got her own modified. So it's in the blood. Luis Rocha's, Rodrigo Rocha's brother, and it looks like the blood is in the family there. The racing blood's in the family
Yeah,
there.
for sure. At this stage, the Rocha car out front and dominating at this point. Not quite sure if it is the Gilhelm at the wheel at the moment, or possibly Marco Morgado. We'll have to wait for that pit stop to work out who that is. I know you've got some duties to do down in pit lane, so a massive thank you for joining us in the commentary team, and I'll let you get down there to get yourself all sorted out.
Absolutely. So we're looking at about 8 minutes and 45 seconds of this endurance race. They'll be going into their stopping window when we get to about I'd say 13 minutes. Give them enough time to do 45 minutes, because one can do 15 and one can do 45. Then it's up to them to establish the transition period and the moment they want to stop it. Greg, thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for boosting the image of what I think is still a baby in the motorsports world. And we can only thank Motorsport South Africa and the organisers for everything they've done. And we hope we can maybe, and I'm sure we will be expecting some classes from South Africa there very soon.
We look forward to joining you, and we look forward to you joining us once again here. Please send all our regards down to the drivers and everybody behind the scenes. It's been a spectacular outing, and looking forward to now how things finish up for this one. Miguel, all the best. Head down and do some of your officiating duties. You know, Miguel Tiago joining us there for some Portuguese commentary, and also a little bit of a insight into what is happening behind the scenes with our Picanto Cup. Kia Mozambique, Kia South Africa behind the maneuver to get them here into South Africa at the Extreme Festival. Coca-Cola, one of their big sponsors as well. De Gouveia is in the house. He's coming to see some of the pronunciations on the Mozambican Portuguese names in this one. But some spectacular racing happening over the next 45 minutes or so, as Kia Picanto Cup gets into about 13 minutes of race action, and the pit window is about to open up here big time. Big fights expected, as we've seen all race day long. And as I said, we are looking forward to what's going to happen when that pit window opens up. Remember, there's a 15-minute minimum for each driver that has to be in the car, a 45-minute maximum. And yeah, we can possibly catch up with more of the behind-the-scenes guys, as we caught up with some of the very important people in Kia Picanto Cup, the president of the ATCM, and some of the other VIPs that joined us here at Zwartkops. And that, of course, was yesterday. We managed to catch up with them. Let's go and have a chat to all of the powers that be here in Kia Picanto Cup.
Rodrigo Rocha, presidente do ATCM, este fim de semana na África do Sul, para talvez termos a oportunidade para vermos uma das experiências mais notáveis do passado recente. Como é que conseguiram levar isto a cabo?
Bom, esta nossa participação, primeiro, tem uma dupla vertente. A primeira vertente, obviamente, é trazer para a África do Sul um bocado daquilo que nós estamos a fazer em Moçambique e trazendo essa experiência de Moçambique com um troféu que tem tido algum sucesso, queremos também mostrar que Moçambique está aberto a receber outras modalidades, outras séries vindas da África do Sul. Já temos tido vários contactos a nível das duas direções, das duas autoridades desportivas nacionais de Moçambique e da África do Sul, e isto surge exatamente nesse estreitar de relações com a África do Sul, onde pretendemos fazer um intercâmbio e permitir que alguns campeonatos de ambos os países possam ter uma ou duas provas a realizar-se das infraestruturas desportivas existentes em cada um dos países. Trouxemos desta vez 16 equipes, cada equipe tem no mínimo 2 pilotos e no âmbito dessa experiência também aproveitámos e trouxemos para uma experiência diferente alguns dos nossos marshals, alguns dos nossos comissários esportivos e que vêm cá aprender também quais são as dinâmicas das provas sul-africanas para quando recebermos em Moçambique já termos algum know-how dessa experiência.
Sr. Barbosa, como sempre ativo no desporto moçambicano, com essa ligação sul-africana, facilitar-nos esta tarefa de fazer o desporto para além da fronteira. Qual é o seu envolvimento e as perspectivas para podermos fazer isto mais vezes?
Bom dia, boa tarde. Não sei a que horas é que isto vai ser transmitido, mas a minha função é ser embaixador do ATCM, como bem dito, já você mencionou, em promover o produto ATCM, que tem sido um trabalho estupendo nas vossas fronteiras, em Moçambique, e trazer para cá e também levar para aí o desporto motorizado.
António Pereira, obviamente envolvido na parte técnica, na parte logística, no resgate e na coordenação de corridas, o que é que acha que nós podemos levar daqui como exemplo e obviamente como a escola que os sul-africanos nos podem oferecer?
Bem, eu acho que o aprendizado acontece a vida inteira, estamos sempre a aprender, mas é notável o nível que nós já conseguimos ter no ATCM, seja a nível de comissários, seja a nível de intervenção, de rescue, toda a logística, toda a organização. Portanto, é sempre bom aprendermos mais alguma coisa, mas acho que já estamos num nível que, de forma confiante, podemos estender um convite a quem quer que seja para fazer a sua série e vir correr connosco em Moçambique, porque acreditamos que estamos com uma qualidade internacional como podemos ver aqui na África do Sul.
Muito obrigado.
Fantastic to catch up with the powers that be there with Kia Picanto Cup. And now we're into, of course, the opportunity for that opening of pit lane for the first couple of stops here. Remember, they have to do a minimum of 15 minutes, a maximum of 45 minutes per driver. And as you heard there from my fellow commentator earlier on, Miguel Tiago, saying that about 13 and a half minutes is the ideal time to come in if you want to get those pit stops 100% right. A couple of guys haven't decided to come in just yet, so we'll keep an eye on the teams as they come into pits and get them all sorted out. But as you can see, maintaining the lead at the front end, the Blue Tech car has not been bettered since the flag dropped and lights went out, and 5-Star Racing is still in second place. 55 car at the moment, sitting currently down in 16th place, the Trans Auto car, and that is Telmo Costa and Mario Pereira sharing that machine. Here we go, pit stops about to start. First car into pit lane, and it looks like a whole bunch going to be following him in. It's kind of what we expected in this Picanto Cup. As the first pit window opened up, it would be a bit of frantic activity and a lot of cars coming in to do whatever they're required to do. 5-Star Racing is the first car in. That is second place on track, and 5-Star Racing now with some work to do to try and get back up into the front end as he loses positions. Collinson gets out and Clint is going to get in. Douglas Clint going to be the second driver in that team, and I assume that that's how they're going to be doing the change up as per their Class A or Race A and Race B driver changes. Paolo Collinson would have started the race, and Douglas Clint going to finish it. Back onto track with the battle between Trend Tire Racing and Racecore. Those two cars onto the back straight away. Just behind them comes Mosque Pro. as they hang on for a potential top 5. In the hunt for the top 5. 31 car. It's Gareth Neal at the wheel of that car at this point. 21 on track is Manuel Barbosa, race 1 winner, with a bit of pressure there from the 77 of Rodrigo Almeida and Pedro Pereira Coutinho. They head back down towards turn 8 here at Zwartkops. Fastest lap so far of this one's been a 24.3 from our leader, but if you take into account that him or their car and the 5-star racing car were doing 23.6s and 23.9s in qualifying, they're not quite up to the full pace and potential of these cars that they're able to do in qualifying. .77 VA Racing applying the pressure onto that Mostec car. 21 machine up into second place now, Barbosa and Almeida. Almeida and Coutinho, Pereira Coutinho there in third. That's the leader, and that's the gap he's got over second and third place. I would assume it's Gelhelm Rocha at the wheel of that car at the moment. He was certainly a lot quicker than anybody else in race number 2, and he would probably set the pace early on to try and open up a gap that they might be able to manage into the latter part of this hour endurance. We've got 17 and a half minutes gone. Continuing fight there for second and third. .77 VNA Racing. Transcrane Logistics on the side of the car there, sponsor for VA Racing. And Mostec with some pressure coming from that 77 machine. Nice fight there for 4, 5 and 6. Trent Tire, Rasterinos in fourth, and behind them it's the second of those Trent Tire Racing race team competitors, the 13 car, Louis Rocha and Nico Banze. Nice little Trent Tire train here at this point. 23. Right behind them, the race car of Pedro Garcia and Andrea Almeida. Pedro Garcia was a race 1 competitor. Almeida was a race 2 competitor. Quite sure if they've stuck to that in terms of their strategy for the 1 hour endurance. Into the brakes, up into turn 5. Trend Tire, more cars into pit lane. 78, the 78 racing car of Tiago Ferraz Cotento and Pedro Sereno Souza. Martini Racing colours on that car as well, and chrome Kia Picanto. 10 cars been off in race 2. The Mazago Racing team of Joao and Miguel Alberti. Right, so it looks like he's had a problem there on that car as he got away. The 78 car pulled off, and he's got to watch that speed limit through pit lane. No, he stopped. It's not a speed limit issue, it's something else wrong on the car. There is a speed limit in pit lane as always. They have to stick to that speed limit when they come in, but I don't think that was the problem there. Certainly looked like there was some other kind of issue on that car. So a fight continuing here for 3rd, 4th and 5th place. Mr. Reno's car losing out there slightly. VA Racing moving up into 2nd. Mostec, bit of a change up between the two of them too. .77 should take the lead of the race right now as they cross the line to complete the first 20 odd minutes of racing. Blue Tech have stayed out. VA Racing in second, Mostec in third. There is the leader. And the second car on track, the 11 car, is Sandro Alves and Pedro Sereno. They are a long way back on the leaders. So the 11 car down in 14th. Pit stop window is now all finished up. And of course 11 just coming out of pit lane there. That's why he's dropped back so far. I'm just amazed that the Blue Tech car maintains the lead over VA Racing. 6 car up there, of course, into 9th place overall for Transcene Motorsport. I think it might be a spelling mistake there. I think it's actually Transcrane Racing, but I'm stand to be corrected. Yeah, Transcrane Racing on the side of that car, same as that one. 21, the Mostec machine. Barbosa and Marco Almeida. Now we saw earlier on in the sprint races, the tyres on these cars start to take a bit of strain. They start to slip and slide in a sprint race, so can you imagine when they're out there for a lot longer than the sort of 15 laps that they've been doing. They've done 16 laps of action now, so they're going to definitely start to feel the effects of tyre wear. 81 is our leader for Blue Tech Racing, and as I said, I assume that is Guilherme Rocha at the wheel of the Blue Tech Racing machine. He's hanging on to the lead for now. Let's see whether or not he's going to peel into the pit lane. No, not yet. Into pit lane comes the 7 car. So 7 into the pit lane. And looking for a quick opportunity to change things up there. Kalen Miller, I think, may have climbed out of that car and handed it over to Kylie De Silva, or is it the other way around? It looks like Kalen on the outside. Very short young lady from South Africa. Handing the duties now to Kylie De Silva to finish up. Or possibly still have to come in later on for a driver change, a second driver change, depending on how Kylie handles the next half an hour or so. I would have assumed that Kylie would have started the race and they wanted to get Kalen to finish it, but I stand to be corrected. Maybe we can go back to that shot and work out who the drivers are in pit lane there for car 7. 11's back in there. Yeah, I'm just looking at the driver still with a helmet on, so I can't work out whether it's Kylie or Kalen. They would have had to adjust the seat as well there. I think it is Kalen who's getting into the car. Kylie's out of it. Now she's a lot taller than Kalen. Not that much taller, but a lot taller than Kalen. And much longer hair. So that's Kylie De Silva handing the duties over for the next half an hour or so to Kalen Miller. Slightly more experienced driver as well, so that's a good team tactic there from the two of them. As part of that Trend Tire Racing team. Great to see an opportunity there for Kylie De Silva to debut here in South Africa for Kia Picanto Cup. Bit of a alliteration in this class. It's Coca-Cola Kia Picanto Cup. We put that aside, the racing is top class. 55, Telmo Costa and Mario Pereira doing a driver change as well. And now getting into that pit window of opportunity to get everything right in terms of your pit strategy. Lead car still out on track is Blue Tech Racing. So no issues at this stage for those two. It is Guilherme Rocha and Marco Magado who control things from the front. Rocha at the wheel right now. VA Racing still in second, 11 seconds down. 0.7 of a second off them is Mostec. for third. Can't be too long for them to be waiting for them to come in. Minimum of 2 minutes in pit lane that they have to be in there for to get that driver change done. They don't have to change tyres. Fortunately, the tyres last the entire time in a 1 hour endurance race, and the fuel economy of these cars doesn't require a top up of fuel. There is your leader once again, and a comfortable almost 13-second lead now over second place VA Racing. Mostec on their tail though for third and challenging for second. Timekeepers making sure that they stick to the allocated time that they're allowed to be in pit lane. They don't go under it. They can go slightly over it because that doesn't affect their ability in terms of that pit stop window. It will hinder them a little bit if they do go over it. And definitely not allowed to go under it, and then sent on their way back into the fray here for the next half an hour or so. A little bit of change left on that half hour. Fight for second still up for grabs here between 77 and 21, VA Racing and Mostec. Sun starting to set here at Zwartkops. Temperatures dropped down slightly. Race action hasn't got any cooler though. It's just got hotter as we put a wheel on the dirt there for Mostec. Manuel Barbosa and Marco Almeida working together here to try and get an overall podium in the 1 hour endurance race. Their teammates just a bit further back there, the 31 car for Mosque Pro. Guegaremi and Gareth Neal. 23 race court, sitting currently in 5th. Starting to close down there on the Trent Tire car there, car 9. The Transcene Trent Tire car. The number 9 car, piloted by Christian Boucher and Andre Betancourt. Also, both have had top 3 finishes for the day. All of a sudden, we've got one of the South African contingent involved now. As Marco Acuna is onto the back of our lead car now that he's overtaken them. Not quite sure if Acuna has been able to do his pit stop yet or not. Another lap completed. I would assume that the lead cars are probably going to look to do half an hour and half an hour each, or at least get in the 43 or so minutes that's required so that the final driver change happens and they still get their 15 minutes minimum done. I would say they're probably going to look to come in at about 30 to 40 minutes completed to hand over to the second driver if that's the case. 5-Star Racing were in the top 3 initially and they've dropped down to 10th place at the moment. So Collinson and Clint with a bit of work to do. But of course they have got their pit stop done. So they went in early hoping to try and catch maybe some of the leaders out in the pit stop window. Second and third coming through. The 9 car is the 4th car. 23 is 5 on the road. And 23 a shared drive there from Garcia and Almeida. Battle of the double digits there. 7-7 VA Racing, second place on the road. Coming up on one of the back markers. 11 car there of Mostec 11. Sandro Alves and Pedro Serrano. Transstrain Racing hanging on for that VA Racing team. For second place on track. Oh, not a lot of room given there. Back marker should have been a little bit more forgiving in allowing the second place car through. That's a lap taken back now from the 11 car, so they'll drop back one lap, but of course that 77 car still has to make its pit stop, so they'll gain that lap back again once he's into the pit box. There's a nice driver change and some high fives between the drivers. Looks like it might be one of the Trend Tire car who have come in for that driver change. All the doors open to try and get a little bit of air into the cockpit. Cool the car down ever so slightly before the next driver gets into it. I think that was a good possibility of the number 13 car into pit lane. Just trying to work out which one it is. 5-Star Racing back on track. It looks like car 8. And that is Mediplus's Paulo da Cunha and Paulo Del Rey. Didn't even get a chance to see who the drivers were there, so I'm not quite sure who was getting in and out of the cars. Battle continues down into turn 8 there for second place. Mostec stuck right on the bumper of the VA Racing machine. They've got through on 11. 27 odd minutes to go. Back marker is now going to be a big concern for the front runners. 8 car into pit lane there. I'm just trying to work out, there's a driver in the way there and a guy standing right in front of the driver. I'm quite sure if we can maybe squeeze around him to see who's at the wheel. Oh, it is, there's Da Cunha on the sideline, so there we go. That answers my question. So it'll be Paulo Del Rey who will get into the car for Mediplus. Paulo Da Cunha out of the car doing the first stint there for that team. Second and third still on their way up the hill. Must be very near to pit stop opportunities for these guys. The 9 car back on track as well. There's car 9, Trend Tire Restaurenos, Christian Boucher, Andre Betancourt have now completed their pit stop. Incredibly, lap time starting to come down for the leader. He's just put in a 23.7. That's the fastest lap of the day other than qualifying this morning. So certainly some lap time starting to drop here. Maybe the track temperatures are coming down and a bit more helpful to the tyres with the cooler track conditions. Not usually the case, but hey, that's how it's happening right now. Big welcome to everybody, of course, who have joined us here from Mozambique on the national TV channel there. Hope you've enjoyed all this action from Zwartkops. The boys and girls have put on a spectacular show here as Kia Picanto Cup makes its debut in South Africa. Also a big welcome to everybody who's joined us late in the day. Our live stream feed on Facebook and on YouTube, courtesy of Up to 60 Seconds, Two Wheels TV, the Extreme Festival, and a couple of other pages. Volkswagen Motorsport been covering us all day. The Voice of Choices page has been covering you too. And great to see all of the action and interaction we can have with our live stream. Never mind that, it's been awesome to see spectators back in the stands here at Zwartkops. And once again, sport opening up to spectators here in South Africa after a long time off with the COVID scenario. 8 car being eaten up by second and third place now. The 11 car trying to go around the outside. So eventually finding a way through there was Sandro Alves and Pedro Serrano. These 3, well, these 2 actually have still got to make their pit stop. 77 and 21. And also looking forward to seeing whether or not the lead car is going to come in at some point. I think the hotter laps from Blue Tech Racing is an indication that they may be wanting to come in and don't want to lose too much ground in that pit stop. Blue Tech at the moment piloted by Guilherme Rocha will be handing over to Marco Mogado to finish up the second part of this one. Coming in around about, oh, there we go, there's a car in. That's the 13 car. So Louis Rocha going to be handing to Nico Banze. Great to see as they climb up the car, the high fives between the drivers and the teams. You know how hard it is out there. I can tell you at this point in the race, you're certainly starting to feel the effects of the Endurance Championship that is here. Second and third staying out for a little bit longer. Blue Tech out there again for another one too. fact, that is Blue Tech in the background, closing on this little fight for 8th and 9th between 5 Star Racing and Trend Tire. Car comes through as well, completing another lap. That is Mozago Racing's Joao and Miguel Alberti. That's the lead car. As I said, I'm kind of expecting that lead car to be in the next couple of laps or so in order to make that pit stop window work. There's a minimum of 15 minutes per driver, which means that driver change has to happen between 40 and 43 minutes. Otherwise, they might miss that opportunity and get penalized for not doing the pit stops in the allocated time. So action continues here, and it's also a big thanks, of course, to our partners, Link Online, connecting the world and giving us the opportunity to take this all around the world on our live stream platforms as well as on our live TV platforms today up in Mozambique, courtesy of our international guests here at the Extreme Festival, the Kia Picanto Cup. Lead car still in amongst the back markers. We're trying to get a couple more back markers between himself and the second and third place fight. VA Racing and Moztec 23, Racecore, Moz Pro, Transcene Motorsport and Trend Tire Racing have done their pit stop. So it's literally the first 5 cars on track that have yet to still go into the pits and get their jobs done in terms of their pit stop strategies. That's going to be happening within the next 6 minutes. Otherwise they miss the pit window. 15-minute minimum per driver, 45-minute maximum per driver. Which means if you are the lead driver right now, which Gilhelm Rocha is, he has to come in with about 12 minutes to spare. So that would mean he would come in at about, if it's 15 minutes to go, look at 18, so at about 42 minutes completed in this race, he must be in pit box, which is in about 2 minutes time. That's when he'll be looking to come in. They've timed it to perfection. That's what they will be looking to do. It all depends, of course, where you are on track when that 42-minute bracket comes up. So you're probably going to give yourself about a minute either side to ensure that you don't miss it out. We're running a little bit wide. There's the Blue Tech machine. Maybe starting to feel the endurance side of it. As I said, I think these little Kia Picantos could potentially even have a space in the South African Endurance Series. Maybe a separate class there for them to run in amongst the sports cars and Cobras that fight hard for the SA Endurance Series. Their final round, of course, is the weekend after the Kyalami 9 Hour, and that's down at the Killarney International Raceway. Let's have a look and see if we're seeing anybody moving through here. These guys have all completed their pit stop, so they won't be diving into pit lane. Here's our leader. 40 minutes and 30 seconds. Is it time for our leader to jump into the pit lane? Looks like it might be. He is, he's going in. So with 40 minutes, or 41 minutes, he dives in to ensure that he gets into that pit lane window to do the driver change within the 2 minutes that are allocated for that, and get him back on track to give the second driver in that team, Marco Morgado, a chance to complete the race. Marco's been standing on the side for a while now. Martini Racing Sparko suit there of his, and a Martini Racing Arai helmet as well. Wilhelm Roch has done an incredible job and has kept the pace at the front end. Expect to see VA Racing and Moztec in almost instantaneously as they come through. They're about 17 seconds back. You can see the yellow car just being checked on tyre pressures. Here is the second place car, VA Racing. And Moztec just behind them. They've continued out for one more lap. So maybe they're going to try and use and push the window a little bit further than what it was expected. 77 should be in on this lap, and so should Mostec. Otherwise, they're going to miss that window of opportunity that is allocated for the pit stops. Each driver has to do a minimum of 15 minutes. So they have to be in on this lap, otherwise they're going to miss it. If they continue on one more lap, they're certainly going to be penalized. I'm not sure if there's radio communications to these drivers, probably just pit boards as they come through turn 6 and 7. Expect to see that Transcrane Racing, VA Racing, Picanto dive in. He misses it, but Mostec goes in. Mostec goes in. So they've kept him out for a lap longer. It's going to give him about 1:24 to do this lap. That's not going to be enough to come in to do the driver change, spend the 2 minutes in pit lane, and give a minimum of 15 minutes to the second driver in VA Racing. VA Racing is Rodrigo Almeida and Pedro Pereira Coutinho. These two might be pushing the envelope big time. 31 also in. Just behind them is Moz Pro. And the Moz Pro team coming in just behind that one. But I think VA Racing could be in trouble here. They may have stayed out too long. Original leader there has gone back on track and comes out in about 5th place there for Blue Tech. Moving through the field rapidly was Moz Pro, but they're in pit lane now. Mostec Racing leads out the 21 car, and they're in pit lane at the moment. So let's see how it's all going to change up now as they cross the line. This is where it'll all get sorted out. 21 and 31 in the pits. Gareth Neal getting behind the wheel there of the 31 car. Being handed the duties from Guiguet Remy. 21 Mostec. Change up there between Manuel Barbosa and Mauro Almeida. We'll have to wait and see how this is going to pan out now after the pit stops. The original race leader, Blue Tech, down to 6th. At this point, 21 still in the lead. They've got to do their driver change and get their driver back on. Here's the 77 in. VA Racing. Have they got enough time to do the driver change, have the compulsory 2-minute stop, and still get out to give their driver a 15-minute minimum session? They've got about 45 seconds to do it. Whether or not they're going to do that within the 2-minute allocated time is also a big concern there for the 77 car. Blue Tech coming down to cross the line. I wonder if Blue Tech's going to take the lead of the race here. Possibly will. Retaking the lead after that pit stop. See if that changes up as they cross the line now. No. Transcene number 6 currently in front of the original leader, Gustavo Cruz and Nuno Vera. Right, so they've done everything right. They've done the driver change. They've now got to just sit and wait. 45 minutes is up. They are not going to get the 15-minute minimum that's required for each driver, and 77 VA Racing could be in trouble. They're still stuck in pit lane with 45 minutes already on the clock, which means they're only going to get 14 minutes and 40 seconds at this stage if they go now. Blue Tech up ahead of the 6 car. The Transcene Motorsport demoted down into 4th place. 23 race course still at the front. Ooh, late braking from the 6 car. What a dive there from car 6. Piloting that one at the moment, Nuno Vera. We heard from Miguel Thiago early on, saying Vera is a bit of a hard charger. Doesn't hold anything back. One concern I have here is Transcrane Logistics car in pit lane, the number 77. Our new leader is about to be overtaken in pit lane. He's going out, but he's got 14 minutes to go. That won't be enough to fit the minimum of 15 minutes per driver. Number 6 and 81 and 6 fighting for the lead. 6 Transcene Motorsport. But I think the lead has changed up back to Blue Tech. No, Blue Tech still in second now behind the Transcene Racing car. So the 6 car leads out. Second place is Blue Tech. VA Racing and Race Call will be demoted down on the next pass across the line, and the timing should basically then sort things out for the next 14 minutes of racing. So your leader is this man, Transcene Logistics Motorsport, and at the wheel of that one right now, we have to assume is Nuno Vera. Yeah, Transcrane on the side of that car for the Transcrane Motorsport team. Ahead now of our initial leaders, Blue Tech. Marley on the side of that car, of course their sponsor, but Blue Tech into second. We should see a change up here on the timing monitor as they cross the line. Maybe settling things in the way the positions are on track. Still says 77 in second, but I don't see how that's possible. There it is. It changes up now as I say that. VA Racing down to third. But I think VA Racing could be in trouble. They could potentially be penalized for not giving the second driver the minimum of 15 minutes behind the wheel. They stayed out just too long. It was about 1 minute and 15 seconds they had to play with, and it wasn't enough. So they may drop even further down than where they are right now. Transcene Motorsport, Blue Tech and VA Racing, but VA Racing, as I said, will drop down possibly for a penalty for not giving that 15-minute minimum to the second driver, which will move 5-star up into third, Moztec into 4 and Race Core into 5. I've got to say once again, some great action here from the Kia Picanto Cup. Work being done behind the scenes by Motorsport South Africa, Federation from Mozambique, ATCM, fire representatives up in Mozambique. Great to have Mozambique National Television with us as well. It's part of our live stream coming from Zwartkops Raceway and the Extreme Festival. 13 and 31 continue their fight. Nico Banze and Gareth Neal. The two of them, Moss Pro and Trend Tire, fighting for 8th and 9th place on track. Opposite numbers, and at the moment running in numerical 13 from 31. Auto's up into 10th. The ladies team is into 14th place, just for South Africans' point of view. Kaylin Miller at the wheel of the 7 car, down in 14th ahead of Mazago and Trans Auto. There is second place Blue Tech. All the pit stops are now done. Everybody's been in. As I said, the only one that could potentially, well, there is a car coming in. Don't think this is a scheduled stop here for the 6 car. Transcene Motorsport, Gustavo Cruz and Nuno Vieira. They come in. That's our lead car. The lead car is into pit lane for some reason. The 77 car would have got the penalty, not the 6 one, so I'm not quite sure why he's come in. But 6, our leader, into the pit box. Not quite sure what the reason is for that, but we'll maybe try and get information on that one. Maybe our 2 cameramen down at pit lane can find out what the issue is there. And the leader has gone off. Just been gifted the lead of the race, and Blue Tech goes off at turn 2. 77 VA Racing now all over the back of that Blue Tech car with about 10 minutes to go. That's for the lead, but as I said, I think VA Racing could be in trouble for not giving them 15 minutes minimum. He's taken the lead of the race there, has the 7 car, or 77 car I should say, of Pedro Pereira Coutinho. But as I said, I think they could be potentially in trouble for a rule mismanagement, I would have to say, because it was literally just 1 minute and 15 seconds that they were out by for the minimum of 15 minutes per driver. Well, that was our leader. And Nuno Vera into pit lane. Not quite sure what went wrong there. He's gone straight into the Park for May area and the driver's out the car. So whether or not he was brought in for a penalty, possibilities now for a change-up. But this is now the fight for the lead. We're going to take it as the fight for the lead until we hear different. But 77 staying out there a lot longer than anybody else. And as I mentioned, the pit window is open after 15 minutes. And then you have to do a minimum of 15 minutes per driver, a maximum of 45 minutes per driver. Their first driver was 46 minutes and 14 seconds. Here comes Vera back down into the pit box. Not quite sure why he's still in a bouncy mood. But yeah, that's him done for the day. Having parked that car in the Park for May area. Maybe we can try and get an interview with him and find out why he came in so early. Up to the top of the hill one more time. Here comes an opportunity for the 78 car to try and take a lap back. There will be a lap back being taken there by Tiago Ferraz. Content. Ferraz Content taking a lap back on second place. 81 of Blue Tech Racing. .35 laps completed now. And about 7 minutes of race action to go. VA Racing, Blue Tech and Transcene Motorsport in pit lane still. And still classified as third, but it'll change up now as the 5-star racing car starts to come into effect here with 7 minutes to go. 5-star Racing in third place, closing down on the 81 car. So it's VA Racing in 77 onto the back straight, leading things out over the 81 car there of Blue Tech. And Male Racing's Marco Mogado. Douglas Clint into third. Gustavo Cruz down in pit lane with Claudio. Let's find out why he came in so early.
Gustavo, tell me what happened there. Why'd you pull in?
Well, we actually don't have the second driver, so I pulled it up the 45 minutes plus, but I could not take to the end because I would be disqualified. So, well, I needed to complete my time and then come in, and then let's see what will happen at the rest of the race and see what position we'll stay.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks, Claudio, for getting that and clearing that up for us. So Gustavo Cruz was the only man in that car, as we're seeing a couple of off-track excursions here in the closing stages. And that's the reason for him coming in so early. He didn't have a... Oh, we got a Picanto on its roof coming out of turn 4. To the left-hand side of that shot, you've got a Picanto on its roof with a big breakage. And is that possibly the leader? No, it's not. That's further back. The 10 car, the driver's climbed out there. That, of course, is one of the Alberti brothers who've gone across there to see if he can assist getting the driver out the car. He's the first man to assist, and there must have been a touch between the two of them. And is the second driver going to be getting out? I can't see what number. It's one of the Mostec Racing Team cars there. And I think it might be the 31 car or Mostec 11. It's the Mostec 11 car. It's the 11 car there of Sandro Alves and Pedro Sereno. Fortunately, both drivers walking away there after a big incident out of turn 4. I know what that feels like to be on your roof. And looks like we're possibly going to be under safety car. We've got yellow flags into turn 4 with 2 cars stricken on the sideline. And there you can see it. Kyle Army, Zwartkops Marshals combined almost instantaneously on scene, and looks like we may even require a medical team to be there just to double check the driver's okay. But didn't quite expect that. There we go. Pretoria North Toyota Corolla on its way with Donovan and Hunley, our medical team here at Zwartkops. And of course safety car being deployed as well. So it looks like we might finish this one up under safety car, which is a pity because, man, it was just starting to get into some real exciting action there. More importantly, of course, is the excitement that's happened here in the closing stages. Right in front of one of the most popular spots to watch from, out of Turn 4 on that banking between Turn 4 and Universal Motorsports stable. Medical team on call. Great to see that the 10 driver there climbed out to run and help the 11 car get out of harm's way. But I think that's exactly how we're going to probably finish this up now. They are certainly not going to be able to clear that incident within the next 2 minutes. And it's potentially under safety car that this hour endurance race is going to finish for Picanto Cup. Going back to what Gustavo Cruz was saying there before I got rudely interrupted, he only had one driver in his team, so he had to come in after the 45 minutes to ensure that he didn't get disqualified, which means that he's still in contention for a potential top 10 despite only finishing 45 minutes of the race. Train of Picanto is making its way up to the top of the hill, or possibly doing what everybody does in the world when you see an incident like that: a bit of rubbernecking, baby. So it's VA Racing, the number 77 car. It's the second car in shot there, and is our current leader. 5-Star Racing in second, that's the 5 car, ahead of 81 Blue Tech in third. And that's how they'll possibly finish things up. Red flag is out, and I think they've decided to call this one, and that will bring all of the rest of the Picanto Cup back into the pit lane to finish this up for a really great day's racing here from Picanto Cup's point of view. 2 spectacular sprint races. We saw a lot of banging and swapping of paintwork in the first 2 sprint races. We've seen a car end up on its roof in the endurance race, but it could possibly be also some drama to be had here for VA Racing. They are currently classified as your race winner, completing 38 laps. 5-Star Racing in second, Blue Tech in third, and Moztech in fourth. But if my calculations are correct, VA Racing could be penalized for not giving the second driver the minimum of 15 minutes of racing, which means that they may be disqualified or possibly dropped down the order. So it'd be 5-Star Racing from Blue Tech, from Moztech then, if that's the case, as your top 3 from Picanto Cup. What a way to finish things up here for an incredible day's racing at Zwartkops at the Extreme Festival. Our international guests have certainly given us some really, really incredible action and a bit of a story there to hopefully open up the channels between Mozambique and South Africa for some motorsport cross-pollination. Faster cars going through to Mozambique and slower ones coming back here, and possibly some driver changes in those categories as well. And let's see whether or not we can see what's going down into the final stages of the Extreme Festival. We've wrapped up a couple of categories here today. It's ZX10s done and dusted for today. The SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, energized by Red Square. Graham Van Bredar, your new champion. That was already done at Red Star Raceway. Andrew Rackstraw also wrapped up the championship for Formula 1600s. The Investchem Formula 1600s taken by him at Red Star 2. He took a victory today, and look forward to, of course, 2022, where he'll be testing his Formula Renault, his global touring car, and starting the season with a 250,000 Rand prize fund in his back pocket. Not a bad day's work there, not a bad year's work for that kind of money. Well done to Andrew Rackstraw. We've still got some action for the BMW Racing Series. They'll be heading to Kyalami, along with the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, Global Touring Cars, GTC Super Cup, and Volkswagen Polo Cup, as they will wrap things up at the Kyalami 9 Hour on the 3rd and 4th of December. And, of course, Kia Picanto Cup, hopefully we'll be back for more action here in South Africa throughout the 2022 season, and we'll be seeing some of our cars and categories headed up to Mozambique as well. Hope you've enjoyed all the action here from Zwartkops. It's the Extreme Festival. Penultimate for some, final for some, but great action nonetheless. And we will catch you at the next round at the Kyalami 9 Hour to wrap up the final national championships. We've still got the regional championships, of course, at Zwartkops. That, of course, will be happening in the middle of November. Make sure you come and join us there for some of the live stream action from the regional classes in November. That will be in the 13th of November. As we get into, of course, the closing stages of 2021. We've also got to wrap things up in the regional historic and inland championship. That's at Red Star Raceway on the 27th of November. So I want to put those dates into your diaries. And then, as I said, Kyalami now on the 3rd and 4th of December. And then it's the South African Endurance Series that finalises our 2021 season in motorsport in South Africa. And that is on the 10th and 11th of December. And that's at the Killarney International Raceway. We've got a couple of drivers that we're going to try and catch up with down in pit lane. And if we can get those guys before we wrap things up, we will get them onto camera and give you a little bit of introduction to those guys. VA Racing is the leaders, and of course that should be VA Racing's Rodrigo Almeida and Pedro Pereira Coutinho down in pit lane with Claudio.
I'm here with the winners of the Picanto Cup endurance race. We'll start with you. You were the first driver. Talk me through your race. How was it?
The race was a little bit tough. I start from 15. We gained some positions on the first lap. We gained 10 positions on the first lap. And we fight until the last 45 minutes, 46, to get in. I was in second place. And then we win. He wins the first position in the last laps. And we can make the victory for the endurance race.
Awesome job, and then you just needed to take it to the end.
Listen, this guy did everything, right? So he started 15th, went all the way up to second. I think I was lucky because the guy that actually was in front, he went off on the corner. I was catching him. I think it would be enough to catch him and overtake him, but he did a mistake. I guess he felt the pressure, so he did it. But all credit sits with him. I think I was a small compliment at the end. So congrats, man. Well done. Well done. Thank you, guys.
Great to catch up with potentially the winners of this race. I'm not quite sure if they are just yet, as I said. They may have put it overstayed their welcome with a slightly longer stint than expected from the first driver there. But if that's the case, well done to VA Racing for taking the victory over 5-Star and Blue Tech in third. That wraps things up here for the Zwartkops round of the Extreme Festival National Championships. As I said, we've still got a bit of racing to do this season. Come and join us here at Zwartkops for the regionals in the middle of November, and then at Kyalami for the 9-hour and our final bit of action from Global Touring Cars, GDC Super Cup, Volkswagen Polo Cup, BMW Racing Series, and the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars at the Intercontinental GT Championship 9-hour at Kyalami. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, and a big thanks as well to Miguel Tiago for joining me for some of the Portuguese commentary up to our team in Mozambique. Our camera crew and behind the scenes, Dave and Paul, for all of the direction today. And of course, all the marshals, medics, and everybody behind the scenes at Zwartkops for a fantastic day's racing from my side and on behalf of our entire team here at Two Wheels and Up to 60 Seconds. Take care then. Bye-bye now.